ไม่เป็นเหรอวะคะแนนเท่ากันก็ต้องวัดบูย่าใช่ไหม
Get ready for the next evolution of battle. This is Free Fire World Series SEA 2025 Fall Battle Royale mode. This season, it's all about strategy, adaptation, and domination. Let's break it down. Tournament rules. Each player must equip a unique active skill. No duplicates allowed. And the map pool, 6 battlegrounds. In the knockout stage, teams battle across 6 matches, each on a different map, randomly selected from the pool, with no repeats. But in the grand finals, it's a whole new level. Up to 10 games will be played for games 1 to 6. Maps are randomly chosen. No repeats. From game 7 onward, the map pool resets and is randomly reshuffled again. What's at stake? A total prize pool of $300,000. Champion, $100,000. Second place, $40,000. Third and fourth, $20,000 each. Final MVP, $4,000. And every day, Team of the Day earns $250. The journey begins August 15th. The knockout stage runs for 6 weeks. Week 1 to 2, 18 teams, 3 groups, 12 matches each. Each day, matches are played between 2 groups, A versus B, B versus C, A versus C. After 36 total matches, teams are ranked 1 to 18. Week 3 to 5, the first place qualifier. Starting August 30th, top 12 teams battle it out. The winner of each day secures a grand final slot. And gradually, 13th to 17th ranked teams join the fray. That's 6 teams qualify. Week 6, last chance qualifier. 2-day matches on September 20th to 21st. 11 remaining teams and the 18th ranked team face off. Only 6 will survive. That gives us 12 teams for the ultimate showdown. Grand final, October 5th. Welcome to Champion Rush mode. The rules? Get to 80 points first. Then, secure a booyah to take the crown. If no team gets a booyah after entering Champion Rush, the highest total points wins. The point system is simple. First place, 12 points. Second, 9. Third, 8. All the way down to 0 points for 11th and 12th. The battlefield is set. 12 teams, 1 final challenge. This is Champion Rush mode. 1 strike can shift the game. 1 win can spark the rise. This is Free Get ready for intense close quarters combat. This is the Free Fire World Series SEA 2025 Fall Clash Squad Mode. A total prize pool of $100,000 is on the line. The champion takes home $30,000, with $15,000 for second, $10,000 each for third and fourth, and $3,000 for the final MVP. Map pool, best of 3, Bermuda, Kalahari, Nextera. Best of 5, Add Purgatory and Solera to the fight. Ban pick system. A random draw decides which team bans and picks first. Ban phase. One team bans one active skill, then the other team does the same. Pick phase. First team picks one skill. Opponent picks 2. First team picks 2 more. Opponent picks 2. First team picks the final skill. Note that each player must use a different active skill. Ban pick order alternates across games, randomized if needed. Tournament timeline. Swiss stage, 28th August to 12th September. Double elimination, 18th to 19th September. Grand final, 4th October 2025. But how do teams get here? To qualify for Clash Squad Mode, teams must place top 16 by the end of Week 2 in Battle Royale Knockout Stage. Here's how it works. Each team plays against others with the same win-loss record. In Round 1, all teams start at 0-0. They're randomly paired. Winners move to 1-0, losers drop to 0-1. From there, teams continue facing opponents with the same record. 1-0 versus 1-0. 0-1 versus 0-1. 2-0 versus 2-0, and so on. To advance, a team must get 3 wins before they lose 3 times. Lose 3 matches, you're eliminated from the Clash Squad mode. Matches continue round by round until exactly 8 teams reach 3 wins. Those 8 teams move on to the double elimination round. Double elimination format. Every team starts in the upper bracket. Lose once, drop to lower bracket. Lose twice, you're out. Through 3 intense rounds, winners rise, losers fall, until one team punches their ticket to the grand final. The other finalists will emerge from the semi-final bracket, and then it's all on the line. The last showdown decides the Clash Squad champion of Free Fire World Series SEA 2025 Fall. This is where every skill, every pick, every round matters. Where legends aren't born.
Garena.
subscribers, and welcome to the final day here for the Swiss stage of Clash Squad mode for the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 fall. It's your casters, Adenali and Gideon here today, and we have some exciting matches to bring to you today. And unfortunately, we're going to have to say farewell to a few of these teams because not everybody is going to be making it through here.
Yeah, honestly, I think people should be paying attention to this last leg of the race, especially for those who are trying hard in Clash Squad to try and make a name for themselves. So far, I mean, yesterday alone, you experienced it. A couple of these teams have already been eliminated, but this time round, I think the stakes are even higher considering the names that are put up on that board. Guys, remember, Red Bull, Zinc, and Vitamins from Thailand is the place to be, especially if you're looking to trust your energy. It's supplemented with Zinc B3 and as well as B6 featuring a mild taste, and more importantly, keeps you highly focused and allows you to seize every opportunity to achieve a stylish booyah victories. Hey, once again, thanks for Red Bull for summer as well as the fall.
Yeah, pretty sure the players as well are loaded up on Red Bull because you need every advantage you can get. And sometimes using that little kick of energy, it can get you across that finish line because not everybody is going to be finishing today. Some people are going to finish short and they will be going home. So thank you, Red Bull. Matches for today, in case you are all wondering and you did miss our pre-show graphic. So we are having 3 best-of-3 matches for today. We're going to kick things up here with Bigatron by Company playing up against Heavy. Then we're going to have Team Flash going up against Buriram United Esports. Yes, shocker, surprising that Buriram is still in the competition here. And finally, our highlight match. Personally, I think it's a highlight match because these two teams should never have reached this point of the competition. RRQ versus Team Falcons. That's our last matchup for the day.
They're going to be playing for a pretty large prize pool here. Of course, it's going to be 30,000 USD up on the line just for Clash Squad mode. 15,000 for the second place. That's already cut in half, and then another 5,000 off at the top for third and fourth. Of course, this is the Grand Finals MVP, but as you mentioned, yeah, some of these names, honestly, I didn't think they should have been here in the first place. I think that, Falcons, as well as Buriram, should have been in a much better spot, but we've come to this point, and that's the beauty of the Swiss stage here on our tournament timeline.
Yeah, so as you can see here for our tournament timeline, today is the final day for Swiss stage. So after today's games, we have everybody set for our double elimination round, which is going to be taking place on September 18th and 19th. So if you haven't already, mark your calendars, make sure you're there to watch our double elimination rounds because unfortunately, again, not everybody is going to be making it through to the grand final, which is going to be on the 4th of October.
Keep in mind that one unique active skill is still in play. Every squad must have a different unique active skill just to make sure it allows themselves to keep the gameplay fresh. And we've been doing this for the past year or so, and we've already seen a lot of innovations amongst the teams, building their styles of compositions and eventually figuring out what the meta is for the forefront of Clash Squad mode. Let's not forget about the Swiss stage.
Yep, so we have the Swiss stage mode here. So basically we are on our final play day, as you can see, September 12th with our last 3 matchups. But you can see already the journey that we have taken up until this point, right? Like you can already see our first 3 teams to advance, then our first 3 teams to be, our first 2 teams to advance, our bottom 2 teams to be eliminated. Yesterday we said goodbye to 3, yesterday we said hello to 3, and for today we're going to be saying hello to 3 more, but also goodbye to 3 teams. So not everybody is making it through.
It's going to be a difficult time, right? And I think, considering that all the how these players have been playing for so long, and more importantly, now that you get to shine on the stage of Clash Squad, we're really seeing the difference in these teams compared to their performance on the Battle Royale stage, where you take away all the distractions and it's just an honest 4v4. And we've seen so many of these teams really take advantage of these unique scenarios. I mean, we're disregarding the map, disregarding the weaponry being used on the honest sake of, hey, let's play pistols on round 1. You already get a fine taste of how these teams not only want to approach the battlefield, but maybe just a little bit of semblance from the Battle Royale side of things. And keep in mind, Bigatron is going to be playing up as well. And I would have imagined, since I usually go for Bigatron as my top tier picks in BR, maybe, you know, one of my hotter takes, they haven't been doing well in BR. And coming into the Clash Squad, they've not only put up one hell of a fight, they've beaten their own competitors, but this will be the first time they're facing somebody who isn't part of MY, or in this particular case, Indonesia, as they will go to Kalahari on the very first map.
Sorry. no, sorry. I'm just having a look at the map order here, and I'm just thinking, okay, who is this going to give an advantage to? Because classic Kalahari, right? This is a map that is specialized by the Indonesians, so it almost feels like this first round it should go in favor of Bigatron, but we're also talking about Heavy, who looked amazing in their matches yesterday as well, so maybe we could be seeing a bit of a switcheroo. I do think if Heavy take this first round by eliminating Kalahari, it's going to be an uphill battle for Bigatron.
Yeah, it is going to be a little bit of a, well, I don't know. I mean, looking at the history of who Heavy had to face off, they went 0-2 against Buriram, they went 2-0 against GOW, they went 0-2 against Virtus Pro, and then 2-0. They haven't had a single 2-1 game. It's either overwhelming victory or just complete defeat.
Yeah. Alright, Gideon, we are jumping into the draft already, so let's see what's in the pool for both of these teams. Are we going to see any specialized bans? Is it going to be the usual stuff? And we are at that point where this is the last lifeline for everybody competing today. I think if you have an ace up your sleeve, you need to start bringing those out today. You cannot afford to drop the ball and to continue to save strats. You know, we always talk about saving strats, how it's going to give you the edge in the competition, but if you are coming into the finals late like this, I think you have to treat every game moving forward as the grand final.
Oh, absolutely, right? Especially when you're back this far in a corner, especially when elimination is on the table. Chrono has been the first lock-in in the draft. We've already got Banes on both Zayn as well as Oscar. Tatsuya and Cassie is going to be the natural pickup here. A nice 1-2 for the side of BTR, but I'm curious as to when Santino is going to pop up here. Is that something that Heavy wants to pick up? Because again, a lot of teams have been liking Santino, especially if it's unbanned.
Yeah, it is one of the premier picks because it's such a great flex, because you can have your snipers run the Santino, but also it can pivot to being a roamer if you're looking to have somebody play that style in Clash Squad, because we do occasionally see teams running the Santino and basically going on those side quests to find the opposing team snipers, which very effective because Santino is such a mobile character. But the follow-up picks here for Heavy, they're focusing more on team fight. It looks Ignis, and they also have the Coda, so they've got vision, they have a way to go through, burn through the blue walls, but they also have a way to push into those fights.
I think that Heavy has the right idea here. They're thinking even if BTR decide to go for Santino, we can just group up together, make sure that we get full value from this Chrono, and allow Ignis to start melting down early glue walls, especially if BTR are trying to position themselves for full-on engage, right? Because most of the time, the hardest part is dealing with the Tatsuya who's getting consistently healed up, is able to kind of break line of sight, while Cassie stays in cover and then pops up whenever necessary alongside with Clue. So with the Ignis, at least you can kind of ignore the Tatsuya, assuming that he's not in a power position, to go straight for the supports.
Okay, so I do like the follow-up pick because Bigatron were missing their own vision character, and Clue is fantastic for this, right? Clue is going to give them the vision that they so desperately need, but they also pair it with the Santino. So 2 options for snipers depending on what direction Bigatron wants to go for. And I like the fact that their options are open because they can decide after they see this final pick for Heavy. Because at the moment, Heavy, they can run the Coda as the sniper, but in a lot of cases, you kind of want to run another character. And the premier one has been Clue for a lot of teams, but Home is going to be the choice here for Heavy. Teams have been leaning in towards that Homer pick as well, actually, alongside the Coda. So you've got another avenue of vision to be provided for Heavy, making it a little bit easier to push into Bigatron. But I think most importantly as well, maybe to even cash out the Santino to figure out where's this guy going, and is he maybe trying to go for a flank?
Homer has a little bit of like compounding interest, right? You want to use his Homer right at the very beginning of the round to take immediate control over the center of the map if necessary, because it really depends on the position and where the Homer drone actually decides to end up with. Usually the first person from the side of BTR. The most forefront, which in this case probably would be the Tatsuya. I'm not sure, depending on where they kind of spread out during the map section. But it allows Heavy just an early leg up. Take control over that center, play around your chrono, and then kind of let BTR be the ones who have to work the meat.
Okay, so just having a look at who is playing what at the moment, we're going to get a better idea of how these teams want to play. But for our viewers at home, if you cannot see or you do not know as of yet, on the side of Bigatron Vitality, we're going to have Deeks playing on the Cassie, Kyung on the Tatsuya, Joel on the Clue, and Koja on the Santino. Whereas for Heavy, we have Boy playing on the Homer, Alan on the Coda, Mufasa on the Ignis, and Don't Cry on the Chrono. And one thing we do know about these teams is that Joel is generally the sniper of the team for Bigatron, so he's going to be the one sitting at the back. And Koja, it looks like he's going to try and go for that flanking play style that we see quite often on the Santino. As for Heavy though, your frontline rushes are going to be Mufasa and Don't Cry. They'll be the ones sort of keeping that front going for Heavy, and then you have Boy and Alan playing on the back trying to decide, do they continue with the push, or maybe if for whatever reason Bigatron are pushing into Heavy, they can be in the back to provide that cover fire for their frontliners.
I think, you know, based on what we've seen in previous games with Heavy in this particular case, if Alan goes down, we definitely see that Heavy are a little bit more hesitant on actually going for the big engage afterwards. So I think they gotta keep Alan alive for as long as possible on this quota, because he's not only going to give information, but a clear green light signal for the rest of Heavy to collapse on BTR if ever necessary. I think at this point, it's just how you want to utilize the Clue, right? Well, not how to utilize, but counterplay from Heavy's side against the Clue. Because yeah, sure, you know exactly where we are, but if we're all together, and more importantly so, you don't have us on a flank, then it becomes a bit of an issue for Clue, because they have no real way to kind of puncture the defenses coming in from Heavy without any glue wall destroyers. They're purely playing off of hard angles and dry peeking.
Yeah, that's the thing I am really concerned about for Bigatron, right? Because the fact that they can't break glue walls but Heavy can, it kind of makes me think, okay, does this now change the play style for Bigatron, like how they sort of approach into Heavy? Because you can't just simply hide behind glue walls unless there's a cooldown, right? Like once the wall has already been deployed by Mufasa, then okay, sure, you can start using those glue walls. But knowing that it's up, do they need to maneuver around natural cover more? Do they maybe need to play around the terrain to be able to even reach Heavy? Because Heavy, their front line, it's mostly Don't Cry that they have to worry about. Like Mufasa's going to be sitting on the sidelines providing support for Don't Cry, but the only one that can really take the damage and soak it up is your Chrono. So one of the win conditions, I'm looking at several win conditions here. Let's look at it for both sides. For Bigatron, if you remove Don't Cry from the equation, Heavy loses a lot of their frontline reinforcement, right? A lot of their backline really does not want to be exposed without the support of Chrono. On the side of Bigatron, if you're Heavy, I think the big thing is dealing with Deeks and Kyung. You have to get rid of this duo because they're gonna get in your face. Which they have options, which is poking at them, but at the same time, poke is not great versus Cassie because she's just gonna heal up the damage. So is that where we see some teamwork from Heavy and they try to go for a two-pronged attack to maybe get a two-tap onto either Tatsuya or the Cassie? Get rid of one of these characters and all of a sudden, Cassie Clue, Cassie Santino? I mean, there's not really much Clue can do to really benefit from a Cassie if you got a Chrono running at you.
That's true, but it's time to get right into the games. Bigatron by Vitality going to be playing on the left side of our map. Heavy going to be coming from the right side and immediately going straight for the tents. As Heavy play a more defensive position, they know for a fact that they want BTR to come to them, but they don't want to give up too much space. They have to contest for the center regardless.
Alright, so we've got Don't Cry holding the fort here for the team with Mufasa as well, just sort of sitting around trying to go for the heals. Deeks dropping very low and he will be down, but Don't Cry also goes down as well. Kyung surviving on a sliver of health and Alan just gets clipped there by Joel. He's the last man standing alongside Kyung, who is barely alive. Mufasa and Boy though causing them so many problems, and Joel, unfortunately, he's just too squishy here, and Mufasa already proving to be a massive beast in this round.
And that's exactly what you want to see from Mufasa, right? Especially when you are on that Ignis early rounds, it's like, okay, it's still very, very honest, but you can still get value out of Ignis early on by chipping at them, because you know if they have to use a medkit, that's just free information for you to go for the swing. Either way, Heavy takes the very first round here. No sweat off of BTR's back because it's the first round. They're going to be down on economy, some slightly better weapons being purchased, but with a power fall coming in from Buhui, Tier 2 helmet, no armor whatsoever. Alan still trying to be resistant to the inflation of economy so far, but Dix is going to get revealed straight away as Mufasa and Don't Cry control the center.
I have to say, Deeks is playing very far forward for a Cassie. It's making me feeling a little bit anxious there as he does take a bit of the burn. Move faster. Oh, the backstab. Cassie is down. There's going to be no more heals. And even Joel got caught out by Alan as well, thanks to a grenade. A beautifully timed one as well. Kyung's going to hit the floor. And, I mean, with the medic down, there's not really much you're going to be able to do there for Koja. If he can, try to get another drop, an elimination, but it just doesn't seem like that is possible. Heavy sweep round number 2.
Yeah, right now Heavy is kind of disgusting. I'm not going to lie. Their openers are great. Again, this team's like...
Look at this. Oh, that was disgusting.
It's good. I mean, Alan with a nade, always going to be dangerous, but the opener coming in from Heavy, the way that they have their two positioned in the front, they've got Alan on their left flank, on high ground. They've got low ground covered on that right flank as well. It feels like Heavy has come into this extremely prepared for at least a couple of these maps. And now that we're heading over to the ruins, let's see whether they have the similar a similar style of play. Cyber airdrops are now in play, and Alan once again going for straight high ground, but Buhui is keeping that back line of sight linear to the rest of his mid control.
Alright, Mufasa will be leading the charge, but with that though, Tatsuya Dash going in, but they can't quite get Mufasa. Beautiful glue walls, and Deek's first one to go down, as well as Koja. Oh no, and everybody is just being absolutely shredded by Heavy around this cyber airdrop. They say, you wanted this? Not this time. And poor Joel, the sniper of the team, he's trying to buy time, but there's only so much time you can buy in this round. And Heavy, just such a strong start, literally running into Bigatron. And every fight so far has been going in their favor because they have control over where and when these glue walls can be deployed. Bigatron, I think one of my things I'm a little bit worried about here is Deeks' positioning on the Cassie has been so far forward and so aggressive, where we've seen Deeks multiple times now just being one of the first 2 players to be taken out before Kyung. You would think it would be the other way around, where maybe Kyung is going to be the one absorbing a lot of the damage, but it's been Deeks. And if you lose the Cassie, you lose access to that healing, because the only person that can really pick up a Cassie is the Tatsuya, who's also on the front line.
And now that they've got the money with tier 3 armors, and especially with shotguns in hand, Heavy, this is an important round to win, because right now...
Oh, Don't Cry!
Oh, he tries, but Kyung is going to take out Don't Cry, no problem. Mufasa can push through the flames, allowing himself to at least get back up. Koja, he's already down. Alan has found him in a bit of an off angle here, so they're trying to control the center of that ring. They went from outside in, but unfortunately, backs exposed. Alan unfortunately could not deal with him because Kochi was destroying him, but manages to win the fight anyways, losing 50% of his HP, turning this into a 2v2. The economical damage against Heavy is large, and Vitality, they're trying to scrape by. If they win this, they put themselves back for maybe a momentous turnaround.
This is huge because this is also the pairing that Bigatron has drafted. Deeks and Kyung, they have the potential to bring this game back into their favor, and they have to play with that terrain. Kyung does get clipped a little bit, but he will be healed up in just a moment as soon as that comes off cooldown. Boy and Alan, though, they have a very important jump here. They need to snipe either of these players before they can get within reach of them, because if they do get a little too close, they should be taken out. And yeah, the circle is incredibly small. Very little room to work with. But where's that circle going to go? It's going to go towards that southern section.
This is going to allow BTR to rotate pretty freely from their current position. Buhui eventually...
Actually pushes Heavy. Heavy is the one that has to run into Bigatron here. This is something I'm a little worried about.
Here comes the turnaround. They turn around the corner. He has to win this, and Alan does. He finds it. Kyung is coming up. Can the few shots from the sniper come through? And it does. Alan is able to get involved with a good headshot of his own from the VSK. Very nicely done here, coming in from Heavy. Again, they come in with a plan to communicate the plan extremely well, and the only times where you see Heavy actually drop players is when the supporting cast is kind of blocked off from interacting with the rest of the map. These openers from Heavy have been absolutely disgusting, and this could be that momentous victory that we see coming in from Heavy from their past games. They're looking to 2-0 this as quickly as possible.
If things continue to go like this, like, sure, I could absolutely see a 6-0 happening for this first round, but if you're Bigatron, you've got to figure out a way to break through this defense, because if they don't, Heavy's just going to take out this first round. And as you can see, Heavy, they're already mounting their own defense with their glue walls because they know there is no way for Bigatron to easily take it out. They're going to try and go after that frontline duo, but it looks like Don't Cry move faster. They have been clipped from the back line, but Koja and Kyung also going to be caught, leaving this match to Joel and Dix on the side of Bigatron. They don't want to be 6-0. It's up to Alan, but no, Alan is all by himself, gets picked off, and we finally get a point on the board here. The Bigatron Vitality. And this is when you start sweating bullets if you're Heavy, because now the economy is going to slowly shift in favor of Bigatron.
They really are, and now that they pull back at least one of these rounds, it's going to get a little easier, because keep in mind that Dix is bringing a Trogon from the previous round into this round. Tier 3 armors across the board, big boy weapon area coming up for Bigatron Vitality, and now a little bit more investment from Heavy. At this point, right, having 12 glue walls in comparison to 6, Heavy is going to come in a little light-handed, but they don't mind because they have the Ignis on their side. They know their glue walls don't have to be too heavily invested in because Bigatron just don't have any means to break them.
Alright, so interesting play actually from Heavy. They're going to leave Boy very, very far back here from Santa Catarina's ship, leaving the rest of the team to do a lot of the heavy lifting. I'm not sure if I'm a big fan of this play because they are leaving their team quite exposed. Alan, though, has been caught by Koja. He's already going to be on the ground, and Boy, he just can't find an angle to providing support. Deeks, though, has been caught, is on the ground. They will get picked up as well thanks to Don't Cry, forcing it into a 3 versus 2 situation in the San Catarina ship, and Boy is making his way into the ship as well. Joel's been caught, the sniper is on the ground here for Bigatron, and Koja's the next one to fall, leaving it all up to Kyung's Tatsuya against 3 players. Don't Cry does get caught there by Kyung, though. Maybe he can make some magic work. Not this time.
Not this time. I honestly thought Bigatron might have had this. They had the right idea. They knew exactly, because Santa Catarina, especially for this particular map, right? Controlling the center might not necessarily be a good thing with multiple levels of elevation. And the worst part is that there's a lot of ways to actually get behind the ship without having to go through the ship. And this is why when Heavy went with their opener, Alan trying to make sure that one of their flanks is open while having Buhui in the back to cover him just isn't enough when you have Bigatron with so much front loading on their composition.
Yeah. Alright, folks, it's round 7, and it looks like we will be having a pause here just so we can try and figure out what has currently happened to one of our teams. And we'll give you all an update as to what is going on if we do get one, but we're just going to try and keep things fair across the board here. So we'll hopefully get this sorted in just a second, folks. But okay, Gideon, just based off of what we've seen so far, right? Strong opening by Heavy. We do get one round point for Bigatron. But I mean, how are you kind of feeling on the odds of Bigatron making a comeback happen? Because I think they did look good in that previous round, even though they lost. But then again, if you think about it, it was 4 versus 3 for almost the majority of that fight within the ship, and they couldn't even win that.
I think it's going to come down to a couple of map RNGs, right? Because there are a few maps here in Kalahari which don't necessarily benefit from Heavy's comp. Places like Mammoth, for an example, is a really good example here because, again, multiple elevations, and then the glue walls don't necessarily matter as much here because of how open the area is. And when you're attacking from the ribcage, whether you're attacking from the highest point of the map or playing from low ground, BTR will have angles to start working together to pick you off. And I think Santa Catarina should have been one of them if it wasn't for this tech pause. But even so, you can see that Heavy, they play it well, especially when it comes down to those 2v2s. BTR just need to create a man advantage first and then slowly start working against Heavy. Because if they don't find that initial pick, right, it's a game of resources. You have to get the Chrono Time Turner out somehow without using pressure. It's a little hard to bait it.
Yeah. Alright, so Bigatron, I mean, they have a moment here to sort of figure out what they want to do for the next up-and-coming game, because we're at match point for Heavy too. So from this point on, every round is do or die essentially for this first game here for Bigatron. They can't afford to lose a match if they're hoping to be able to take this first game. So, solutions. Okay, so far, thoughts on Bigatron's play of their current lineup? Do you feel like execution-wise, is it up to snuff? Because I do sort of question some of the movements coming out from Bigatron. Deeks plays very far forward for a support, and I think we've seen multiple times where Deeks' Cassie just gets clipped far too early, and with the Cassie down, I kind of feel like it neuters the potential Kyung has to be the frontliner for the team.
I totally agree with this. I think that, but there is a way to make, well, maybe not a way, but more so, there is a form of counterplay that's happening here. And I think it really boils down to the raw execution and timing of when Centino actually swaps with the body double, right? And I think the important thing is how much information are they actually receiving from Clue? Because right from the get-go, they're contesting, they're looking to contest the middle of the map depending on what map it is. Some of them go for flank angles, and as soon as they see the chrono, they want to be able to start fishing out resources, right? And I think that unless Clue can figure out where Alan is specifically, that would help a lot, because then you can start using that front load pressure to apply it against some of the weaker members who don't have standalone abilities that keep them alive. And especially once Koda is done with his own ability, that's when you're hoping that Centino can actually look to get behind that angle, and then you're working together alongside the Clue to try and cover that side of the map. Because at the end of the day, Heavy has a very structured, very clear understanding of what they want to do for the first 60 seconds of the match. And I think that BTR, all they gotta do is to add a little bit of grease, throw a banana peel on the floor, and hopefully one of the members slip up.
It always feels like they need to slow down and start playing reactively to what Heavy is currently doing. Because I think up until this point, is it safe to say that Bigatron, they've been very aggressive? Like, they have been trying to sort of push their way into taking these games, but they're just sort of falling short to Heavy. Would slowing down and them sort of playing around Heavy instead of the other way around work to Bigatron's benefit, maybe? Because I feel like this is an option for the team. Like, sure, they do have a lot of options that really want to get in the enemy's face, but it's not worked so far. And I kind of think, like, if you can't just keep hitting your head against this brick wall, you have to try something different at some point if it's not worked.
I think they're trying to figure out whether or not Alan will always be in line of sight of Buhui. I think that's the only relationship that they need to figure out, because once they have that down, then they know that if they do decide to regress onto Alan's side, that they have to block off his back, if not have some hard cover to work with. That way that you can protect yourself against Buhui and not turn that one-on-one into a 2v1, if not bring in your own party as well. Also, they might, if they want to play slower, that means there needs to be more investment to eventually get an AWM, right? They need that one-tap ability. If you can't find these picks and you don't have the economy to do so, then the first 3 rounds are just so crucial. And that's not exactly a game plan that I can get behind, only because it requires you to win those first couple of rounds to have that stable economy.
Yeah, and I think another issue we have to bring up now, right, is because it's match point. I don't think Bigatron can really afford to save economy now. I kind of feel like you're at that point where whatever you have to invest it into your team, and they might even be praying at this point to win this next round, to hopefully either get enough or to continue to build up their bank account to get what they need to finally push through and essentially bring this to a 11-round match. Because Heavy's at match point, for them to win, they have to force a two-way match point.
Speaking of two-way match point, Let's see. Weaponry in the area. AWM's already from Buhui. Also, the Time Turner being used very early on as the center is under Kyung's control. Dick's playing a bit of an off angle, but he knows that his back is clear for now. Kyung can actually hold on for a while. He gets beamed, but Dix is still behind him. Wait, where's the sniper? Do they not have line of sight? Alan, he's getting into a better position, but don't cry. Can't seem to finish off this initial knockdown as Kyung finally breaks down, as well as Dix as they lose their blue wall.
Koja! Oh no, Koja! He tried to come in and save his team, but with Dix and Kyung on the ground, there was only so much he was going to be able to do on that Santino. Round number 1 going to Heavy, who looked magnificent in this first match. Played extremely clean. They made Bigatron look like they had no other options.
I mean,
and
it's not that they didn't have any options, it's just that their setup was just so good. They drew the perfect hand of cards. They knew exactly what they wanted to do, and if map RNG was a little bit on BTR side, maybe they had a couple of options, but from my standpoint, it was a battle of resources. For BTR, can you find that first pick? For the side of Heavy, all you gotta do is just hold your ground. The later you press your active skill card, the better odds you have of winning the entire match.
yeah, well, speaking of this match, Bigatron's going to have to go for a bit of a reset here because game 1 has been locked in for Heavy. We still have game number 2, so Bigatron are not out yet, but this is potentially their last round. If they can't take round number 2, they are going to be going home tomorrow, and we're going to be seeing Heavy move on through in the competition. So prep for game number 2, because that's the next step now. Game 1 is over. There's no point in thinking about game number 1. Game 2, draft. Are there any picks that we may want to either ban or counter pick or steal from Heavy? Because Heavy do have a couple, I think the high priority picks here for me would be Crota and Coda. These two characters, I kind of feel like the Heavy's lineup did quite a lot of heavy lifting for the team. There is an issue though. I'm going to bring this up because I casted Heavy yesterday. If you prioritize Chrono and Coda, assuming they get the second 2 picks, Cassie's going to be left there. And Heavy plays a nasty Cassie themselves. So it's tough for Bigatron because you have to decide which one's the lesser evil. Is it letting them have the Cassie, or is it swiping away or banning the Coda? I don't think you'll ban the Coda, but you might ban the Chrono. And maybe let the Zane through instead?
I think the Zane,
stuff to think about.
I think that the Zane is more in favor of BTR and what exactly they want to do, right? They want to be able to. Ideally, they would either have the Zane or the Chrono. One or the other actually would have been nice. So I think that in Heavy's perspective, they've come in with some very clean preparation against BTR. I think the only way that they could have tried to outplay, especially with how much information Alan was providing, not only visually through his line of sight, but also through Coda, through Coda's active unique skill card, he's able to not only identify exactly where the sniper is, but more so holes in the front lineup of BTR that was so front heavy. If anything, we need the coordination with Santino to pop up, so when they peek together, at least you have a one-man advantage from an offside angle. And I think that's probably the only thing they could have done in that particular game. But if we're talking about preparation, in terms of the bans, I think they might want to reconsider picking up the Santino, and more so, maybe even letting the Oscar through if we do expect to see another Zane ban.
Yeah. I think just based off of the priority bans that we've seen for a lot of our teams, I think Zane is more likely to go through and for Oscar to remain banned. Just based off of what we have seen from teams, because whoever has the Oscar, it's almost, not guaranteed, but it's almost been an insta win for a lot of teams because Oscar just, this character is just next level. There's a reason why it's not played, and it's because teams, they do value the strength and the benefits that Oscar brings to lineup. So I think Zane, honestly, would make it through. For example, if I'm Heavy, I think I'd give the Santino away. You know, Koja just didn't look scary at all. And if I'm Koja, I'd even consider, like, do I even want to play Santino next round? Because, it was struggle city for him.
it was Struggle City, but I think the only thing that could change, because I think the Heavy want to replicate this particular draft again. If they get it here in game number 2, I think they'll be very satisfied with themselves. But I think that BTR is going to change it up by going for second pick this time round, and then committing to the Oscar ban, maybe even arguably even the Chrono ban, just to give them Cassie. Because at least if we're not going to front load as hard, the most that we want to have access to is glue wall breakers to threaten positions, more so unless some of the power picks get let through. Well, I'm not talking about Santino in this case, he is good, but this is assuming that Oscar gets let through, then maybe there's an option. But again, I don't see it happening. If Heavy is first pick, they're most likely going to ban out the Oscar. If not, get rid of the Zane once more and then look for the first pick Oscar.
Alright, I can answer this just based on the tournament admin chat. So for round 2, because we're going on to Bermuda, Bigatron's going to be first ban. So they will get first pick, but that means Heavy will get second 2 picks.
Okay.
So I actually think this works against Bigatron, to be honest, because yes, you do get that first pick, but I sort of feel like in this game mode, it's kind of more advantageous to get the second 2 picks, because you get to pick 2 things up at once.
Yes, it is always good to be able to have more than your opponent, but I think this predetermines whether or not Oscar is going to get let through. And I think that's the big question here. That's what BTR is kind of gambling on. They want to kind of influence the bans on the second side by revealing what they want to get rid of right from the get-go. Maybe that's you know, what BTR is trying to accomplish. I'm not sure whether or not it's going to be as effective, or whether or not they looked at each other as like, guys, we need to win this, and they just play better.
Yeah. Alright, so we are getting ready to jump into game number 2 here, folks. It is Bigatron versus Heavy, and in case you missed that first matchup, we had Heavy taking game number 1 in a amazingly scary fashion. 6-1, very scary scoreline. It's making Bigatron fans feel not so great coming into game number 2. This was also Kalahari as well, a map that Indonesian teams are generally known to be very strong on. And the Heavy to take Kalahari, I don't want to think it's a sign, but I do feel like it is. So, I'm trying to be a realist here, okay? I mean, I could go full on Delulu, you know, and I could very blindly just want a team to go through. But just my brain, it's functioning today. I had enough caffeine today, thanks to Red Bull. But just based off of what my brain is kind of telling me, this Bermuda matchup, I'm so afraid it's going to be a 6-0 just because of how good Heavy looked in that first game.
I don't know about 6-0. At some point, human error will always come into play, and I think the only times that we've seen Heavy really struggle is once somebody got some muck in between their cog system that was going on there for the first 3 rounds. Once BTR kind of figure it out, then they have an opportunity. I think winning the individual gunfights has been more of a challenge than they were expecting. Because again, Heavy with the addition of Alan, I think he's kind of given the edge to the entirety of the team, the information that he provides, even though in Clash Squad he is playing Coda, even though he's the dedicated rusher of the squad.
Yeah. Okay, Gideon, I want to hear your prediction for this matchup. I did shamefully say it might be 6-0 for Heavy. Thoughts on the scoreline? What do you think we're looking at here for Bermuda? Just based off of what we've currently seen.
Okay, for Bermuda, I'm going...
Yeah, just this round, yes.
For Bermuda, I'm trying to go through the map list in my head, because there are a couple of maps that, again, if we're going to re-simulate everything that happened in terms of composition from game number 1 into game number 2, I think Heavy will take it probably 6-4. It'll be a little closer, right? It's either 6-2 or 6-4. The extra 2 is mainly because of the way the economy works in the game, and more so giving a little bit of leeway to BTR, assuming that Heavy make a mistake.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's reasonable as well. What else could we think of? Because we kind of have to focus on the perspective here for Bigatron, because they need to force that game number 3.
I think...
What weaknesses have we seen from Heavy so far?
I think a couple of weaknesses that we've seen from Heavy so far is the fact that both sides come in with the same game plan of, hey, the cyber airdrop is as much of a priority as to eliminating the enemy squad. That's why they're contesting mid so often. I think that BTR need to change the priority to play for picks rather than just the cyber airdrop. Because again, by the end of game number 1, how many cyber airdrops were realistically contested and successfully stolen away from Heavy side or even from Bigatron's side? And for me, the numbers just don't add up. In all 6 of those games, Heavy was only coming away with 1 or 2, and that's most of the time after they've basically wiped out. It's an extra bonus for them after taking out 3 members from the side of BTR. If BTR changes their priority to play for picks and not only looking at that front line, but more so they play 2-on-2, I think that they could open up a lot more opportunities to eventually find the full squad wipe.
Lots of theory crafting, lots of thinking. I hope if Bigatron has a coach, we don't know if they have a coach, this is just based off of a guess. Maybe we will see them when we go back to Bigatron's perspective. I'm kind of wondering, okay, it looks like we do have a coach here for the team. I kind of wonder, just coming into game number 2 here, what kind of pep talk that you would have had to have given the team here, because round number 1, I don't think it's a stretch to say it's probably very demotivating, very demoralizing to have lost in such a fashion for that first game, and especially on a map such as Kalahari. So obviously talking strats, talking about what the pick orders are going to be and maybe priority picks, but I think the players also need to sort of discuss with the coach, like, hey, you know, just seeing that match from your perspective, how do we win the next one, right? Like, there's so much that you have to think about in Clash Squad compared to Battle Royale, because the game modes, there are similarities, okay? You run and gun, okay? That's probably as close as these 2 game modes get. Sorry, run, gun, and loot. That's as close as it gets. But in the thick of it, Clash Squad requires such a different approach to winning the game. Like, the win conditions are the same, right? You kill your opponents.
Yep.
Points are not as important, but it's mostly just wipe the other team. But it's more focused on that team fight.
Yes.
And where are we going to be seeing changes? Is it going to be based on positioning and how the players at the moment for Bigatron are currently trying to run into the fights? Because I just wasn't a fan of the formation that they kept using for a lot of these team fights. It was very fanned out, very spread, and Dix and Kyung a lot of the time were out of reach of Joel and Koja just because that's how their lineup played. 2-2, right? 2 front, 2 back. So if they grouped up a little bit more, would be better. But I do like the band change here for Bigatron. Yeah. Getting rid of that chrono for Heavy, I just think this was a necessary evil.
So necessary. And there we go. We get to see the Zane anyways. From the get-go, if BTR is taking first ban, first pick, they got to have something that influences that second ban. And here, we see that Oscar straight away, but that means, as you mentioned before, and foreshadowed, Cassie and as well as Tatsuya. Cassie really mean on Heavy, on Heavy's side. The squad does very well with this particular character, and I think that BTR might go for the Ignis, if not double down by getting a clue for themselves alongside it.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna pick the Santino.
There's no way you take Santino Cassie.
Okay.
Ignis. I think Ignis was a smart play too, because you've also removed the potential of Ignis going in the way of Bigatron. I don't think, like, if you're Heavy, you want to ensure that you don't have, you know, if you have Ignis on the side of Bigatron, it's much easier to fight into that Cassie. So that's gone. Homer and Coda. This feels like respect picks from Bigatron, saying these were too good in that last game. Let's take these for ourselves. Like, these are not just taking them because they're great characters, but I also feel like they're stealing these options away from Heavy, which smart. But I hope they find a way to incorporate Homer and Coda into this lineup of theirs.
Yeah, at least with the Homer, that means they can get to where they want to be first and minimize the amount of contact they have once they get into the zone that they're looking to fight for. Tatsuya is getting covered over. We're going into the reserve pick time here. But to round out the composition, we need to get a little bit of information, because now that Heavy don't have the raw stopping power to completely say, hey, no, we're gonna chill out for a second without the chrono, without even Zane on their side, using Ignis as a means to kind of influence the direction of where BTR is going to fight might be useful. And with the clue, it's going to double confirm whether or not it is going to be a full engagement if you see the entirety, especially the backline, the backbone of BTR rotating in a particular manner.
Yeah, and Heavy is actually looking really scary because their lineup is all steam ahead. Cassie Tatsuya leading the charge, Ignis a support, providing support fire and also cover with the flame wall, and then you have Clue to provide vision for the team. Now I'm looking at Bigatron and I'm saying like, okay, the team's looking interesting so far, but how do you round things out? I mean, okay, you do have options for snipers, you've got Zane that's going to be able to act as the team's rusher, but what? How do you finalize this lineup? Like, you know Heavy's going to run into you. Are they going to go for a defensive option? Do they decide we're going to go full steam ahead as well? But you're up against Cassie Tatsuya, so it's a bit tough to go toe-to-toe with that pairing already.
It is.
It's tough.
I think if they want to be creative, they can go for like either an A1 to completely shut down the Cassie to get in on the fight. They could also potentially go just for traditional Riptide rhythm, a means to try and punish glue walls, so it doesn't, at least Heavy don't have to get free economy from it. Oh, talking about bypassing glue walls, we get an Iris from the side of BTR.
Okay, so you can bypass glue walls. This is all gun. There's no run in this lineup for Bigatron. It's literally all gun. Like, just you got 3 options for long-range snipers. You've got Iris, you got Cody, you got Home. Obviously, we're going to be seeing the Joel's probably going to play the Iris. I think that just goes without saying. But for the rest of the team, though, so Kyung, Zane. But now that leaves Koja and Deeks. Who's playing Homer and who's playing the Coda? Because we now need to figure out who's going to be working alongside Kyung to fend the front line. Because this is an overwhelmingly tough front line coming in for Heavy.
It really is. And Heavy have no means to stop it, right? They can just throw out like Ignis to kind of slow down the buildup of glue walls on their side. But once they've already crossed the battle lines, I think that BTR will start to swarm them, and I think it's going to be really difficult to maintain. I think right now Heavy, I'm not so sure whether they want to contest for just the center of the map anymore. They could change their game plan to play more 3-in-1 like they did in game number 1, except more so on the outskirts, play default first, get the information without having to use the clue, and then start, you know, closing off the map bit by bit.
Alright, so it looks like our players have locked in their choice of characters for our second matchup between Bigatron and Heavy, folks. So on the side of Bigatron, we have Kyung playing the Zane, Deeks on the Homer, Koja on the Coda, might have to go for a rename there, and Joel on the Iris. On the other side, we have Heavy, who currently is leading with a 1-game advantage in this best of 3. If they win this one, they will take the set 2-0. We've got Boy on the Clue, Don't Cry on the Tatsuya, Mufasa on the Cassie, and finally Alan on the Ignis. And they're running a incredibly terrifying draft because they had a huge wave of success with the Cassie in their games yesterday. So it's time to see how this is going to fare today.
I think that this might just be a repeat here, but with this new lineup, with this new composition that BTR have kind of cooked up here, there might be a couple of moments where BTR can actually find that initial pick. They don't always have to bring it down to 4v4s, turn into 2v2s. They might be able to walk away with a 4v3 on their side if they can utilize this Iris well, because we just don't have a means to break through those glue walls, so you want to contest them, especially when you're up against Heavy. It's more beneficial for BTR to force Heavy to throw their glue walls out. They've got ways to slow them down, to control the map from the get-go, but as soon as we're past like 30 seconds, it's anybody's game. Heavy could have rotated around them. BTR could be looking to prioritize the cyber airdrops. If so, I want to see whether Heavy still has that same priority of the center of the map when they were facing off against BTR, or whether or not they're going to completely say, you know what, we're looking for this Iris. We need to take her out of the picture.
So is it safe to say we were both kind of leaning a little bit more towards Heavy's lineup composition?
I think that BTR actually have the better rushers. I think that on a front-to-front basis in the 2v2s, I think that BTR on a good day can pull this off, especially against like Alan he's felt it before on his previous team with WAG before he made it his way over to Heavy. And even then, I think he's got the most experience playing against them in in a Battle Royale scenario. But now that we've taken away the distractions, he's going to need a team that not only backs him up, the Cassie is always going to be great, but the fact is, he's currently playing the Ignis. He's not on the Tatsuya. He has to be the supporting cast and relay that information to Don't Cry, who forcefully must make movements against BTR.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, if there's a player in this matchup that I trust to play Tetsuya well, it's Don't Cry. I think, especially in that previous round as well. He was on the chrono, but movements from Don't Cry, I feel like he played that last round so well, and I kind of worry for Bigatron actually. How are they even going to deal with with the Tatsuya to begin with? Because just having access to Mufasa that will be providing that support healing as well. It's okay. If Bigatron get big enough and they have access to some of those heavy hitting guns, I can see them maybe going for those 2 to 3 taps on the Tatsuya. But if it's a case of just the same thing that happened in that last game where Heavy accumulated such a huge, like they managed to save up enough for retirement and more, and Bigatron were playing with scraps, you're running a lineup that really needs access to some kind of utility, some guns to really let them shine. So if Bigatron can at least keep this game close and they can somehow manage their economy well, I can see Heavy struggle for sure. But it's really going to come down to, do they have financial literacy?
Do they pay their taxes on time at the right departments, on the right machines, to find the right kiosks to do so? I think that right now it all lies to round number 1. I think that is by far the most important for BTR. Less so for Heavy, but extremely important for BTR. As you mentioned, they're more likely to win that first round because of the active abilities that they have. They're very in your face, they're very, I will manipulate the way that you will play no matter what, and some technically direct damage abilities, right? So in most cases, you would expect BTR to take round number 1 and snowball from that point onwards. From Heavy's side, I think they are worried about round number 1, and they're like, okay, we're probably thinking about round 3, where we get the full reset, maybe look to kind of even out the score in round number 2, but most likely, round 3 is when we pull back.
Okay, so the practice round, as Neptune and I like to call it yesterday, because round 1's an interesting one, right? Because of course you do get some financial assistance if you take that first round, but it's not as substantial as some of the later rounds, right? So I do think though, certain lineups benefit from getting that first round, and I think if anything, it's probably Bigatron, right? You want those guns, and boy, already down, and Don't Cry!
Straight away, can't do much about that. Kyung, he's already on his last leg, somehow still alive. Luckily, popping the Zane just in time before he goes down, but Dixon as well as Mufasa triple peeking the same angle. Kind of crazy to do so, but now Alan whipping out his fist. He doesn't want to get pistol whipped. He just wants to eat the raw lead. He even throws out another Flame Mirage to try and buy a bit more time, maybe cut down a few more, but that's round 1 going into the bag for Vitality. What an opening round for them.
The plan is being set into motion, Gideon. We just gotta follow through with the next couple of games. If they can take these next couple rounds, build up their economy, and get some of those guns that they so desperately need, then I think they're going to be able to melt through Heavy like butter. So round number 2, very important that Bigatron is able to take it. Just looking at some of the investments here, so far we're looking only at defensive, basically helmets and vests, only being picked up by a Bigatron. They do want that survivability, but Heavy, knowing that they are down after that first round, going all in on the extra damage. And we'll have to see if the damage is going to pay off for them, because they need to land a couple of those shots, especially with some of those defensive items in use, as Joel moving inside the building. Kyung is super low. Don't Cry though, trying to find a target, catches out Dix, and he gets it. Kyung and Dix going to be down. Boy though has been caught in the back lines. Don't Cry still tethered to his teammate, looking for his next target there. Flame Wall going to be deployed as well. And Don't Cry, he's caught Joel as well. Koja, last man standing, and it's going to be 1-1.
Unreal coming in from Heavy side. Well, to be fair, BTR made a significant mistake, right? They had a really good initiation here, but then they started to split into their two-on-twos, and I'm surprised that they didn't regroup in time, right? Yes, you expect somebody to be coming in through the buildings. They heard the footsteps to make it happen, but they didn't regroup at the front of the building where they made initial contact. Let's see, round number 3 is where we were expecting Heavy to actually start buying upwards. We got MP5s coming out, a couple of shotguns, VSKs, but also Alan getting himself a scoped weapon of his own. Now from BTR side, they're walking away with this pretty hurt economic wise. 2 level 2 armors, no armor on Koja, as well as helmet, and no armor for Joel.
Yeah, Bigatron, they had such a great lead there with game number 1, but game number 2 can absolutely turn it around. We do have a couple of smoke screens being used, but Kyong's been caught by Mufasa, and that was with a scythe.
Oh, he's still getting beat, but he's running around in the smoke as much as he can to keep dancing around these bullets, allowing Don't Cry to get in on the fight, and also a nade from Alan at some point off the screen. Another round of Heavy. Oh, he turned the corner and sliced him in half.
Jeez, this round, it just happened so fast. You blinked, it started, and as soon as you open your eyes, the round ends. And Heavy, they're taking this so seriously. Yes, okay, sure, Bigatron, you can take game number 1, but the rest is ours now, it seems to be what they're trying to say here. We're up to round number 4 here, folks, with a score of 1-2. Bigatron Vitality going up against Heavy, and so far Heavy are looking incredible after that 3rd round. And Koja already trying to poke onto Alan. Doesn't quite get too many bullets in, but does get a little bit of damage in. And look at this, Kyong already looking to go right into this fight for the team with Dix.
Oh, it's
catch Mufasa. Oh!
It's so close. Dix is already taken out one. Mufasa's the next to fall here. A much better play coming in is Kyong using Dix as a bit of a bait. Gets into the back of them. Alan finds another nade onto Kyong's side. Alan's really landing these nades. One of the few players continue to consistently do so. He sees the man through the flames. Unfortunately, his back is wide open. What a play coming in from Alan. He is one hell of a clash squatter right now.
Oh my gosh, it looks like this graph looked like it was going to go in favor of Bigatron, but now it's leaning quite heavily in favor of Heavy now after taking round number 4. So the scoreline now up to 1 versus 3. The Heavy, 3 more games, and they're going to be able to take the set. But for Bigatron, they've got to start getting some more points on that board. They can't let Heavy run away with this match, because if Heavy take over the next 2 games, I think that might just be it for Bigatron. They are so reliant on their economy, and still, it's just not where they want it to be.
This is a pretty significant round because, again, they're investing heavily into tier 3 armors, tier 2 helmets only. They want to be able to kind of bring that equipment to the next round. Every one of these deaths from Bigatron is going to be devastating. And Heavy, they understand that. Hiding in the smoke here, trying to contest for the cyber airdrop. They've already consumed 2 at this point, but they're not making it easy. However, you can tell the difference in weaponry. Kyong finding 1. Don't Cry, the next to fall. This is a similar opening, but Koja does go down. It's a 2v2 scenario as Joel ends up getting blasted. Alan pulls it back just a little. Kyong needs a little bit of help as Joel gets taken out. BTR. Oh, Kyong! He gets beamed. Alan with a shoulder, with the help of jumping on somebody's shoulders, managing to find 1, but Buhoy ends up losing his life, turning this into a 2v1 scenario, and Alan can't do much as the Homer drone has been thrown out. They need a shoulder boost here. They need something, and Koja, with such an important victory, pull it back for Bigatron Vitality. 2-3.
2-3. Okay, this is where things could go back and swing in favor of Bigatron if they can take the next round after this one, because they finally have a little bit more economy to work with. And being able to slow down Heavy, I feel like this is so important in this particular matchup, because Bigatron, they are going all in on this very late game oriented competition. Their lineup in the late game is terrifying, because you pop out your head, the top of your head, the top of your scalp, it ain't safe unless you have some kind of cover. Even a helmet's not going to be able to save you. So for Heavy to sort of keep themselves in the game, they can't afford to let Bigatron run away with this and just build up the economy of a lifetime. So Mufasa and Don't Cry gonna be out there to spot things up and set things up for Alan. And Buhui staying very far back, and beautiful grenade being thrown out onto Alan. He's gonna have to try and heal up a little bit in a second. He's super low. Kyong still playing around the edge of those crates. The smoke screen buying so much time for Heavy to try and go back the other way. Kyung gonna cap a little bit of damage there from Mufasa. Doesn't go down, but Koja, first one to go down. Bigatron, they've lost Koja.
They were communicating, and now Mufasa is the next to fall, but don't worry. Oh no, Alan! He ends up going down! Getting beamed down by Kyung, and he can't do much about it. Don't cry. He's got to win this for the team, but unfortunately, he only finds one before he gets shot right through the temple. Tax Bracket Revolt. You get to join the people down on the ground. Bigatron Vitality. Great shots here, because I definitely thought that, I felt like Joel just wasn't in the fight, but then he finds the line of sight, eventually able to cover that distance, to cut through mid before taking everybody else out.
3-point apiece for both of these teams, so now nobody is leading. So we're going to have to find out who will be able to win this round, because I have to say, this particular area on Bermuda, especially for Clash Squad, a lot of teams seem to struggle navigating this area. So we'll have to find out if Bigatron, they want to try and play with elevation, because at the moment they're just running into heavy, which Kyung, this man has suddenly got the balls of steel to run into Mufasa, and don't cry, Mufasa very low. Flame Wall comes through as well. Kyung and Mufasa both gonna hit the ground at the same time, and Deeks, he loses against Don't Cry.
Don't cry. He's doing work. He's doing work. He's already taken out 2 here. Heavy. Oh my god! His back exposed! And Joel takes him out. No problem! A headshot is already good enough. But Buhue put down at literal 1 HP. Gets behind Joel, but it's too late because Homer is there to take him out. Dick's in the position. And BTR up against Heavy is turning out to be a closer match than we thought.
This could have been Heavy's round, but I kind of feel like Don't Cry got a little bit greedy trying to go for the pickup on his teammates, right? Because his back was exposed, he was at less than half health, which means you don't need a lot to eliminate him. And by the time he reacted after being shot at, it was just far too late. So Heavy, I kind of feel like the team is making a few mistakes, and I wonder if it's just because this game isn't so one-sided like it was in that first matchup. And Bigatron are now leading, so Heavy need to stay calm, composed, refocus, and figure out, okay, we can't play as if we're in the lead anymore. We have to take this seriously. Alan! Oh, so much damage already. Half of his health gone. Same with Boy.
I mean, as long as they're not losing bodies, medkits can be used, bodies cannot be recovered at this point. And I think that from Heavy's side, they understand that they don't have the stopping power. There's nothing to deter Bigatron from running at them unless they are connecting shots. So they have to put some real pressure on the board. Alan taking elevated position, and Mufasa needs to cover this window. He must deny access to the resources, and then we go Buhue quickly turning the corner with the micro Uzi to turn this around. Ignis with the flame Mirage to open things up for them, and Don't Cry hops up. It's changing positions as they know that Bigatron want to push through. Homer drone has been thrown out, no line of sight for the sniper. It's just a 2v2 scenario. Make it a 2v1 as Don't Cry, losing his teammate, needs to think about the outside, but maintaining control over this house is key, as Alan is the one who takes the space onto Joel, turning it into a 2v3.
Wow, interesting play there from Don't Cry, actually proning to try and dodge those shots, and beautiful equalizer here for Heavy after a very, very interesting fight there next to the windowsill. Even though they lost Mufasa very early, they were able to play around the compound, all this natural cover, to chase out poor Bigatron, who thought they were going to be able to bait Heavy into that building themselves. So we're now 4 apiece. Heavy sticking to Bigatron's tail, going to be extremely stubborn, because if they can, they would love to take the set 2-0, but you can see Bigatron, they're fighting back, and they are fighting for that game number 3. Winner of this next round is going to be at match point, and that's going to put pressure on their opponent.
Early Flame Mirage, 1 charge has been used towards the cyber airdrop, as we see that Heavy wants to take control over it once again. Be dropping 2 blue walls. A lot of commitments here just for the cyber airdrop as they, again, wait, hold on. Alan, he's turning the corner to go for the initial flank, to jump in the smoke. He finds Dix, and that's a huge pick. Now, Mufasa needs to get involved, but Kyung is not letting them go through as he goes for his own flank. Don't Cry protects himself. Koja and Heavy, and as well as Mufasa, trade, but Alan has already lost his head. A quick sniper shot from Joel, again, finally getting involved in the game.
All of a sudden, Bigatron are now at match point, and Heavy need to win 2 games back-to-back if they want to have a chance at being able to secure a 2-0 win of this set. But for Bigatron, they want that game number 3, and they are fighting for it. And I have to say, the positioning for Bigatron, it's been on point for these last couple rounds. I loved how Joel was playing on that rooftop, because for Heavy, they didn't have anyone to stop him, right? Because Buhui, he was taken out so early, so without access to their sniper and also losing Clue's ability, they lost quite a lot of vision on the side of Heavy. So, match point here for Bigatron. Going to try and play around the natural cover here, but if you're Heavy, you've got to take this match into your own hands. Try to force a fight somewhere where you want it to be. You can't have it out in the open because there are too many snipers on the side of Bigatron. So if they can force it out into any of these congested areas like this, a bottleneck is perfect, and they caught Kyung!
Beautiful, beautiful stuff, and even Buhui has been relaying the information. All of them just chunked out before the fight even happened, and Buhui getting a headshot onto Kyung's side as Mufasa as well as Joel going to be trading against each other, which is actually great for Heavy at this point, who's so far ahead. Great shots coming in from Don't Cry. What a setup this was. Look at this setup. So Buhui, he's controlling the center of the map by looking through the warehouse, while the rest of the team goes on to the left side of the mini-map, tries to take control, forces Bigatron Vitality back into mid, and then they use the side entrance to start spilling their way through once they funneled them in. You said it perfectly, Danny. Right now, Bigatron Vitality are just playing into Heavy's web.
Oh man, and look at where we are as well. Oh man, so here's the plan, just based off of where that circle is going to be. If you're Bigatron, take it slow. Take it slow. You want that circle to be as small as possible because it's going to be in very open spaces. But for Heavy, you have to play with all of these choke points now while you still have access to them. And Don't Cry, right next to Kyung, that glue wall though is perfectly placed because it means that Kyung, he can't just simply go for the one tap onto Don't Cry. Oh, but Don't Cry! Caught by Kyung!
Now we see that Koja, he's got a bit of a flank angle in case that Heavy decides to start backing up. But with Kyung down and Don't Cry already eliminated, Koja is gonna try his luck here. Dix needs to jump out. He finds one with the nade, gets Mufasa with a shotty, and now has to control the space. He's brought his friend back up, and now Buhui is all by himself. Good read for the side of Bigatron by Vitality. He's gonna go for it, tries it, misses. One more time. Okay, there we go. Headshot coming in from Joel to pull back map number 2.
Game number 3 is set, folks. Bigatron Vitality keep their dreams alive by locking in game number 2 and tying the set 1-1. And as for Heavy, I have to say that second game, although it was very close, you do need to start worrying a little bit because Heavy, they had access to the Katatatsu. This is a signature combo for them. And they also had Ignis as their support fire. And it still wasn't enough to beat Bigatron and this very complicated lineup. It was a lineup that needed so many things to go right. You don't have a classic frontliner. You only really have Zane that can be your frontliner. You've got Iris, Coda, and Homo who kind of want to be away from the fights if possible. It was just, man, Heavy. Game 3, if I'm Heavy, what am I thinking? Am I thinking the issue was that lineup for Bigatron? Was it maybe a Heavy problem where maybe they got a bit complacent thinking that they had the winning draft? Maybe it was a map problem. Oh man, yeah, Heavy need to laser focus now because just based off of game number 1, I think we both thought it may have just been a 2-0, but Bigatron, they bite back and they bit back hard.
They bit back extremely hard. I think the simple, from draft standpoint, the only solution that they have right now, knowing that at least from Bigatron's side, they kind of figured out how their priority of drafts is going to be, go straight to first pick, right? Immediately take control over first pick. Say, hey, it's either you let the Oscar through or you give me Chrono. It's one or the other. Because the biggest problem right now is the fact that so far BTR, they've clearly gotten the firepower, right? On their individual 1v1s, per person on average is expected to win. And Joel came up so huge on the rounds and especially on the maps that gave him those long angles. 5,000 damage, 8 eliminations, already showing how good he is, but more so with how the rest of the team is playing, they're now starting to incorporate what Heavy want to do, which is, we're gonna make first contact, slow the fight down as much as possible, keep control over the tempo before regrouping, because the one thing that Heavy have over Vitality, they've got better communication, and their regrouping is so so good. We've seen BTR get caught out way too many times by Heavy dissipating and then regrouping together to find the individual fights.
Incredible numbers being pulled out by Joel. 5,000 damage, 15 assists, 8 eliminations to his name alone. This man worked, and he worked hard in that previous round, and hopefully he's ready to do this again in game number 3, because if they want to stay in that competition, they're going to have to pull out all the stops. They're going to have to pull out all their best characters. I think at this point you have to question if you're Bigatron, okay, what are we going to pick first? Which actually, I do have information. First ban for our game number 3 is Heavy.
Yep. It's a simple solution to the problem, right? Again, they know that BTR has their number as of right now, especially if they're first pick. It's time that they take control over the scenario, pose the question to BTR by Vitality, hey, which are you going to let through? Because in a game sense, their game plan is heavily dependent on tempo. And if they don't have that tempo, things are going to go out of control. BTR, they solved their issues. They figured out, all right, first round is where we need to win. We have a lineup with utility that doesn't necessarily need high firepower to get value out of round 1. But if we happen to get extra economy to find those big weapons, that's perfect for us too. We just want to keep applying pressure to Heavy.
All right, how does Heavy retaliate to this? Because they're going to know that there is going to be a lot of pressure coming out from Bigatron, especially on Nextera. So, priority picks. We have to talk about these because the pick orders are going to matter here. So Heavy gets first ban, meaning that they will get the first pick, but Bigatron are going to get the next 2 picks. If you're Heavy, what's more important here? Do they continue to go with the Cassie? Do they try and go for a first pick for this? Because I know some teams in the past have prioritized Cassie. Or do they go and pick something that might have slipped through the cracks, such as a Chrono? I don't think Oscar's going to make it through, but I'm just going to mention the guy's name because he's just that dang good. Santino, I kind of feel like Heavy don't care about the Santino. I think that's something that they're willing to let slip through because it's just not something that they're probably keen on playing themselves.
Oh yeah, I mean, considering their playstyle of like looking to kind of control the map, disperse, regroup, constantly in play with the with new angles as the enemy members start to fall down, it makes a lot of sense for them to not care about the Santino because most of the time with the space that they have, they'll probably just see the body double, the mannequin just zipping by. They just have to break it, and then that's one problem solved, right? So they're just gonna have to. I think in this case, since they're first pick, that means the first ban is either going to be the Zane, if not something random like Santino if they wanted to, even though they don't care about it, right? At the end of the day, they're giving BTR the question of, do you care about our Chrono so much that you are willing to give away the Oscar? And if you decide to ban anything else, that means I'm going to get one of these picks, you are also going to get one of the power picks, but you're not going to be able to get both at the same time.
Yeah. Man, I'm just thinking, what's the priority here for everybody? You can see Bigatron, they're already discussing their game number 3. If you're Bigatron, what's a must get? What's a character that they've played so well in these past couple games that they really want to get their hands on? And actually, we're ready to jump into the draft here, Gideon. Zane, first ban for Heavy, so no more Zane for Kyong moving forward. But now Bigatron have to decide, do they ban the Chrono? Do they ban the Oscar? Because if they let the Oscar through, Heavy's gonna get it. There's the Oscar ban.
I mean, they're hovering over it. We'll see whether they're gonna lock it in, because this is a really difficult choice, because you know that Heavy is so good with Oscar to slow down and play to their game style, right? But they have to get rid of this Oscar, if not their front line is gonna collapse straight away. So Chrono's gonna be the lock-in for the side of Heavy, but here's where BTR can get a little funky with it, right? So now that Chrono has been selected, at this point, I think that they need to pick up Ignis for themselves, and then maybe pair it up with something else. Oh no! Homer?
Dang, that's this early? Dang. Maybe they're afraid of Heavy going for the Homer. Let's assume if Cassie doesn't get picked yet, Cassie Homer, the Heavy. Possibly for the next 2. But then again, I'd rather Cassie Ignis actually if I'm going Chrono first.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think that BTR need to take away one of those picks. Okay, there we go. The Ignis finally shows up.
There we go.
I'm still surprised that the Homer got picked up so early on, but I guess it just means that BTR prioritized their own game plan more than anything else. So Heavy, they've got the Chrono, Coda is showing up. It could be, Coda or Clue, really doesn't matter which. The question is whether they want to kind of lean into that Cassie, or is there a bit of a problem now that Ignis is in play? Do they have to have a faster means to approach things?
Well, Cassie is being highlighted, so I don't think we're going to be seeing much of a deviation. The Heavy, as soon as it gets locked in, they even go into reserve time as well, so they're really trying to think this through and say, is it worth getting Cassie and the Coda here? Because, alright, apparently it was worth it. So Cassie, Coda, Chrono set up here for Heavy, Ignis, Homer. What are options here for Bigatron? They need another rusher. Tatsuya's still in the pool, so that's probably the next best thing if they want to go for Tatsuya. But who else would you even consider for a potential front runner?
I think, well, considering how Heavy plays, I think there is a use case for Dimitri, I think. Only because, well, then again, there is a bit of counterplay, because Heavy is known to scatter and then regroup really, really well. If you can catch them on the regroup, it's great. If you catch them on the scatter, not so fun. But at the end of the day, BTR, they need a means to kind of pressure Heavy to force out the time turner as soon as possible. Once that cooldown is kind of out of the way, then BTR can really start to play the game.
And Bigatron haven't even highlighted anything, so you can tell they're really trying to make a decision here. So, oh, A124? A124, currently highlighted here for Bigatron. Fantastic against teams that want to rush at you, which that's what Cassie Chrono wants to do. They want to run at you, and A124 essentially can block that.
Oh, it is
so
coming down to the wire. 10 seconds left on their pick reserve time.
And Iris.
Whew. That was
Man,
bit of a clencher there, bit of a clencher. I think at the end of the day, BTR are like, okay, we've been hyper aggressive. Now it's just like we're trying to aim for your ligaments, you know? We want to get at your elbows. We don't want to go straight for the temple. We want to cut your ankles. Any way to reduce how effectively you can gain ground on us.
Yeah, and Skylar is going to be the potential choice here for Heavy, and that's going to be the pick. Okay, so we do have glue wall melters, haha, on both sides. So we've got Ignis, we've got Skylar, the Heavy, so teams are not going to be able to fully rely on hiding behind those blue walls. We have, actually, oh no, we do have Vision, sorry. So Bigatron has Vision, Heavy has access to Coda. Interesting there's no clue in this round, but I think with how Bigatron play, they are much more suited with playing these very, very aggressive lineups. They've got so much utility to work with, especially if the game goes late and both teams are tied on economy. Whereas for Heavy, I mean, I like their lineup too, but there are so many things they have to worry about on the side of Bigatron. Like, you can't rely on your blue walls because you have to deal with an Iris and an Ignis. Then you have an A124 that's going to be there to potentially disable any of your actives and skills. So you can't just freely run around as Cassie Chrono in these team fights anymore.
Yeah.
I'm kind of wondering if you're Heavy, are you... I mean, I don't think they're panicking, but all of a sudden they just can't play the way that they did the past two games.
I think they still can, but they also have to incorporate, in addition, to have a very coordinated trigger finger. Because what both compositions have very similarly is their breaching power. As soon as the utility dump, the active skill card dump is applied, you throw the Riptide Rhythm, you know, Chrono needs to kind of get and create space for the team, drop down the time turner to allow Cassie and Coda to kind of walk up from their own angles, but it's just so much more devastating for BTR if their abilities connect. And if they don't connect, that's when Heavy can actually really take the game right to BTR's faces. Because if A124 misses, wow, that opens up a ton of possibilities for Heavy to play their own individual angles, knowing that BTR doesn't have raw information to be given to them without the help of a clue, without the help of a Coda on their side. They're just forced to kind of play back, wait for Heavy to kind of gather together and catch them when they group up rather than scatter. And if it doesn't work, they just have to rinse and repeat. Back off, find angles, fight again.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, this is game number three for some... I don't know what happened there. Game 3 between Bigatron and Heavy. This is the final game of this best of 3 set. Winner will be proceeding through the tournament, but the loser, unfortunately, will be eliminated and will no longer be in the running to win any of the prize money. So, Everything is on the line. Interesting lineups across the board here for both of our teams. Starting with Heavy this time. We have Don't Cry playing on the Chrono, Alan on the Chrono, Mufasa on the Cassie, and Buihui on the Skylar. On the side of Bigatron, Joel will be playing on his signature Iris, Koja on the A124, Deeks on the Homer, and Kyung on the Ignis. And I know a lot of people are looking at Bigatron's lineup thinking, hey, where's your front line, you know, because we're so used to seeing Chrono, Tatsuya, Oscar, Zane, at least one of these characters being on either of the lineups, but Bigatron, they've gone for a very tactical lineup that can punish what Heavy has. But the problem they're going to run into is if Heavy breach their defenses, you may be in trouble if A124 has already used their active ability. So a lot of precision being required for Bigatron to be able to pull this off, but last round they did play a very complicated, very technical lineup. They managed to pull that off to success. So if I'm Heavy, sure, okay, Bigatron, they've got a very, very scary lineup if it's pulled off correctly, but I do think Heavy, they have the tools, they have the utilities to break through. They just need to be extremely calculative with how they enter the fights, where they decide to have the fights, and when the fights take place. Because so far for this best of 3 EDM, it's been pretty interesting seeing a lot of the fights basically as soon as they start shooting, 30 seconds later, it's over. We have not seen a lot of long rounds for these teams at all.
No, none at all. And I think, you know, based on the gameplay from both sides, it's kind of understandable why it's gone to such lengths where teams, players even, consistently trading against each other. Buhoin as well as Joel, Koja. I think at this point, it is high risk, high reward for BTR, right? And I think right now, their opening positions need to give us an idea of how they're going to enact their game plan. Because from Heavy's perspective, they are the ones who don't have to be as aggressive. They don't have to influence their opponents enough to put them in a bad position. BTR kind of depend on Heavy to be in an awkward spot.
Yep. Alright, let's see how things happen in Grav Labs. For the pistol round here, whoever gets the advantage is going to be a pretty happy duck going into round number 2. But Bigatron playing with a lot of elevation, and Joel very far back as well. And looking to run into Bigatron. That's very, very risky. I mean, this man has got all the confidence in the world. But Hyung, first one to go down. Beautiful snipes from Alan.
Really, really good bait here. Really amazing bait. I thought they were trolling for a second there, but no, it was all part of the plan. Great synchronization coming in from Heavy's side. Have one man climb over the edge. Why did all 3 members of BTR have to look the same way? Opening up a huge hole, allowing Alan, allowing Mufasa to start weaving in their shots, turning round 1 super, super simple for Heavy.
Oh man, Heavy already off to a strong start. This is what they need, by the way. You can't really give that first round away to Bigatron because they have that very scary late game lineup. So if Heavy can continue to snowball from here, they might be able to just overwhelm what Bigatron have. Already Joel, half of his health gone. My goodness, this man.
Yeah, but they
gonna have to try and get that health back somehow.
They have to control this height. There's just no other option, especially for this particular map here. You can see where the centering is eventually going to come. You can see that Joel is coming out of the side, but Buhei has the exact same idea. Kyung, he goes down. He pushes up way too far forward, but Don't Cry. Oh! Manages to get right in front of the Flame Mirage, and more importantly, have a glue wall to keep himself alive, denying the space. Joel, he will take out Buhei, and now turning this into a 2v2. Alan, he's already found that flank. He's been so good on these flanks every single time, and he makes sure to cover his angles too as he finds another one. Nicely done by Alan as well as Mufasa.
Oh, very, very scary moment here to be a Bigatron fan because Heavy, they've just taken the first 2 rounds. They looked fantastic as well. Heavy, if anything, I have to say props to Alan. This man has done so much in these first 2 rounds, and we're back to Intellect Center here for our 3rd round here. Bigatron, they need to grab a win somewhere so they can build up that economy, but Heavy, if they keep winning these rounds back to back to back, it might just be certain doom for our Indonesian squad. So the round has begun. Round number 3. Can Bigatron get a point on the board?
Well, let's find out here because so far they're going to fall into line of sight And Don't Cry is going to get hit by the Homer initially. Has to pull backwards. And right now you can see that Alan, he's playing a bit of a default here. He's pretty deep in terms of like disrupting the backline as well. Making sure that Joel can't do anything. Allowing the rest of the heavy members to start circling the rest of that tower. Buhui finds Dix. Alan finds Joel. Koja fights back. But it's just too much pressure coming in from heavy side. No sniper. All the problems start crashing down for Bigatron.
Yeah, so I think we're starting to see this weakness coming in from Bigatron's lineup because they just don't really have a lot going for them if it's going to be a direct clash between two teams. Bigatron, they've got a lot of sniping power, they've got a lot of gunpowder, but if it comes to sustain, if it comes to CQC, they don't have that same level of freedom that Heavy do because just the existence of Chrono and Cassie alone, those two characters are the kings of CQC if you can't snipe them with 1 or 2 taps. So yeah, for Bigatron, they really need to figure something out because so far what they're doing, it's not working and they need to find an answer somewhere because Alan almost losing his head. Woo! That was close.
Very
That's why you wear your helmet, boys.
That's why. Gotta stay safe. Gotta protect yourself from these, well, I'd like to say it's just a concussion, but it's a lot more than that in this game. And even so, Dix, he could be turning the corner into some real heavy danger here. Outside of the time turner, we see that Don't Cry is already cutting through the members of Bigatron. Unfortunately for Joel, he's already down, and Bigatron must play without their sniper for the rest of this match. 3 points in the side of Heavy, and you can feel that pressure immensely. With Wuhui also gone, Kyung is taking a large amount of suppressing fire. Still has his medkit, but he's hidden behind cover as the blue continues to force it in. Koja has been denying this angle from Mufasa's side, and Mufasa's sick of it. He's already landed 1 shot. He's got the P90 in hand, but Kyung is too far to do any relevant damage. He doesn't want to drop down to the ground either.
Yeah, it's a little bit scary because if they drop, they are stuck in that animation lock, so Mufasa just going to be chunking down that glue wall from Deeks if possible, and Deeks actually going to go right under this moving platform that's in the blue zone. Mufasa, you gotta be careful. Oh no, Kyung! He's caught him! That's gonna be Mufasa bleeding out on the ground all by himself, leaving Alan and Don't Cry to maybe salvage this game. But, oh man, Heavy, I mean, there is an advantage just trying to stay on that upper level, but you have to watch out for that blue zone. And Koja caught by Don't Cry. Alan gonna be hitting the floor as well thanks to Kyung. It's a 1v1, Don't Cry versus Deeks. All it takes is 1.
Oh no, but he accidentally gets clipped just by the edge of the Flame Mirage. And losing that extra bit of health might have been the difference maker here, but I mean the rate of fire coming out of this upgraded MP5 is just, it's a little too much. Wouldn't have mattered at the end of the day. Even so, an important win for Bigatron to keep themselves in this game. Oh my goodness.
Oh man, 1 to 3. So Bigatron, 1 point on the board. That is all it takes for this team to maybe be able to claw their way back in. And it was round number 4 as well. And in the previous weeks leading up to today's play days, round 4 has been considered the golden hour, the golden round for some of these teams. And if you win round 4, it's a sign that you're going to have a comeback. But Kyung, first one to already hit the ground and no one's there. So he's going to start bleeding out unless a backstab comes in, and maybe they can try and go for these 1 to 2 taps to save his teammate. And all of a sudden we do see one running in. Kyung and Mufasa now on the ground together. Koja super low for Bigatron. Don't Cry doing the best that he can, playing through that window. Finishes off Kyung as well. And it's going to be 2 versus 3. 2 versus 2. Don't Cry. Next one to go down. And Bihui. Alan all alone.
Oh no, Alan, he wasn't expecting his backline to get flanked so fast here. Good attempt from Bigatron. As now they're going to heal themselves back up to 100% and get back into this fight. With Dixon as well as Joel so close to each other, they know exactly where Alan is going to be. A bit of a chip coming in from Dixon. That's totally fine, but he accidentally walks into Alan because of that. Joel, is this mistake that they were looking for? Doesn't matter. Just raw numbers is enough to take him down. There's no way you're pushing through 400 health that easily.
Bit of a scary moment there for Bigatron, but they do take the round, and that means all of a sudden the score is 2 to 3, and Bigatron, with every successful round, their bank account is getting bigger, it's getting larger, it's getting more delicious, because look at the loadout. Look at the loadout for Bigatron. I'm terrified for Heavy.
Hey, but Heavy is also putting a lot of commitment into this round. This is where both of the squads are going to be even economic-wise, right? And you can tell by their loadouts and the investments in armors that they don't plan on losing this. Ideally, they want to hold off on, you know, dying, ideally. Oh! Dix goes down. Mufasa with a really sweet nade, leaving Kyung all by himself. Mufasa is going to quickly drop to the floor as Don't Cry already lost his head, but he needs to work together with Alan to start running up this control, and they find him with Buhui with a snipe of his own, leaving only Kyung to his demise. What a play coming in from Heavy side. Great coordination, and now they're just going to fry this last glue wall.
Oh, just a slight balancing greed and trying to save your teammates. You know, it's such a fine balance where just that microsecond, that decision to say, okay, I'm gonna try and save my teammate. We've seen so many times in this game mode, saving teammates can cost you your life. You can lose rounds because you decide that you're gonna try and go and pick up your teammate. So that's just an example to anyone at home. Be very, very mindful of who you pick up and when, because you need a little bit of time, okay? You need a little bit of time, need cover, use everything that you can to buy that time. But if, you know, if you're just not lucky, if there's one spot, if you can be shot at, it's not a good time to save your teammate. 2-4 at the moment though, so Heavy's still leading by 2 points, but with them grouping up onto Kyung and Dix, if any of them go down, which Kyung does, oh no, and with the team split, this is not where you want to be.
I don't know how BTR are so disconnected, how so unaware they are sometimes. It feels like right now Heavy is just superiorly more aware of not only the map and angles and what they have access to. Oh, whoa, nearly losing his head there. Alan's got to be a little careful as Joel is keeping him in check as Don't Cry is fighting for the second floor against Kojak, who denies him any space to crawl up. Now the glue wall is a bit of a problem, but they still find him. They do take him out. Koja inevitably falls, and Joel all by himself will need to land multiple headshots. Finds the first one. Do it again. Do it, Joel. Don't let people talk bad about you. It's not a fluke. He finds the second. All right, 2 more. Third one. Okay, that was just on the same body. But if he can get to somebody who's standing on his feet, that would be ideal. If Maal could pull it off, you can too, Joel. A very, very interesting pickup from the side of BTR, but has already proven his worth. Alan turns the corner. No way they don't hear that. No way. He whiffs the first one, but Dix managed to hide back, and Dix, he's just baiting for Joel. He wants Joel to take this, and unfortunately, Dix is the one who has to take it. If not, he will die. Oh, what a scary round. Pulled back by Joel.
Don't underestimate the Iris, okay? You think you're safe, you think that there's nothing coming your way, but Joel's just masterful play of that Iris, catching two crucial snipers, 2 crucial snipes from Joel, heavily tilting the game in favor of Bigatron. So if you're Heavy, you really need to set your attention onto that sniper, because you can't afford to let this Iris just get those 3 shots like that. Like, we already saw how much damage Joel can achieve all by himself. So round 8 out of 11, 3-4. Bigatron want to close this gap and force a 4-4 match score. But if you're Heavy, you want to force out that match point by winning this round. Then Don't Cry trying to find the opening, but Joel caught by Bihui.
They're going to try their best here. They have to play on the outer side of that house as they force them out of it. They're just so aware of who's exiting and entering the house. They're trying to make sure the home invaders stay in there. Buhui finds another headshot as Dix takes out Mufasa up in that front line. Buhui, he needs to protect himself, keep his hands up, but unfortunately, Alan will find Dix. Dix does take out Don't Cry on his way out, but Kyung is able to find one back. And now Buhui, one opportunity, one shot, tries to go for it, misses, turns around the corner. Kyung takes him out at the very end. Oh my goodness, came down to the wire once more. Heavy, really good plan. They didn't want to get flanked anymore. They sent Buhui with the rest of the squad. They got very close to the edge, but this is what I was talking about. Bigatron, they've got that firepower, especially in the middle of the chaos. They may not be as aware as Heavy in terms of every member's positions while as they rotate across the map, but take away those distractions, Bigatron has got that in the bag. 4-4.
I think Kyung has just taught everybody a very valuable lesson. Even though it's 2 versus 1 and you might be the one, don't give up. Juke, use everything within your arsenal to be able to turn that round around, because you absolutely can. Now, speaking of this round, it's 4-4. Alan not looking too healthy, so he just needs to be healed up a smidge. Mufasa, though, looking to breach into this defense, and so far not quite finding it. Koja though has been caught by Bihui, so all of a sudden they're already down one player on the side of Bigatron, and we are going to continue to see the push here as Don't Cry looking for that elimination. We'll find Kyung. Don't Cry though next to hit the floor. Mufasa go with Alan, but no, the connection has been lost. Alan on his own finds Koja. Beautiful glue wall to go for a blockade, and he's going to be able to buy some more time. Joel trying to come in as well. Alan, this man finally goes down, but Bihui the sniper's still here, and all it takes is one bullet to scrape by Deeks and Kyung to maybe bring this to a match point for Heavy. Bihui, he gets to pick up. No, he doesn't.
Finds at least.
Get Deeks.
I mean, he found that one execution, but Helen, he just bleeds out here. Kyung and Dix, they get back up just in time here. A good slowdown, especially from the side of Bigatron by Vitality. They don't want to go into these 1v1 scenarios anymore. They need to turn into a 2v1 whenever possible to save as much of the econ as possible. Because again, it's 3 airdrops to none. 3 cyber airdrops in favor of Heavy, which is why they are coming out with big weaponry every single round. Tier 3 helmets, Tier 3 weapons, the best weapons possible, Tier 3 armors. They just stay ahead of the game that way. But Bigatron by Vitality, they're not pushovers from that last round. Again, primaries and secondaries have been purchased, and early Homer used to contest for the high ground. This time, they're not committing everybody to the high ground.
Okay, so a bit of a 2-2 split here. Don't Cry going to lead the charge. And there we go, Flame Mirage going to finally go down as Mufasa. Going to keep himself linked up to Don't Cry, so any damage done by Deeks is going to be absolutely nullified. Kyung will be coming in though alongside Joel. The sniper is here, hoping to provide some cover fire for the team. Mufasa though, first one to go down, followed by Don't Cry. Bihui as well. Alan, very, very low. If they lose this round, it's going to be Bigatron, and Bigatron take it!
4 headshots just like that. Joel was put in an amazing position. I can't believe that Heavy let him get away with that. They sent their initial flanker out, but Joel, despite getting pressured, was able to sneak in 2 shots, which saved the front line, and then took out his chaser, his stalker in the back. Nicely played from the side of BTR, and the first time we see that Heavy get pushed to a 2-1.
Oh my gosh, and just the start of that set, a lot of us thought it was going to be a potential 2-0 because Bigatron looked woeful, honestly. Game number 1, woeful, a little all over the place. It was just Heavy steamrolling through the team, but then all of a sudden they come back in game number 2, and then all of a sudden game number 3, it's almost as if we were just looking at a brand new team. Bigatron, I loved that they were able to... Their mentality was elastic, okay? Things did not look very good in game number 1, but they just flipped the script. They snapped back into their original mentality of it doesn't matter, that's just one game. We've still got another game to go. They take the next game. All right, guys, reset, match point. We got to win this one game. They take it. We don't care if we're Heavy. We're going to the next stage. But unfortunately for Heavy, though, they're out of the competition. And I was kind of excited to see Heavy move through, but only one person can make it through in a best of 3, and it's going to be Bigatron to move on, but the Heavy fans, you're going to have to say goodbye to them for now.
I have to admit, the Vietnamese squads have been coming up like not only from VR side, but also from Clash Squad side. They've really looked to improve this entirety after the summer edition of Free Fire World Series 2025, and I think they've improved significantly, right? Which translates into the VR side of things. It all kind of adds up together. Yes, obviously there are times where you're not going to be playing at your best, and I think that unfortunately their biggest problem was Joel. Every time he's allowed free access to angles where he can play his long angles, he somehow just gets profit. This man doesn't know how to lose money. He only gains.
He only gains. Joel games. I love it. But you're not wrong though, right? There was... The only pressure we saw Joel sort of receive in these fights was if he got caught out. And there were a few scenarios, it was mostly Alan, right? Alan's job was essentially to hunt down Joel, but if Alan was busy with the team, all of a sudden Joel had free reign to do whatever he wanted, and he pumped out big numbers. Several times in that series, we saw Joel on his Iris grab so many crucial knockouts that essentially opened the game wide open for Bigatron to take. So I really feel like in this matchup, you can't afford to let Joel just sort of have a free game as that sniper. You don't let him sit on the rooftop for free. You have to make him fearful to even stick his head out to shoot somebody. So Joel, I mean, he did what he did with everything that was given to him, and Heavy just... Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough at the end of the day. Not enough pressure onto Joel, who did so much in this set.
Yeah, I think that Mufasa and Don't Cry, they're the natural duo that has to hold that front line. Alan can only do so much, truly. He's putting so much effort. 11 eliminations, 5,000 worth of damage. He needs everybody to kind of step up because Bihui, initially, it was Mufasa, Don't Cry in the front line, Bihui and Alan looking to try and flank Joel. And unfortunately, there are times where Alan is needed elsewhere on the map, and in those moments where there is downtime, there's one less shooter to be active on that map, Joel takes that pinch and turns it into just sheer diamonds with the pressure that he's able to apply on this map. 1-6 in Kalahari, 6-5 in Bermuda to pull it back 6-4 on Xterra.
So if you're Bigatron, time to celebrate. They can have a bit of a break as well, but oof, that was scary, especially after seeing game number 1. You know, the confidence in this team really dipping at its all-time lowest. But great news though, we're going to be having an interview very shortly with Bigatron. I want to know how the team is feeling, you know, especially after that very horrible start. Like, how did they kind of bring it back? What kind of changes they made? I would love to hear what the coach's input was, because the players have a different perspective to us because they're in the game, right? They're in the game. They have a feeling of where everybody is and how the game happens. But I kind of wonder how the coaches sort of opened up the players' eyes and how the coach influenced the draft, play style, because I feel after game 1, Bigatron definitely played different. They didn't do the same thing in that first matchup where it was just like run at him, which was what they did. It almost felt like they were just running and smacking their head into a brick wall. This time, they let Heavy run into them. And it really worked out for them, it seemed. You know, every time Heavy ran into them, Bigatron's like, okay, Delta split, we got lots of snipers, capitalize on all this free damage that we can do.
I think they were getting caught up in the conditioning game that happens. You know, when you're playing a game of rock, paper, scissors, and you realize the guy likes to throw rock like 80% of the time, you just immediately assume that's what they're going to do, right? And when they see BTR kind of run up into their faces to try and contest the most important parts of the map, they're like, okay, they're doing the same thing again. And then you see BTR just completely say, no, we're just going to stop here. We're not even going to shoot back, right? We're just going to let Joel do his thing. We just need to stop you from gaining space. And then we get to be the ones to regroup first, in comparison to giving the initiative to you, which we basically did in map number 1. But with that being said, our interview is already coming to fruition. I can't wait. Hopefully we get the coach. Maybe it was a player and a coach, but one way to find out, let's jump right into that interview.
All right. Thank you so much, casters and survivors. Welcome to Indonesia's first interview session of the day. I'm here with Kyo from Bigatron by Vitality, who just successfully beaten Heavy from the Vietnam. Hello, Kyo.
Hello.
You made me a promise. You promised that you guys are going to the top 8, are going to go to the next round, and you made that happen. How does it feel to eliminate? Oh my god, it's still so hard for me to process, but how does it feel to eliminate Heavy on today's opening match? Gimana rasanya berhasil mengeliminasi Heavy di pertandingan pembuka? Aku tuh masih sampai speechless banget ya, survivors, karena gamenya sangat ketat. Bahkan ada posisi tadi kalian ketinggalan dulu sampai akhirnya bisa mengejar ketertinggalan. Gimana perasaan kamu sekarang?
Biasa aja sih, soalnya kan apa yang dibilang awal tadi, Heavy tuh di bawah kita.
Aha, okay, so he's just feeling ordinary because he knows that Heavy is actually a team that's beneath them when it comes to experience and skill. So he's not surprised by this outcome at all. Kato, kalau tadi kan kamu bilang, kamu janji bahwa oke, karena lolos ke babak selanjutnya, yang artinya sekarang sudah ada 2 tim Indonesia nih, EVOS dan juga Bigatron yang memastikan langkah ke babak 8 besar. Gimana pendapat kamu melihat 2 tim dari Indonesia yang sudah lolos dan melihat tim-tim lain yang sayangnya harus gugur tereliminasi lebih dahulu? Aku sambil translate, kamu coba dipikirkan jawabannya ya. So now we have 2 Indonesian team that has successfully proceeded into the next round. We have EVOS Divine and now we have Bigatron by Vitality. Is there anything you'd like to say, or what's your comment about the other teams that hasn't managed to get into the next phase yet?
Ya sayang aja sih buat perwakilan kita satu dari tim Onyx kan karena kita udah gugur dan sisanya tinggal RRQ, terus IPOS dan Bigetron ya. Ya kita amat ngedukung lah buat RRQ bisa lolos biar kita bertiga bisa ke Thailand bareng-bareng.
Ah, that is so sweet. He said it's very unfortunate to see Onyx and Kagendra fail to go into the next round, but he's still rooting for RRQ to successfully beaten the opponents because he wants 3 Indonesian teams to be in Thailand and to do the grand finals together. Last question, if you can say anything to describe today's match, what would you say? Kalau kamu bisa menyampaikan sesuatu atau mengekspresikan sesuatu tentang pertandingan hari ini, apa yang mau kamu sampaikan?
Ya cukup tegang aja sih dari match 1 sampai pertandingan selesai itu karena kita bisa dibilang suaranya ya tracknya nggak lumayan jauh tapi kayak
Ketat banget malah kejar-kejaran mulu.
Bener.
Okay, so it was pretty nerve-wracking. The match itself is pretty tight. As you guys can see, the scores were pretty close, and it was an open. It was quite open for both of the team, Heavy and Bigetron by Fatality. But of course, Kyung here are very happy to be able to go to the next phase. All right, thank you so much, Kyung. Thank you for your time. And survivors, we're gonna have a bit of a break, but we'll be right back. So stay tuned only on Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 Fall.
Kill.
First blood.
เกมมันไม่เป็นเหรอวะคะแนนเท่ากันก็ต้องวัดดูย่าใช่ไหม
Welcome everybody to the Free Fire World Series Clash Squad mode for Southeast Asia 2025 of the fall season. It's been a really exciting time here. My name is Gideon, of course, with Danny here at the desk, keep you guys entertained for our next and pretty exciting best of 3 between Team Flash and as well as Buriram United. If people are still on board with the Buriram not doing as well as they could, that's because they weren't trusting their energy last season. This season might just be a little bit different with Red Bull Zinc and vitamins from Thailand, because what I've heard, the Zinc B3, B6, great to keep you highly focused with this mild taste and not keep you distracted, and more importantly, seizing every single opportunity to achieve a stylish booyah.
Yeah, so I think if you're Buriram, chug that stuff. Chug it. Chug the Red Bull, because it would be shocking. I think a lot of people are looking at this set and they're saying, like, if Buriram doesn't win this, what happened? Really, what happened? Because they had a few chances where they could have made it through, and it's just, this was the second time they fell short. This is not the first time, this is the second time the team has fallen short. So lots of questions being thrown around. Hopefully we get an answer to this, but at the same time we may be seeing a new storyline kind of unfold for Team Flash, who is the opponent here in this best of 3 matchup. So in case anyone may have forgotten, one of the teams that actually beat Buriram, if I remember correctly, was WAG.
Yes, that is correct. WAG and as well as Virtus Pro, but to be fair, as a Buriram sympathizer, I will say that they had to play against VP 2 times. The first time they won, the second time after they dropped down into the 2-in-1 bracket is where they had to face off VP again, where preparation was key. So I don't entirely blame them to be in this situation. Yes, both of their games against WAG and as well as VP ended in a 1-2, where their previous victories were 2-0s all the way through. But let's look at the track record for Team Flash. They faced off against WAG, who was already qualified, 0-2. Against Twisted Minds, 0-2 again. The teams that they did find 2-0 victories are Kagendra alongside GOW, who at the moment already are eliminated, so they are facing another, technically a tier 1 team.
A tier 1 team and their toughest challenge remaining, right? Like, this is the first time they're playing them. It's a strong team. They haven't, I think the unfortunate thing here is that Flash haven't proven to have beaten a team that is on the same level as Buriram yet. So I think we're now kind of questioning, like, are they capable? You know, is Flash capable of beating Buriram? Do they have the know-how? Do they have the skills? Do they have maybe the secret tech to beating Buriram? Because as great as Buriram is, right, they are not immortal. They are definitely mortal. They can be beaten. They do make mistakes as well. I think we've seen multiple mistakes sort of pop out from Buriram from time to time, and it did lose them games. So hopefully the research has been done by Flash to identify some of the issues that Buriram suffers from in this mode, and then hopefully they can capitalize on it. And if they eliminate Buriram, we got a lot of questions to ask in this tournament.
We will be having a lot of questions, to be fair. But it looks like the Vietnamese side are still going for the same openers, right? Take away the Zane, lock in the Chrono as soon as possible, forcing Buriram United to say, alright, we gotta get rid of the Oscar, and we might lead in with the Santino or maybe even the Tatsuya alongside with the Cassie. They'll eventually get the Coda, but we'll give Flash the option of Coda or Clue. One or the other. Really doesn't matter.
I do like the Santino. Buriram really played this character to perfection, and with Cassie as well. Okay. So you've got to deal with sustain. You've got to deal with the potential assassination attempts that are going to be coming from Santino, because that's how Boram love to play Santino. They love to send Santino on his side quest. It doesn't matter who it is. And this, I don't think I've ever seen Moshi on the Santino. They will play a different character. They'll pick a different character for Moshi. So this should be a Russia, I love to call it side questing Santino, because that's really what a lot of teams love to do with this character. Go on a side quest, look for the team support or their backline sniper, and try to go for the assassination attempt. And in a lot of cases, it's very scary to play sniper against a Santino, because you know this is going to be coming, you just don't know what angle. So Flash, what's their response to this? Because one of the ways that you can sort of play around the Santino is vision. Vision characters are pretty key in identifying where the Santino could be, and also how you're going to be playing the round, and Clue's a great option for this.
Yep, really great option here. Really, it helps you double confirm if a position has been swapped or not, and now it allows BRU to get their hands on the Tatsuya, which they were looking for anyways. I think Flash was thinking about it, thinking whether or not they actually needed the Tatsuya in their lineup. The Ignis felt very obvious to me, because we've seen these matchups happen time and time again. BRU, now they're just missing the Coda, and now they've got their full lineup, 2 rushers, a Cassie and a Coda, to kind of make things work. The biggest problem is going to be glue walls, and Flash, they kind of want to control that pace with the Ignis. Now that they know that BRU aren't committed down for those glue walls and can't break them, A124 comes into play. We have a way to break glue walls. More importantly, we have a way to shut you down in case you get a little too close to comfort.
Yeah, A124. So we're starting to see teams adopt a little bit more A124 in their lineups, which I'm all for. You know, I think A124, it's an interesting dynamic in Clash Squad, because all of a sudden you can't just run into a team fight and expect to be able to fall back to any of your abilities. You have to be very conscious of where you are, where the A124 could be, and if you do get disabled, you have to have a contingency plan. Like, do I have a escape route to buy time up until I can use my actives again? So, love the A124. I want to know, how does Flash capitalize on this? Are they going to be the ones to run into Grey Ramp now, or are they going to play reactively? Because as much as reactively sounds very attractive here, if you're playing A124, I don't think you'd want to be playing reactive. You'd want to be aggressive, because you want to decide where and when Boram start these fights with the A124.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. Even when I'm looking for a life partner, right, I expect them to be a little reactive as well. I think that in this particular case, that Flash, considering I've caught the games of which they've lost 0-2 against WAG and as well as Twisted Minds, and it's a very similar playstyle to what they bring to Battle Royale. Nobody peeks as one, you're always double peeking, you're always triple or even four-person peeking at the same time. They play kind of similarly to PE sports to a degree, but there is a lot more bite to them, right? Flash, more often than not, will try and contest you, will try and actually look to hunker down at the center of the map, while BRU in this case, with so much mobility on their side, they could look to break up the members. So it's really going to test the raw coordination of Flash, because if they see somebody like Santino as well as Tatsuya, they're not the most ideal targets unless they get hit by the A124. If not, you're slowly picking at them until you see them use that dash, and then you commit for it.
Okay, so we will be seeing Moshi on the Santino. That is incredibly rare, but this also means it's going to be more of that sniping Santino, because so far for Clash Squad, we haven't really seen Moshi play a very aggressive sniper. He tends to play his signature style, which is providing that cover fire for Wasana, for Get High, for Jonah, when they're in the front lines, sort of rustling the opponents. So I'm kind of wondering how Moshi sort of fits into this lineup here. Will he be also playing pretty deep in these team fights? Because that's something that Santino can do. Like, even though your sniper is playing that Santino, you can play pretty close up in these fights because you have the mannequin to go back to. So lots of options for Moshi here, but keen to see how he decides to execute the Santino in this matchup.
Yeah, I would like to see, especially like around round 4, where they've got some like significant money to actually play with. I would like to see what his loadout is going to be. Is he going to go for like, you know, submachine gun, and you know, MP5 tier 3 upgrade, tier 3 MP5 alongside with the AWM, because that will give us a rough idea of how he wants to play this Santino, right? For the most part, you can just kind of like not use his abilities and just stick with the AWM for the most part, but as soon as things get a little heated, he needs to be able to close the distance alongside with his team, and depending on what secondary he has, kind of gives us an idea of where that position is going to look like, whether it's an off angle or truly right on the front lines with everybody else.
Alright, so based off of lineups, we're just going to do this for funsies because I love doing this. Who do you feel is going to win this match? Based on teams and lineups.
I think based on teams and lineups, I'm going to say that BRU will take it. We'll take it to 2-1, and I think the 1 is going to is BRU learning to adapt to Flash, because again, Flash has a very annoying playstyle where you never feel like you can truly break them apart unless they are having a bad day, or unless you are the one making the mistake by going in too early. And I think that's something BRU will have to overcome in this best of 3, and if they do it early on, then it's a 2-0. But for the most part, I'm going to say a 2-1 for the factor of human error.
The factor of human error. I love that excuse coming from Big Gideon. Okay, game 1, I feel... I love Boyram. Okay, I'm saying this as a contingency plan before somebody comes and starts sending me angry emails. Love Boyram. Great guys, entertaining, top level team. I just feel in this first game, it might be Flash to take this game on. So game 1, I could see Flash winning, but we all know Boyram. This is a team that is very quick to adapt. They're very quick to identify what their problems are and how to patch it up in games 2 and 3. So Flash, game 1, Boyram 2 and 3. I think that's how things are going to go. But if Boyram can conquer this lineup from Flash in game 1, it's probably 2-0.
I get the sentiment. I get the sentiment. But right now, it's about the very first round here. Instant mid control. And it looks like Flash is just giving them the space, right? They're playing a default lineup. A default spread, trying to make sure that all entrances are covered here, but Wasana already taking first engagement, getting behind Death and literally breaking his ankle, snapping them in half. He didn't know where to look, and the rest of the team is going to start collapsing afterwards. ABCD, the forerunner of this squad, is taken down, turning this into a 4v2 straight away.
Yeah, it's going to be quite difficult for Hong and Zom to be able to turn this around, because with 4 players coming at you, you're just not going to do enough damage to be able to take them all out at the same time. So, I mean, there is still a chance. It's Chrono Ignis. They just got to make sure they get the big money shots. So Hong Zom, going to play it so patiently. But the problem is, I'm very sure that circle is going to push them in. So if I'm Boyram, I just wait. Look at this. Get high. Just gonna play around a bit. He knows, okay, they want to play it slow. And Wasana's like, nope, I want to win this game now. I want to win this game right now.
Yeah, Wasana's in a deadly position. No matter where Flash goes, they are going to get pushed in to the venue. And now, with the information at hand, Wangam first to go down. The Zom next as Wasana turns the corner, lands 2. Clips 1 on the feet, but allows Jonah to finish him off. Expected of the very first round, especially with the opening pick onto Death's side. I think that BRU at this point, very, very confident, especially in this round 1. Coming into round 2, I'm expecting that Team Flash, they've got to be a little bit more aware of this. They're not 100% sure how Buriram United Esports are so lack hesitancy in taking control over the center, so I'm expecting a little bit more resistance this time round. 2 ARs, akimbo revolvers alongside a micro Uzi from the side of Team Flash.
Yeah, no helmets or vests for Flash. So it seems like for this round, they're hoping that just having enough firepower is going to be enough to sort of break them in and to tie things up 1-1. Just a very quick apology here to all of our viewers. Firstly, thank you for joining us for the broadcast. We are in match number 2 between Flash and Buriram United Esports, game number 1 of this best of 3. We are just sort of dealing very quickly with a technical issue, but I do believe it is only going to take a minute to fix. So thank you also for being patient. And if you are in the chat, let us know in the chat who do you think is going to win the set. Do you think it's Booyram or if it's going to be Team Flash? So whilst we wait for this little technical fix that's happening on the side of Flash, Booyram looked great for round 1, but I don't think round 1's a really good indicator of how these teams are really feeling. So it's really going to come down to round 2. And I mean, you saw the loadout for Flash, right? They went for a lot of firepower, or as much firepower as money could buy for round 2. Whereas for Booyram, I kind of feel like they did go for a little bit of a safe split. They did invest in a couple of helmets and vests. I did not see who got what though, but based off of memory, it's probably going to be Wasana and either Jonah or Get High. I feel like Jonah and Wasana will be priority because I saw 2 players not have anything. And generally speaking, for round 2, Moshi does not like helmets and vests. Okay, he only wears it if he has to, but if he doesn't have to, he generally doesn't invest in it at all. So. I mean, just based off of what Flash have, okay, for their inventory, do you think they have enough to kind of break through in round 2 to get the win and tie it 1-1?
Well, technically they should have, right? Because right now, assuming that BRU didn't buy up and only invested in armors, at this point it's just a bonus for them, right? It's a force buy coming in from the side of Flash, and they're looking to put a lot of damage into BRU, ideally not losing a single member whatsoever, unless BRU are bringing in some actual investments of firepower, because at this point of time, they're just expecting Team Flash to just be saving up for the following round. I don't know if they're expecting the force buy. They probably tell off of first contact or straight away, or even the scoreboard. But at this point, right, considering the map that they were on, BRU hasn't actually a genuine opportunity to even beat the force buy, assuming that Flash take up more space than necessary. Because they came in with 2 ARs, right? So they should be holding on the far edges of the map to try and control the center with raw firepower before they start claiming space.
Yeah. We'll have to see how this sort of plays out for round 2, because I think round 2 will give us a better indicator as to how Flash want to approach Booyram, to see, okay, are they just going to sort of take over a section of the map, or do they play very defensively, as in they play very, very far, as far away as possible, and just sort of chip away at Booyram, which is not ideal, especially with the Cassie, because Cassie is just going to heal all that back up. Yeah, Flash, they've got to land, they have to land the A124. I feel like if you don't land it, Booyram just sweeps the entire team. Like, hey, yeah, you got the Flame Mirage, you got the Time Turner, but you also have to remember this is Booyram. These guys pop heads. They know how to pop heads. They've been popping heads for years. They don't need actives to grab these eliminations.
They don't need actives at all.
No.
That's just the bonus button. It's a bonus
Yeah.
button for them. You know, put the active cards on a business card or something. Hand them out for free for fans with signatures. I think that for Flash, as much as I want to say completely like give up on like trying to take control over the center of the map, we also need to take into consideration that BRU opted to say, hey, we're going to take control over the center of the map, but we're not necessarily going to go for the drop. We just want the space. If we can deny you space and you don't interact with us, that's already a huge win in BRU's books, especially when you see the first round they were just running shorties, right? Two pump chops ready to go, holding corners, waiting for angles, and if somebody happens to not be looking, you can just out-mechanic them to break their ankles. And I think for round number 2, they're not expecting to break people's ankles, but more so, they're expecting Flash to give up the space initially. It's what they do with the space is what I'm curious about, because if not, we're going to go back into that same scenario of both teams just not wanting to fight, and they just have to wait for the blue to push them in together.
Alright, so we are getting the call that we should be able to play this second round here, folks. So to everyone that is still tuning into the broadcast, thank you all so much for being patient. We are just about ready to go for game number 2. We do have a quick catnap, you know. I don't really blame the players.
Hey,
if we're waiting for the match to start.
Hey, the best of the best always take their catnaps, man. You don't see Kobe Bryant just walking around conscious every single day. He takes a nap every once in a while. Michael Jordan does that too. Jonah, amongst the greats.
Stay charged.
Yeah, stay charged.
Yes.
Just ready to go.
Exactly. That's what happens when you don't have a USB. We just close our eyes. We don't need Type-C cables. We're good. I was gonna say, maybe some solar energy, but I just realized what time it is at night. So never mind. There's no sun left.
There is none. There is none. But it looks like there is going to be some sun here left for these teams to finish off this best of 3 here. Round number 2 about to begin. And immediately we're right into the action. Oh my goodness, ABCD really looking lost. But managing to dodge the shots. Whoa, Wasana, he tried to go for the outplay by hiding inside the time turner, but that ended up being the biggest problem. Hwangam is still down on his knees though. Ends up first blood falling into the hands of Buriram United.
Uh-oh, this is not a good sign, because if you've lost Hwangam, that is your main frontliner in the chrono. So it's probably going to have to be a sniping game here for Flash, ABCD, Death, and Zom. They've got to try and get these 1-tap, 2-taps in. But it's going to be so hard though, because you can see Buriram, they're in a really great spot here as that circle moves in. They basically occupied the center of that safe zone. And for Flash, they have to be the ones to find a safe little spot in that in the safe zone. So the Blues coming in, and Flash, they are being pushed in. ABCD going to be able to hide behind a couple of crates. Zom finds the crate as well, but it's a bit too late. He gets clipped by Moshi.
He didn't realize that Moshi did purchase the power fall. Same goes for Jonah, actually. Only Get High and as well as Wasana investing in some armor that actually came pretty handy for Wasana for the most part of it. Still was able to get brought back just in time as we go back into the pause here. Hopefully we can finish off the technical issues before we start jumping back into the game. Because so far, Flash, I don't know, their openings have not been very good. BRU has caught them every single time, even though that they were able to trade on the initial fight.
I'm trying to think, is this a draft issue, or is this just... I'm gonna lean towards... It's very probable that Buriram is just the more experienced team here. They know where all the best spots are, especially for each map. They know where players are very likely to hide. They kind of don't need that vision. I mean, they have Jonah there, so Jonah's going to be able to provide the Aurora site for the team, but it's just based on the 2 games, like, they're always in the best spots. Right place, right time, cashing out Flash, and there's very little Flash can do, because a lot of the spots that they decide to take, it's quite punishable. And if you get punished in those spots, we are not seeing revives, because it's just not safe to do so.
Yeah, every single down is loss of ground for the side of Team Flash, and it's very understandable here. Yes, it is still early, it's only the 2nd round, and they were the ones who were looking to buy up against BRU's side with 2 power falls, but I think that Team Flash, the main issue is that they're not applying enough pressure on BRU to be that cautious, to force resources out of them. They are given the space without having to use a Tatsuya dash. Moshi is able to physically walk to the opposite side before taking his own mannequin backwards. And I think all that space could have been met with some form of resistance from Flash's side. You need at least Buriram to be pressing buttons before they even get remotely close to you. And that's the main plan for the side of Team Flash, which is not being executed very well with the way that they're just kind of walking up, playing default, and by the time they actually shoot their first shot, 3 out of the 4 members have already been identified on the map.
Yeah, so as much as I want to sit here and say, like, there's a solution for Flash, it really is just a case of, like, they probably need to position themselves a little bit better. They need to position themselves in a way that Death is going to be able to provide the support that Hwangam needs. ABCD needs to be in a position too where he is going to be able to do the damage needed, because the team, like, so far, I just don't feel the damage coming through from Flash. And it doesn't help that you have Get High on the Cassie. Like, if you are only chipping away, Cassie eats chips, okay? Cassie eats chips. You know what she doesn't eat? She doesn't eat 1-taps. She doesn't eat 2-taps. So you have to really nail down either having 2 players focusing somebody down so that Cassie can't heal all their health back up, or you just gotta tap heads. You gotta click heads. Okay, and I think in a lot of cases, clicking heads is much easier than trying to coordinate 2 people to try to down somebody.
Yeah, they gotta unload. If I was in the ring between these two teams as MMA fighters, I'm telling Flash, like, put your hands up, like, show me some resistance. If not, I gotta say this is a technical knockout. They gotta protect their face. They've gotta throw some punches back if you want Buriram United to respect how much ground they've taken. If not, it's just gonna be me constantly shouting, please put your hands up, protect yourself, sir, please protect yourself.
Yeah, so I don't know what to do for Flash. You know, it's not hopeless, even though it is sounding hopeless just based off of what we're saying so far. But there's definitely change needed. Something needs to change. But then again, we're also just basing all of this off of 2 rounds. So maybe they just need a little bit of time. I mean, money fixes a lot of problems. Maybe money fixes Flash's problem. They just don't have enough of it yet.
Will money fix their issue? Let me think about this for a second. I think it kind of will, especially for the sake of the snipers. But I think for the frontliners is where I'm not seeing a lot, because again, they were walking in with 2 ARs into that game, and we didn't hear that many shots come out of them in the first place. And yes, ABCD, who was holding one of those rifles, got caught out. But it doesn't really justify the lack of trades, especially in the position that they're in. You're giving up the space. You should be the ones more prepared to intercept them, rather than us having to go out of our way to push you back out, which is something that BRU have figured out almost straight away. But even so, the battle of resources, BRU just press less buttons in general, right? They don't have to go to an extremely high APM to take out Team Flash. Maybe in round 1 with Wasana, you know, ankle breaking to death. But I think that maybe if Flash gets a little bit luckier on the map RNG, something that's a little bit more cut and dry with multiple elevations, maybe they'll have another opportunity, and then we'll revisit the topic of being reactive and taking space.
Yeah. I think we're just going to have to see if Flash can figure something out, because just off of these 3 games, if nothing improves, I feel like it's just wait until game 2, you know, wait to the next draft, see if we can pick something else that's going to give us an advantage. But I don't want to have that mindset for Flash either, because I do feel like they are capable of being able to take rounds. They just got to find their footing. And if Buriram makes a mistake, if you see that mistake, you hold on to that mistake for dear life and you capitalize on it. And you try to bring that game back, because we've seen time and time again in Clash Squad, like, one of the cool things about this mode is that, like, okay, sure, sometimes it feels like there are certain teams that take the game and they run away with it, but there is absolutely a way to come back. You just need to find that moment that the world has gifted to you, and you need to fight for it. It's not something that the world is just going to give to you as a gift and say, hey, okay, here's round 5, here's round 3, do what you may. You have to fight for it, and you're fighting against Buriram. Okay, these boys fight hard. You need to fight harder than Buriram. You need to be hungry. You need to be persistent, and this is going to sound a little crazy. You need to have a bit of an ego playing against Buriram, because if you are coming into a matchup against a team that is extremely skilled, if you aren't confident enough in yourself, there's no way you're going to be able to beat Buriram in a match. You need that self-confidence. So it doesn't matter if you've had a horrible round 1, round 2, stand up and try again.
We got to. They have to. And I think that Team Flash right now, I mean, based on what I'm seeing from Buriram's side, it's not like they're at their 100% anyways. It's just they haven't been forced to adapt or do anything because of the lack of resistance coming out from Team Flash. So once again, I think that, like, they just have to fight back. Again, they have to shoot back at Buriram United. They need to put that brass tacks, and I think that's the important thing right now. Without that brass tacks, you know, I'm going to force you to use a medkit, use something out of their utility pool, then it becomes a win for Team Flash. Because the way that the composition is generally designed is to receive shots, is to take the hurt. And let's not forget that they are playing the Chrono, which we saw in our previous matchup was a huge pivoting moment for Heavy to be able to establish dominance into the center of the map, which we're not seeing from Flash at all. It is a purely selfish tool to say, I can either use it to pick up a a friend, or I need to throw it down if I don't have glue walls and somebody's already on my back. So the default layout that we're seeing from Team Flash, I think it's fine, but I think they need to take a couple of notes from Heavy specifically to have a default that's closer to like a 2 with 2 off angles to work with, to control a large quarter of the map.
Okay, so if we're speaking of control, is this a little more emphasis on Flash being the first ones to kind of occupy that central zone before the blue zone moves in? Because that's like, there are several conditions, right, in Clash Squad, which is everyone starts with a lot of space, that space gets smaller and smaller and smaller until you find that fixed spot. Is that maybe what Flash kind of need to do here? Try to occupy that central area and then sort of take it from there?
Yep, I think occupying the central area, look to try and at least make it seem that you highly prioritize this cyber drop, right? We want to take it no matter what. You guys are going to have to dedicate some bodies to our side, and while one of the players is missing looking for that flank angle is when you are looking to either regroup, reposition, and take out that front line, or completely give up that space and then look to continuously rotate, right? Because it feels like Team Flash is being telegraphed very, very well. With that being said, we are going to go on a short break, and when we come back, more Clash Squad action.
Get ready for the next evolution of battle. This is Free Fire World Series SEA 2025 Fall Battle Royale mode. This season, it's all about strategy, adaptation, and domination. Let's break it down. Tournament rules. Each player must equip a unique active skill. No duplicates allowed. And the map pool? 6 battlegrounds. In the knockout stage, teams battle across 6 matches, each on a different map, randomly selected from the pool, with no repeats. But in the grand finals, it's a whole new level. Up to 10 games will be played for games 1 to 6. Maps are randomly chosen. No repeats. From game 7 onward, the map pool resets and is randomly reshuffled again. What's at stake? A total prize pool of $300,000. Champion, $100,000. Second place, $40,000. Third and fourth, $20,000 each. Final MVP, $4,000. And every day, Team of the Day earns $250. The journey begins August 15th. The knockout stage runs for 6 weeks. Week 1 to 2, 18 teams, 3 groups, 12 matches each. Each day, matches are played between 2 groups, A versus B, B versus C, A versus C. After 36 total matches, teams are ranked 1 to 18. Week 3 to 5, the first place qualifier. Starting August 30th, top 12 teams battle it out. The winner of each day secures a grand final slot. And gradually, 13th to 17th ranked teams join the fray. That's 6 teams qualify. Week 6, last chance qualifier. 2-day matches on September 20th to 21st. 11 remaining teams and the 18th ranked team face off. Only 6 will survive. That gives us 12 teams for the ultimate showdown. Grand final, October 5th. Welcome to Champion Rush mode. The rules? Get to 80 points first. Then, secure a booyah to take the crown. If no team gets a booyah after entering Champion Rush, the highest total points wins. The point system is simple. First place, 12 points. Second, 9. Third, 8. All the way down to 0 points for 11th and 12th. The battlefield is set. 12 teams, 1 final challenge. This is Champion Rush mode. 1 strike can shift the game. 1 win can spark the rise. This is Free.
Welcome back. We've already wrapped up with the technical issues, and hopefully, fingers crossed, we're getting right back into this game for the Free Fire World Series 2025 Southeast Asia Clash Squad of the Fall. So far, things have been kind of interesting, and as much as we've been dogging on Flash, we're waiting for those dogs to come back out to show that they really can bare their fangs against such a dominating force.
Yeah, and we have already completed 2 rounds. So round 1 and 2 both went in favor of Royale. So the question is, can we get a comeback from round 3 onwards? Which we've said it's possible, but there are so many moving cogs in Flash's lineup that it does make me question if they can even do it.
I mean, considering that the Vietnamese have been coming out with pretty similar compositions, would go to show that it's just their interpretation of this particular strategy. They are playing a more defensive lineup overall, which again, we haven't seen much value from the Ignis just yet to kind of slow down the initial pushes, because we just don't see BRU having to use their glue walls as often as some of these other teams do very early on to control that center. Just lob it down early, and then if the Ignis comes out, that's fine. That's one charge gone. You can look to set up from a different angle.
Yeah, but I don't know. I still fear for Flash. I want them to prove me wrong. I want them to prove me wrong. I want them to show us that they are a team that should be feared. And because they played so many games of Clash Squad, you would think that the more tournament games you play, the more polished you would get. So I'm kind of hoping, they're kind of that little diamond in the rough. They started off as this little grey rock, and it's like they played enough to kind of survive up until this point, and now they just need to get that final shine to turn into that one little true diamond. But they kind of have to get past the Royale United principles. Yeah, probably the tallest mountain with this team to climb at the moment.
I really thought you were trying to make an analogy of how the dinosaurs got extinct, but I'll take that, because again, I think it makes a lot more sense in this particular context here, right? Keep in mind, guys, that the Clash Squad mode Swiss stage is still currently under its way, and with BTR already advancing, because keep in mind, the Swiss stage is simple: 3 wins, you move on. 3 losses, you're straight away eliminated. And unfortunately, eliminated teams P Esports, Kagendra, Todak, alongside with their 03 teams from Vietnam. It's going to be GOW as well as Onyx from Indonesia. The ones who have passed on: WAG, AGAL, EVOS Divine, VP, alongside with Twisted Minds, and recently joining them, Bigatron.
Yeah. So already 1 team qualifying today, 1 team leaving today as well, because sad day for Heavy. They were very, very close to being able to take that best of 3, but unfortunate, it's the name of the competition. You think you're there, so close, but unless you actually cross that finish line, if someone else crosses the finish line before you, there's not really much you can do. So for Flash, I think at this point they're kind of hoping, even though they have this 2 game disadvantage, I suppose, against Royale, the dream would be to walk the same path as Bigatron, which is, okay, we're the team that needs to get beaten down a little bit, but after we get beaten down, we whip out the plot armor. Okay. Plot armor comes out, and all of a sudden, you kick some butt, you pop some heads, and then all of a sudden, you qualify. Again, that's a dream, and you need to be a little delulu to think that way, but sometimes it pays to be delusional because it makes everyone else look silly if your team does actually qualify. So we'll see if Flash is going to make my dream come true, because that would be brilliant.
Hey, I don't mind. I don't mind. As long as the movie is called Team Flash, it makes sense, you know? I just don't know the name of the movie just yet. So far, it's feeling very BRU, but this could be like a huge setup for a finale, an epic finale, right? I do want to see a more standardized, a more equal standardized match with multiple levels of elevation, whether or not we do find an advantage for the side of Team Flash, because for the most part, the maps that we have seen, very close quarters, the open maps, and then to get to the elevation, there's a little bit of legwork that goes into it before you kind of plop yourself down. In comparative to like some of the other maps as well, some of the other RNG factors that could come into play. Yeah, for the most part, maybe utilizing smokes as well to block off angles might just be the name of the game, but we're just so early on into this first match that it's hard to say.
Yeah, and this tech pause might sort of throw some of the players off as well. So this is not a Free Fire exclusive thing, but sometimes when you do have these extended tech pauses as well, sometimes something can change within a team. Not change in a bad way, but they've had an extended amount of time to talk amongst one another to figure out what to do. Sometimes you need to be in a tough spot to sort of have that epiphany. I'm kind of hoping at this stage, has Flash had that epiphany during this extended pause? You know, it's like, have they figured out, okay, we found the solution, it's going to work with what lineup we have, but we need to do this. So, I mean, I'm hoping, I'm praying. I want this to be a close game. I don't want it to be a simple case of 2-0, because we've had too many of those in Clash Squad, and there are ways to come back. Just Flash needs to find it. Starting from game 3, that would be the perfect start. So, yeah, Flash, you've got a lot ahead of yourself, but I mean, you've got a whole region supporting you as well. I kind of hope that they can feel that support coming their way, especially considering this is the last day of Swiss stage. There's no more Swiss after this. We're going right next to double elimination after this.
Qualifying for that already is going to be great, because then you have 2 opportunities to kind of try and make it pretty far down the line in the tournament itself. And I mean, just make BRU's life harder. You know, they're already struggling.
Yeah.
They're already struggling. You know, the BR side, they're like, man, people are calling them washed. They're like, don't worry, we're just waiting in the shadows until it's our time. Clash Squad, it's like, yeah, this could have been really, we could have been one of the first teams to make that 3-0 bracket, but it's just a little, you have to go on a bit of a detour on these side quests. Speaking of side quests, we're right back into this game. Round number 3 is going to ensue, and currently, on Mammoth as well. This one be a little interesting. A lot of teams have different approaches to Mammoth. Usually, it's just taking control over the spine, but then they can play, and I'm hoping that Team Flash does it, because they're the one of the few teams who do. You control the spine, you have somebody sneak up on that hill, and you have one on the ground, and that's who I think is on the ground, ABCD.
Interesting. Okay, so yeah, only it's a 1-2-1 split. So you have one on the spine, one on the cliff side, then you have 2 in that central area. What I do fear about this very, very raw split is that if either of these side players get taken out, there's no way they get picked up. They're just going to get, they're going to bleed out in those areas whilst isolated. So it's going to come down to the players in the middle, but it's not looking too good because Wasana has already dropped the Zom.
And the Zom just didn't put up his blue wall in time as they get picked off from every single angle. Nothing they can really do about this, and get high with the last one finding Hwang Am. Again, it's just the small things, right? Buriram United just have better fundamentals and are finding these very, again, like shooting through the Flame Mirage. It's something that Zom wasn't even thinking about, even though they literally made eye contact before he tried to hide.
Yeah. Okay, essentially what do we feel like was the issue here? It was just a case of Zom just getting caught too soon. Do we feel like that's where everything sort of collapsed? Like the 2 players in the middle, they were supposed to kind of hold that game down. They got dropped by Wasana, I believe. And then after that, everything else just sort of fell apart for the team.
I think, I mean, the disappointed is felt through even the members of BRU, right? They're like, okay, what exactly is their plan? We found that pick on Zom, and then we figured out where everybody else was. There wasn't much resistance again, right? I think the problem is that Flash are responding too slow to the movements of BRU. At any point of time, ABCD could have revealed presence almost instantly, right? He revealed his presence. They decided, you know what? It feels like there's a lot of resistance on this spine, and there's one person who's unaccounted for. Let's try and play this game on the ground to try and secure the airdrop first, and then see how they respond. And after taking out ABCD, they realized, wait a minute. The last people they took out the Zom, and then they realized ABCD is all by himself. The other guy on the spine is getting locked down by Moshi. The only other place that they could be is climbing up the side of the hill, climbing up the side of the cliff, which they eventually spotted after clearing everybody else out. So I think that it really just comes down to playing off the information relay from the side of Flash. Why aren't these moves punished? Why wasn't BRU punished on their way down from the spine?
Is it a good problem? It's so many things are trying to factor in for Flash, right? Like trying so desperately to find solutions, but I mean, it's a shooting game too, right? So it might just be a case of Buriram just shoot better. So
they're getting outgunned. It's clear that they're getting outgunned at this point.
Yeah. I think the outgunning thing, that's just a no-brainer, I think, at this point. You know, there's only so much active skills, passive skills, items, and guns can do. If someone just clicks heads better, get good, I guess. You know, I think that's the advice people typically give each other. It's like, if you can't click heads, just get good, I guess. I mean, Flash is here. I don't think get good really applies to them. They already play better than 99.999% of the global population. So
I mean, yes, they are better than 99% of the global population. But then, amongst especially the highest level, those who are looking to kind of break their plateau, those who are looking to kind of like get to that next level of game to be the defining factor. I think that right now, Flash, I don't know whether it's just a lack of confidence or to push themselves, or whether or not they are told specifically by their teammates, it's like, hey, we got to chill. Not everybody, it's still a team game at the end of the day. And I think that unless they get their fundamentals down, because it feels like Team Flash has a game plan, it's just executing on the game plan hasn't come about in the past 3 rounds alone.
Okay, so I mean, we can keep talking about this game, but I feel like we have to wait for the next round to begin. Let's talk about draft for game 2, because that's going to be an inevitable reality. That will happen, okay? Thoughts on the A124 so far? Are we kind of the impact of Death's A124? I mean, it's still early, but I kind of feel like we're already getting a sense of how A124 is functioning in the lineup, and you can tell Buriram's positioning. Like, they're so good. They position themselves in a way where it's like, it doesn't matter if they get hit with the A124. They're always next to something that they can hide behind. Or they're already in a place where they can retreat. So it doesn't feel like it's been a great pick so far.
I think at this stage, the A124 is hurting them because we're not seeing BRU have to forcefully throw glue walls and kind of hunker down. It feels like they're consistently on the move, taking space, making a decision, especially when the environment changes. And I think that's what's making it really, really hard to Flash. Because let's paint the picture, right? You're sitting on that spine, 3 members of BRU ready to go at it. They already identified at least 2 of your members, which is ABCD and the guy and Hwangam, who was not Hwangam, the Zom, who is currently on the bottom floor of the spine, and they know that somebody else is on the spine because of the glue wall. Unless you see BRU deploy glue walls to buy themselves cover for at least 2 to 3 of their members, ideally in this case, if A124 is able to hit 2 members, that's already big profits. You've broken even. 3 people, amazing. 4 people, max value. We haven't seen that type of scenario be popped up for BRU, right? They're never that close together, and I think right now, the Ignis is hurting their odds, because the glue walls that we do see from BRU, I think if Flash maybe had a Riptide Rhythm to work with, they could have a little bit more instantaneous impact rather than it's coming, you can see it coming, and now you can respond accordingly. Alright, so I am just going to check the status of the game, and we
might be ready to start in just a second here, folks. But to everyone that is still here, thank you all so much for sticking with us as we are trying to sort of stabilize this game here between Flash and Buriram United Esports. For competitive integrity, we are trying to make sure that both teams have the same experience, which is why we are having so many pauses today, because we are running into a couple of hiccups, and we don't want to have a team have an advantage over their opponent. So thank you for being patient. We're trying to make sure this game is as fair as possible. But if you haven't already, we said this at the beginning of the broadcast, if you've just come in, it's Flash versus Buriram. We're still playing game number 1. Let us know in the comments who you think is going to be taking game number 1. Do you think it could be Team Flash, or is it just going to be Buriram United Esports? Because I do expect to hear a lot of Buriram fans make a lot of noise, but I do wonder if there's anyone out there that's here also supporting Team Flash, okay? So if you're a Team Flash supporter, don't be shy, don't hide, make it known, be proud, and be loud, because they're going to need your support if they're going to be able to beat Buriram. So let them know you're supporting them, send them your love, your energy, just send them something, okay? We gotta get them across the finish line. A Red Bull? We could give them a Red Bull. Could we call a tournament admin and just send them a couple? I mean, they've got 4 Red Bulls on the table. I know we can send them some more.
For sure sending them some more. And if any viewers still have that unbridled rage and don't know where to channel it, maybe consider unionizing. Maybe for every tech pause, just get a bunch of y'all and tell Garena, hey, we demand skins for each tech pause that comes out every single time. But we're already back into it. Round 4 has already kicked off, and immediately we're seeing a bit of a change of pace here. Team Flash wanting to control the center stage, and more importantly, deny the angles off of BRU, which is a pretty good spot because they're forced to play around it, but unfortunately, Moshi finds the headshot on towards Zom's side, and now, turning, they've taken out Wasana, but Moshi finds one more in Hwang Am. They've turned this into a 2v3.
It's Death and ABCD, so it's Clue and A124 going up against a full roster of Buriram. So this is a Goliath of a task here for Flash, but if they're very, very careful and if they're very precise with some of these shots, they might be able to get a couple of eliminations before going down themselves. I mean, that's not to say they can't maybe try and go for a reverse clean, but with Death going down thanks to Jonah, it's become a colossal task. That's going to be too much for ABCD to do on his own.
And he's not unable to finish off Jonah in the meantime, right? ABCD gonna have to use all of his resources at this point because he's not gonna be able to bring any of the weaponry or the equipment from this round to the next, assuming that it doesn't clutch this, but Wasana ensures that it doesn't, and all the members. The worst part is the fact that BRU are walking away with all 4 of their members alive. None of them have been completely eliminated just yet. Their economy is so healthy with 1 cyber drop already secured. I think that BRU are going to start snowballing this, and Team Flash need to start thinking about map number 2.
Well, they're already snowballing, and they've snowballed 4 rounds so far with nothing given to Flash. So unless something changes within the next 2 rounds, it's just going to be a 6-0 scoreline. So Flash, you got 2 more rounds to go. 2 more rounds. You lose these next 2 games, that is going to be it, and you will be praying that you just survive and potentially take that game number 2. So far, we can already see Buriram looking to take this drop themselves, and they will have to fight tooth and nail against Flash for this. And oh my gosh, the snipe onto Zom. Jonah, just so quick.
Yeah, instantly finding a response here. They trade 1 for 1, and finally the first death coming out for the side of BRU. Get high, the next to fall. Jonah able to respond almost straight away. Secures the kill onto the Zom with the help of a nade. But they know that Hwang Am is locked in position. ABCD is trying to bail him out of that position as Moshi is the next to fall. And with no backup whatsoever, this could be Team Flash's opportunity to turn the tides. This is such an important round for Team Flash to win. And it looks like they were able to secure a cyber airdrop for themselves. 2v1. Moshi still unable to get picked up just yet. He's about to bleed out here, but he's halfway across the map.
Yeah, there's no way Jonah can pick him up, so it's going to be some fancy footwork. I mean, we've seen before, right, on the side of Buriram, it doesn't matter if it's 2 versus 1, if you're in the correct place at the correct time, and if you can get a 1-tap, you can turn a 2v1 into a very, very decisive 1v1. But Jonah, Gonna reveal himself, does get shot at a little bit. He does return fire, but not enough to put anyone in critical range. And so that blue zone, it's slowly moving in, and it's gonna be in favor of Jonah. Has some glue walls left, using the natural cover, tries to go for D. He gets ABCD, but Hong will be there to finish the job. So finally, a point on the board here for Team Flash, and hopefully signs of a comeback.
And that's what they needed. Ideally, they wouldn't have liked to lose the Zom that early on. They want to bring back as much of the equipment to the following round. Save just a little bit of economy here. But still, a win is a win. 1-4 current score line, and now all the big weaponry is coming out straight away. It looks like, oh, the economic damage here, Team Flash really only committed to armors, and only at the very end do we see them purchase the big weapons. Even FGLs are in play, and Buriram United Esports, they've been sitting on some big money for a long time, and Moshi is like, I'm gonna save a couple of dollars. No helmet for him.
Moshi don't need a helmet. I think he hasn't actually been headshot yet, so that's probably why he's decided he doesn't need no helmet. And I mean, I don't blame him too. I guess helmet hair's no fun. Alrighty. Jumping into the game. Arm! Ooh, caught by Jonah on the ground already, and he's not going to be picked up at all. So already down to a 3 versus 4 deficit here for Team Flash. This was supposed to be the comeback round after winning that previous round. Jonah, though, dropping low. Get high, though, has been caught by the Zom. Now suddenly it's a 3 versus 3.
Ooh, oh, so close. Missed by a couple of inches there. Slightly grazing his fade. At this point, Wasana going to go for the initial chase here. Wants to make sure that that back is going to be clean. Forces the glue wall out of death. He's so close to going down. Wants to go for the reload, but doesn't want to give him the information. Jumps to the bottom floor and at least finds a trade with the help of Moshi on his back. They need to cover these bodies right now in death. He's trying, and Jonah is just going to take one man out of the equation straight away and leave Wasana to bleed because everybody has already collapsed. And Team Flash has already set up the Venus flytrap. Doesn't matter as long as you are trading effectively. Good fundamentals from Team Flash.
Alright, couple of different angles here, but they only needed Zom. He's there to finish the job, and we get a second game going in favor of Team Flash. So, the dream, it's real. It's potentially happening. 2 games back-to-back here for Team Flash, whereas for Buriram, they've stalled at 4 wins. So, up to round 7, we're back onto Santa Catarina this time. Back onto that ship.
Well, the ship's a little difficult.
I was gonna say, it's probably one of the most annoying terrains on Kalahari because you have a lot of inclines. It's not just a direct 90% climb. It's that weird incline, and sometimes it just makes aiming a little bit weird.
It is. The worst part is that there's no safe angle here on this particular Santa Catarina, right? Unless you just sit in spawn and hide in those back compounds, which you probably don't want to do anyways. It's all about contesting and playing around the ship and its mechanics, right? Because you can climb through the back of it, you can climb through the center of it, there's 3 layers, and then the other side there's 2 layers to work with that you can climb up on both sides to hide or even to get elevation, but it's all about this one cyber airdrop here. As Wangam makes it to the opposite side quickly, the time turner comes up with the help of Cassie. He stays alive. They play Ring Around the Rosies for a little bit until it times out, but finally it's down. The A1 does not connect and get high. Finds Huang Am as they lock out the rest of the exits. Oh, he's got to be careful of the Zom, who manages to break through for just a little bit, but no members lost just yet. Only 50% of their HP chunked out as a medkit puts Moshi back up to full.
And Get High, they're going to be down to less than half now, though. And Jonah taking critical mass of damage, but Get High, first one to go down, but at the cost of what they get Zon. So it might be all right. ABCD, next one to drop, thanks to Wasana, leaving Death on his own, and he will be succumbing to death this time. And all of a sudden, match point here for Buriram United Esports, cutting Team Flash's dreams a little short. But it's not over yet, though. We still have another couple rounds left. If Flash can keep Buriram stalled at match point for the next few games. Just a little unfortunate here that Flash weren't able to continue this snowball of theirs, because 2 rounds, it's all right, but I think 3 would have been the golden number to bring Team Flash right back in.
It's Santa Catarina's fault, for sure. No doubt about it, right? It's just the layout of the map. This layout is a little bit better, but there is a tipping point. There's so much you need to control, and Flash want to take on the enemy side of the pyramid, which currently is being denied by Wasana. He's gonna go for the initial push here to try and keep Hwangam in check. Time Turner dropped straight away. That's a huge resource, and now BRU can look to take space back, and Moshi, unfortunately, doesn't turn the corner fast enough as the pushback ends up getting him killed. First blood achieved by Hwangam, and now we see that Wasana trying to make some form of peace here. He wants to get ABCD, gets hit by the A1, loses his dash, but it's totally fine. He still wins the fight, allowing Get High to clean it up.
And it's going to bring Team Flash down to 2 players, so it's Death and Zon, but Death, almost going down there, unfortunately, but will he be able to survive? Zon, though, copying the majority of the shots there from Wasana, and Death, he's the last one. Match point, yeah, it's over. Game number 1 gets locked and loaded by Boram United Esports, now putting Flash in one of the most dangerous positions to be in this tournament. 1 game down in a elimination best of 3.
Woo, good work coming in from the RU side. You can see it's just like, alright, glad that one's out of the way. We got one more to start moving on. They're not too phased by the resistance that they saw from Flash. They just adapted a little bit better to it, and they had the help of the map, to be fair. Even so, I think Flash, they need to start reiterating on what exactly the plan looks like. Because trading 1 for 1 is always great, man. And I think considering that we've seen them chain those trades, right? Turning it into a 2v2, but still close enough to pick up your member to get into a 3v2 scenario, which is when they can apply all their pressure into Moshi, leaving Jonah to be the very last person. And so far, he hasn't been able to clutch 3v1s just yet. Maybe if it's 2v1, there's an opportunity, but even Flash still playing it nice and tight to close out the rounds.
So there are a couple changes here for Flash moving forward that might be able to help them. So Kalahari's done. No more Kalahari. I think Flash, not big fans of the map. It probably did not help that this was literally the game 1 map for this matchup. Game 2 might be a little different, so we are going to be returning to Next Terra for round number 2, and Boram will get access to first ban, meaning that Flash, they're going to get the second 2 picks. Okay, so Boram gets first pick, Flash gets the second 2 picks. I kind of wonder, is this maybe what they kind of needed in the drafting phase? Because drafting order, I have it on my screen still, thankfully. It was first pick Chrono for Flash, because they had first pick. And because they first picked Chrono, they gave away Cassie and Santino as the next 2 picks for Boram. That was the priority. So I'm thinking if I'm Flash, I'm going to get the second 2 picks. What am I willing to give away, and what combo am I looking to snap up for the next 2 that should be able to help us in this next game?
Yes. Okay, let's look at the numbers first, right? Who's dealing the most amount of damage? And it looks like Jonah's doing the most amount of damage coming in for the side of BRU. Get High, Wasana, and Moshi, they're all finding like pretty equal amounts of action across the map. Get High, no surprise that he's got the most amount of assists. Still, no matter where he is, will always be playing the support. But then the damage from the side of Death. Like, Death is getting out shots. It's clear that he's getting out shots. It's just that the Zom as well as Hwangam are still getting collected in these fights. Without the help of Death, they wouldn't be able to find their own eliminations. So setting up Death for success is going to be key for Flash in this upcoming battle, because so far it feels like Moshi's presence, it's either you get headshot or you're taking him out.
You know, I mean, it's nice to mention Moshi. I kind of feel like Moshi was just a non-issue in this game for Flash. Like, he was there, he existed, but it really was just everyone else that was running into Flash that was the problem. Moshi was just a contingency plan, you know? It's like when things go sideways, you've got the Moshi retirement plan, and he's there to back you up in case things go really bad. But, I mean, Jonah, Wasana, and Get High, the 3 of them already just honestly crushed Flash. I think that's like the least censored way of describing what really happened in that first matchup. So draft changes, I do expect a lot of draft changes for Flash. I just don't think this very technical lineup really worked for them. I mean, Clue, Ignis, and Chrono, those 3 picks are fine. It was just the A124. I just didn't feel the effect of A124. And I think it was just because Buriram, they know how this character works. It was in the Free Fire Battle Royale meta for such a long time. So I think they know the ins and outs of actually playing around the A124. So if I flash, I gotta swap out that A124 for something that's going to benefit my team. And I guess the question is like, what would you have swapped the A124 for? Because it's Death that's playing this character. You've got Vision from Clue, you have Initiation with Chrono and a defensive capability, and then you have Ignis that can actually support the Chrono, the Flame Mirage. So that last pick, what could we have actually gone for instead that would have been able to sort of fix the issue this team had, which was just overcomplication?
Well, it's tough to say, right? I think there's an argument for Iris. There's definitely an argument for Iris. I think
I'd say Iris, yeah.
I would say either Iris or in a unique scenario, Homer. Just to slow BRU down right from the get-go. As they are walking to control center space, they immediately get hit by the Homer drone, and that therefore whoever shows up on the map is most likely by himself, while the other is either healing up or just a little slowed down. Oh, interesting.
Oh.
So
Oscar's in.
Oscar is in the pool. I think that BRU are definitely going to take it.
Yeah, this is a no-brainer. Any team that has access to Oscar, you just take it. But Centino Chrono.
Centino Chrono is not too bad. I think BRU at this point, now that they have Oscar, how do they pair it up? Because he doesn't have Cassie to back him up. So either they can go for Ignis to play a little bit slower. I think that Coda is probably going to get locked in here for the side of BRU. So the question is Coda plus what would make it work? Because now that both Zane and Cassie are gone, you can't just press one button, run at your opponents.
Yeah, no, that I 100% agree with, because now your health is a proper resource now. It's not a unlimited buffet, you know? So it doesn't get randomly topped up. Tatsuya, I think, is a really good choice. Like, as great as it is to have Oscar as your frontliner, I do like have a team that has options. So Tatsuya and Oscar, great choices together. Love the clue for Moshi. He really knows how to use that clue, and he doesn't really need the clue to do extra damage. The clue is more so just to help the team. So great pick. Also a deny pick for Flash in case they wanted clue. So that's going to be the Coda Ignis going Flash's way. So for Flash, lots of offense. Buriram's a bit of a mixed bag at the moment. They've got defensive potential. They have aggression in the Oscar and Tatsuya. This last pick. What is this last pick going to be? Because Moshi can play Clue, but I also believe Jonah also occasionally plays Clue, and it looks like it's probably a Jonah Clue and Moshi on the Iris, which I like this. I like Moshi on the Iris here.
I like it too. I like it a lot because you know that Flash is going to be the more defensive side. Is going to be playing on the more defensive side with the more defensive composition. So you just want to be able to, if you happen to punish somebody and they try to bail themselves out, you don't have to rely on anybody else. You just call for your Iris to pop the ability and start just spamming away to secure the initial elimination. I am curious to see whether or not Flash is going to respect the Oscar. It has been an insta-win for the most part of Clash Squads. 1 or 2 times that it doesn't, but even then, the numbers are in favor of his win rate, because you need Chrono to specifically get in front of the Oscar. Nobody else can really deal with that. If, oh, you throw out the Flame Mirage, Oscar just dashes right on through your glue wall, kills you. Nothing much you can really do about that. Same goes for Coda. Santino might have a bit of counterplay against the Oscar, not so much against the Tatsuya, and I think more often than not is Santino's just going to be looking out for Clue and Iris.
Yeah. Well, at least the lineup here for Flash does look better. I think they do have a pretty good chance at being able to take Buriram, but the most important question that we sort of need answered at the moment is, can they breach the initial rush that's coming from Buriram? Because Buriram's not a team that's going to sit on they're not going to sit down. They're not the team that's going to sit and wait for you. They are generally the ones to rush at you. So what is the response going to be for Flash? Like, do they just sort of counter this rush by Buriram with their own rush? Just break through Wasana and get high. Death, knowing him, he's going hunting. And he's going to try and go hunting for Moshi, but it'll be quite difficult with the clue on the field. So how does Death sort of pivot if he can't reach Moshi?
I think that the only way Death can pivot is to regroup the rest of his squad. Just give up the space, because at a certain point you don't need the space once it starts turning into like 4v3s. Then you can start working the angles with the rest of your squad. You're looking to not only cover, but to also anticipate movements. And I think with the Coda, as long as Flash is controlling a compound more ideally, something with actual natural cover to deal with the Iris first, then it sets them up better for later on, because now you just have to work around, do we have to deal with the Oscar, right? Is it the Oscar or the Tetsuya outside my door right now? And there's no real way to tell other than when they use their active ability. That's when you can respond with the Chrono.
So I'm probably going to make a call here, very bold call, but I think Husky would agree. I think Get High will be the MVP of this game.
Get High gets the MVP, okay.
So here's the thing, Get High is a support, but the thing is, like, in his games in Clash Squad, this man has been popping off. Like, the support tag means nothing to Get High, okay? This man, when he's in his games, he is playing on a high, he's getting eliminations, he's dishing out damage, and you've given him an Oscar, one of the most aggressive and suppressive characters in the game, because the moment you think you're safe, the moment you think you're in control, also comes out of nowhere and he's like, you got glue walls? I don't see them anymore.
Very cute glue walls you have there to my valiant dash. Yeah, no, Oscar is quite a hassle to deal with, I'm not gonna lie, because again, there are times where you're thinking that, like, oh, he's only gonna use it on glue walls, but sometimes he just uses it to chase you down. Either way, the knockback is good. It's just such an effective dueling tool in Clash Squad. But here we go. It's gonna be the first on Nextera, round number 1. We've seen how these round number 1s have gone. I want to see if Team Flash have changed their approach. Oh, instant TP, and they're going for a 1-in-3 split.
Okay, bold move, and Hong Arm caught by Jonah. Okay, that's not the start you're looking for here, unfortunately, but he's still bleeding on the ground. Wasana, though, still looking for a elimination himself. Jonah dropping quite low, but Zom, next one to go down because he's hit by a scythe from Jonah. And ABCD taking quite a bit of damage himself will be going down to Jonah as well. Jonah's on fire!
Yeah, he's sick of it. He's sick of it. It's just like, no. If this is happening to us in Battle Royale, we gotta make sure that it doesn't happen to us here in Clash Squad.
Jeez.
That's 2 for 2 on the Scythe knockouts here. Jonah has been literally killing it this time.
Yeah, he's doing a lot of killing. I mean, it's round 1. This is probably one of the best rounds to use a Scythe to pick up these eliminations, because the pistols don't do as much damage yet, so just have a little bit of fun, okay, Jonah? Just a little bit, and then get him motivated for the next up-and-coming games. But already not a great start for Flash. The team really needs to get some points on the board, and yes, it's only one game, but if you're Flash, no, not like this! Not like this!
The brass tax has already been paid, and with the entire team stalling to pick their friends back up, BRU just take the space instantaneously on their side of the map. ABCD recognizes it and Mochi goes down, but Wasana takes down ABCD instantaneously as Hwangam won't be able to respond in time, drops down the blue walls, and unfortunately ABCD will eliminate Mochi entirely. Flash, great on the pickup game, has turned this into a 3v3 with ABCD still with the possibility of being picked up. The Ignis as well as the smoke as they run into it to push through. They're trying to dip in and out of it. They're worried about Get High. He goes in with the melee, makes an attempt, can't see anything as he gets beamed through the smoke. And Jonah now literally looking at Wasara thinking, how do we get out of this? How do we... Oh, has an angle. Does he have the weapon though? He's lining up the headshot. Go for it, Jonah. Go for the peek. Go make the attempt. He tries. Oh, he moved by an inch. Literally an inch. Hwangam takes a bit of damage, but now he's got Wasana on his side, and they got to work together to take this 2v2 on.
Alright, Wasana going to be charging into the Zom. Zom's going to try and hold the fort down for his teammate Hong Am, because Hong Am wants to play with that range. And here we go. Both teams grouping up. There's the Flame Mirage. Zom's going to go in first. They catch Wasana! And I don't know if Jonah's going to be able to do it on his own. And look at this Zom playing on the very edge. Alright, Wasana's down. It's Jonah versus the world. And, I mean, this man has a scythe. If they get too close to him, he will try and go for the melee shots. But here comes the blue zone. It's moving. Hong Am's moving alongside Jonah. And Hong Am goes on the low ground instead. Jonah playing on the high ground.
Why?
Okay, so they're gonna try and cut him off.
Yep, and Jonah, he still has level 2 armor in his walls helmet. The Zom, Hwangam, only Hwangam has a helmet that's level 2, but other than that, they've run out of all their resources. Last med kit as well. As the first couple of shots being eaten by Hwangam, they're gonna try and get this crossfire, and that's how I want to see Flash play. Nicely done, but they gotta work on their communication a little bit because there were some very scary moments. This smoke play, very nicely done from the side of Team Flash. Not only denied vision, but also I feel like Get High was getting a little, he was getting a little confident. He didn't bother going for the spam, just went straight to the scythe.
Yeah, maybe the Oscar's getting him a little bit too excited, because that's the tendency of his when he gets to do damage, you know. Sometimes he can go a little bit ham. But if you're Flash, you kind of want the Oscar to go ham. The wrong kind of ham, okay? Not the good kind, because they would like to win this second game.
Oh, no,
but already right
ham.
off the bat, though, smoke screen.
The smoke screen, it just means that Flash doesn't want to take the space. And I think that BRU respond very nicely to it. Wasana is in a lot of trouble. Zom needs to push up right now if he wants to pick up Wasana, but instead contests for the center even though Wasana is by himself without any support on his back, allowing Wasana to find a flank of his own. Sees the Zom. Oh wait, but he turns the corner and he sees Hwangam, who drops down the time turner at the very least, still spamming through the smoke. Again, disrespect the smoke. Gotta make sure. Oh, Hwangam tries for the melee, turns back as Wasana has to make some space. Get High falls to his knees as Moshi finds Hwangam finally, and ABCD takes out Jonah with a quick flank angle of his own. So far, Chrising and Crossing, the Zom and ABCD have done well, but finally Wasana takes out one and gets revenge versus two fallen comrades.
Alright, so we didn't even get to reach that central area of that blue zone. Everything just happened so quick, but ultimately, the juking from Buriram, it was king here. They really played so well with that natural cover, especially under that tower there. So, for Flash, it's not just about ensuring that you break through those blue walls. You need to also be very, very mindful of how Buriram is going to be juking through all of that natural terrain, because it not only does it save you glue walls, but sometimes you can play with the terrain and just really mess with people. They think you're going to exit at a certain time, and all of a sudden you delay it by a fraction of a second. They shoot too early, and then you catch them on the reload.
Wait,
So-
hold on. It's once again, it's a 2-2 split from BRU with 3-1 coming in from Flash's side. You can see that the two are just chasing that man down, and it's unfortunately affected their positions. They're about to close in on them, but the three need to be a little bit faster. They need to continue this game of Ring Around the Rosie, and so far, it hasn't been looking good. Get High has been working on this man for so long, they can't seem to take him out, as so much time has been bought by the death. ABCD finds Jonah initially. The 3 is winning out compared to the 2 in the back, and Death with 1 HP, no helmet, finally goes down to Wasana.
Okay, so we are back to a 3 versus 3. So numbers are even for both teams, but now it's going to be a case of terrain. Morishi playing on the high ground, and ABCD, he knows where Morishi is, so he's going to try and jump down, but they're going to try and rush for him. The smoke screen, though, buying time for Morishi. They did manage to catch a little bit of damage onto him, but thankfully still surviving with over a little under half of his health there. And you can see Wasana and Get High already in a position to protect their sniper. Hong Arm trying to go for a wide wrap around. Wasana going to try and jump on top of him. Time Turner deployed as well. Wasana going to go for the juke. They sent Get High in there this time. Wasana copying a little bit too much damage. Very, very low, but they've caught Hong Arm. Get High, though, is going to be dropped in return. And Wasana gets finished off, and Buriram, they get dropped by Flash in round number 4. We're at 2 apiece.
2 apiece, evening up the score. This is what I wanted to see from Team Fly. Put up some good resistance against Buriram United, and finally we see Buriram United having to deploy some very desperate maneuvers to get out some tight spots. Now we go over to Grav Lab, and this is where it's going to get interesting. A lot of open area, but also with low gravity, it allows you to get to higher points faster. With that being said, Team Flash, they haven't been known to take the ground very aggressively from Buriram United Esports, but I think there's a very good reason now for them to do exactly that.
Okay, this one's a bit of a funky map here, Gideon. Grav Labs. The gravity here does mess with teams sometimes, but I feel like this shouldn't be an issue for Buriram, but it might be a problem for Flash. We'll see how both of these teams sort of react to this little bit of extra gravity that's going to come into play.
currently Team Flash controlling the most important site on that map. They control the entrance of it as well as the top part of it. Get High, he's going to try his best to try and survive for as long as possible. Huang An with the scythe on top of the time turner as well, trying to push Get High out of position. Wasana forced to use the glue walls, unfortunately. Ignis as well being thrown out the fire mirage to make sure that Huang An is exposed. But Get High tries, and he finds it. Unfortunately, it's a bit of a trade here. ABCD also the next to fall as Get High goes down. The death being exposed by Jonah. They didn't realize that he snuck up after the action happened. Good jump shot coming in from Mochi, but not enough for a headshot as Jonah finishes them off. A delayed flank coming from Jonah to turn the round around.
That was completely unexpected as well. You could tell that Flash were just not ready to receive Jonah, who did go for that very, very long wraparound, that high ground play, coming in clutch and really saving things for the team. So Flash, not going to be too happy, but then again, I don't think you can really be too hard on yourself, especially on a map such as Grab Lab, because that one is really, really difficult to navigate at times. This one's not any better, to be honest, so we'll see if Flash can maybe outplay Boyram in the maneuverability department. But Death, he gets a nice little welcome gift, half of his health gone.
Gets chucked out very early here. A very early usage of Clue just to get immediate information, especially here by the factory site. And as we see the potential flanks that could be going around, and also ABCD just covering the mannequin for the time being in case it needs to be called over, realizes that he's not flanked, and he notices that the members of BRU are split 2 and 2. They just need to get rid of the top left person to open up these angles, but unfortunately Get High wins out against the Zom from halfway across the map. Is Wasana also there to help Jonah? The next to actually fight Huang An wins with the help of Mochi and a headshot. Nicely done. Wow. At the edge of the time turner. Death is the next to fall, and all the members of Flash have paid the price. ABCD, the last one alive, and we've seen what happens here every single time we come over to Nextera. This is a difficult position to play with.
Yeah, especially when you're by yourself as well. But the blue zone's pushing ABCD, and this should be a relatively simple elimination there for Wasana. So, clean round, didn't lose anybody at all. And that puts Boyram at 4 points to 2. So they're getting very close to being able to take this series as well. Whereas for Flash, they're starting to reach the point of no return. You know, they need 4 points starting from now if they want to try and bring this to a game number 3. But just based off of how Flash are looking and how Boyram are playing, it just, I don't know if it's even possible to hit that game number 3.
2 rounds for Boyram United Esports to win. 2 rounds for Team Flash to look to equalize. On this map, their cables leading straight to the center. Oh, they don't take the height this time. They immediately smoke off mid and then throw the Ignis to break the initial glue walls. Wasana is going to get attacked by Huang An, and Huang An wins it. Get High can't see what's going on. He turns around. He sees another Ignis coming from a different direction, and it's not the one that he's liking, because without the help of Jonah, without the help of Mochi, he will eventually fall. He tries to go for the Valiant Dash, takes out the Zom, and takes out one more.
Ow!
The miracle play coming up from Get High with the shorty in hand. Jonah just needs to land one shot, and he finds it, bringing it 5-2.
That's a highlight play if I ever saw one. Absolute masterclass of why Oscar does not see the light of day. It's because he's able to pull off shenanigans like this. It really is disgusting. The character itself is just outrageous. Because of that play, Boyram is now at match point, sitting on $13,000, which they're going to start spending a little bit more here, because let's be honest, if you could just win the game here, that's going to be it. They don't have to play any more games. They can just relax for next week, although technically they're playing this weekend as well, so.
This is the warm-up before the real games here. That's the truth. They want to win in every single norm. Yeah, and you can tell how much BRU want to win this, because Mochi has bought full tier 3 armor and helmet, showing full respect this time to Team Flash. They're looking to control not the center of the map, but the highest verticality. The smoke, rather annoying for Wasana to deal with, of course, for the rest of his teammates, but it's only blocking him specifically. The rest of his teammates can try and communicate about the brass tacks that they've already applied on one member. Huang An unfortunately doesn't go down. Using the Tetsuya Rebel Rush, they do eventually find him, but ABCD, he's trying to go through, Get High. Already using the Valiant Dash to bust the hole, but more importantly to get back out. Oh, Get High finds the headshot with Wasana. A quick follow-up immediately after.
Yeah, and ABCD and Death, they're the last two standing. And look at this, they're just rushing right in. They say, all right, that's ABCD, and we take Death, and that's going to be it. Buriram lock the set in. This game was theirs to take, and I mean, they sort of prove that they're not washed, okay? They can absolutely still win their games. But this is just step number 1. Step 2, crush everyone in the next stage.
Luckily, it's double elimination, so if the situation of facing off against Virtus Pro does occur, it could happen again. For all intents and purposes, a huge win coming in from BRU's side. Map 1 in dominating fashion. We got to see Flash come back to life in Game 2, but just not enough against this dominant force of BRU.
Okay, so Buriram's made it through, and I think there was a collective sigh of relief from our viewers in the chat, you know, because everyone was a little bit concerned that, oh, Buriram, they've lost 2 sets, they're still here, they're still playing the Swiss rounds, but they've safely made their passage to double eliminations. Okay, so Buriram fans, don't worry, we're going to be seeing plenty more of them. Hopefully we see plenty more of them in Clash Squad. But this also means we're going to have to say goodbye to Team Flash because of this loss, their journey ends for Clash Squad, unfortunately. But don't cry, we're going to still see plenty of them in Battle Royale. So yeah, look forward to that over the weekend. But Buriram today, how are we kind of feeling just looking at them today? I mean, they played fairly clean. We didn't really see too many mistakes, but do we feel that they are playing at that usual Buriram potential, or do we feel like they're not quite up to snuff yet?
I think that right now, Jonah really is the one who is like on it. He's taking it the most seriously. And you can definitely tell that Wasana and Get High have fun at times. Same even goes for Moshi, but once they kind of clear that up and once they go for those big full buys, they really aren't trying to waste the economy. As much fun as they are having, that's why Jonah is our match MVP here. 14 eliminations. Surprisingly enough, he just always seems to be at the perfect place at the perfect time to find an off angle for his frontliners and just provides great communication as a teammate and as your IGL.
Yeah, great numbers as well. Oh gosh, Jonah went absolutely ham in this game, so had lots and lots of fun. Rest of the team, I mean, these numbers make sense. You know, Get High, even though again he was playing that support role, he did a lot to set up for the team, right? It was Get High and Wasana sitting in the front lines to basically set up for Jonah and Moshi to come in and act as that cleanup crew. So the numbers really speak volumes as to how this team functions as a team. Now, that's not to say that Flash did badly themselves. I think the reality that we've all that we all agree upon is just if you are playing against Buriram, most teams don't walk out of that matchup alive. So for Flash, I hope they take this match as a very valuable lesson, because I'm pretty sure we're going to get more Clash Squad in the future, and hopefully they can just sort of polish up on some of the issues the team has, which draft, I think they're getting there in terms of drafting. It's just they're also giving away resources to their opponents, so maybe something for them to consider. The play style for the team, I kind of feel like sometimes their positioning is a little bit wonky as well. Like there are times where players are either a little bit too far forward or they position themselves for somebody to flank them and basically just pick them off for free. So hopefully next time we see a much stronger and better Flash, but in the meantime, I mean, they get bested by Buriram. I think if I wanted to lose to a team, it's probably Buriram United.
Yep. 2-6 for both of the maps of Kalahari as well as Nextera. Didn't even make it to Bermuda at this point in time. And I don't think Flash have much to be too disappointed on, right? Especially in this matchup. I think in terms of things to learn, they probably have to understand what their crossfire setups are supposed to be, because they're doing the traditional ones. They're doing the traditional, like, oh, we'll walk past the door, make sure you have one guy on the left and on the right, and we can almost guarantee 100% that we're going to win in these gunfights at the cost of maybe one person maximum. But I think what they need to do is incorporate what BRU are doing, having your two front lines actually not only create a space, but allow that middle person to get in between to apply a brass tacks to whoever is looking to kind of cross those battle lines, because that's really what this game is in Clash Squad. How much of your taxes are you willing to pay, and how much can you evade it to get underneath your opponent's skin?
Well, I hope Boriram's ready to pay the interview tax, because we are going to be setting up an interview with them shortly as well. I kind of hope for one of our interview questions, we asked Boriram what took them so long, because a lot of us expected this team to qualify in the first round, the second round, and it took the third round. Third time's the charm, but I think for a team like Boriram, it's quite shocking as well. You know, most people would have thought it would happen sooner. So yeah, seriously, would love to know if that's a question. I hope they ask it. If not, and our interviewers are listening to the broadcast, which they're probably not, but if you are, please ask that question, because I'm genuinely curious. Like, what's where I'm sort of thinking, you know, going into that double elimination, because if they... I want to hope that the answer for this from them is just like, oh, we just decided to take our time. If that's the answer, I'll accept it. But I just, for Boriram fans in particular, I think they're kind of hoping going into double eliminations, they're hoping to see like a more polished and in line, like normal business day for Boriram. Because yeah, it's not quite up to what we've seen in the past.
It really hasn't, right? It feels like they've kind of lost their huge dominant force energy with the changes to Tatsuya specifically. For Wasana, he's not able to get away with it, and their primary weapons of Trogons probably now is getting a little more popular, but generally it had to go through multiple phases before they found not only the weaponry that they could abuse, but more importantly, so now they have to rely so much more on the fundamentals rather than individual plays to kind of get them over the edge, because there's always somebody to rely on in this part. And I think that's got to be the hardest part for Jonah, because his job was, as long as my teammates make a play, then I can make the call. Now I have to make the call to enable the play to happen in the first place.
Yeah, so I mean, they'll probably find a contingency plan. If Oscar goes through, pick the Oscar. That's a character you don't let through for free. But I mean, I think the drafting for Boriram's been fine. I don't think I have any issues with how they've been drafting characters. If anything, they're probably one of the better teams when it comes to drafting. It's just, yeah, I think some of the technical stuff, some of the mechanical stuff, it's been pretty interesting to watch. But it looks like we may be getting the call that the interview is ready, and it looks like we are. So Boriram, they've made it through to double elimination. Let's see what they have to say during their interview session.
Hello Survivor, welcome to our interview section, and Booyah from Team Buriram United Esports to grant into the double elimination round. And now I'm here with Jonah and Moshi. สวัสดีค่ะ สวัสดีค่ะ Okay, so I have to say that this match it's our dominance game from Buriram United Esports, but have to say that yesterday you lost to VP, so I want to know that what changed for today, because yesterday you have been like struggle a little bit. อยากรู้ว่าระหว่างเมื่อวานนี้กับแมตช์วันนี้เรามีการเปลี่ยนแปลงอะไรมาบ้างเพราะว่าเมื่อวานเราแพ้มาแต่ว่าวันนี้เราชนะมาแบบขาดๆเลยค่ะ
ไม่ได้เปลี่ยนแปลงอะไรเยอะครับเพราะว่าทีมไทยมันค่อนข้างรู้มือกันอยู่แล้วครับ
So for today match compared to yesterday match is nothing that different because it's Thai team versus Thai for yesterday. So have to admit that our Thai team 5 teams know each other well because we have been together for a long time. That's why. Alright, Moshi, I want to know after this victory, what next for your team? อยากรู้ว่าหลังจากชนะแมตช์นี้มาเรามีเป้าหมายอะไรต่อไปคะ
ก็น่าจะมีงานแก้อยากเจอ VP อีก
เป้าหมายของเราคืออยากเจอ VP อีกครั้ง
อยากเจอ WG ด้วยเจอทีมที่แพ้
อยากเจอทีมที่เรา
อยากขอแก้ตัว
So our target now for Buriram United Esports is they want to play against WAG and also Virtus.pro that they have been beat by them, and next time Buriram United Esports gonna win for the next match. So please watching. Alright, let's go to the last question. Do you have anything to say to your fans? มีอะไรอยากจะบอกแฟนๆไหมคะ
ก็ฝากติดตามด้วยครับอาทิตย์หน้าจะทำให้เต็มที่ครับในรอบ 8 ทีม
So please, fans, keep supporting us and watching us for next week. We're gonna do our best for the next match. Alright, thank you so much for watching our interview section, and we're gonna have a short break before get back to our tournament. Bye bye.
Get ready for intense close quarters combat. This is the Free Fire World Series SEA 2025 Fall Clash Squad Mode. A total prize pool of $100,000 is on the line. The champion takes home $30,000, with $15,000 for second, $10,000 each.
What is up, survivors, welcome back to our final game of our final day of the Swiss stage, and it's going to be a really exciting one here, folks, because our last game, it's a bit of a doozy in case you didn't see it. It's Daniel and Gideon, your casters for today. RRQ Falcons. I cannot believe I am saying these two teams' names now. Last game of the Swiss stage, and it's an elimination match where one will continue their journey through the Clash squad, the other team is out. And I honestly thought both of these teams would have made it through much earlier in the tournament, but last day, what happened?
I honestly, looking at the track record, I'm surprised that they got into this particular position, because every single time when Team Falcons were like, oh yeah, they should be able to win this, they've lost, and they've been denied 2 times already, and the same can be said for RRQ, which is well, I would say interesting, because they did lose to Kagendra, they did lose to Bigatron, but against Onak, against Torak, they've been having no problems, and the big standout has been Ma'al. He has been ridiculous on these clutches, and I think that's something that Falcons need to be a little bit careful about. If they can take out Ma'al first, they've got a very good chance at sweeping the entire series.
Okay, so here's my problem with all the teams that you sort of listed there for RRQ, okay? I think if we were to compare the teams that Falcon played and RRQ played, and the teams that they've beaten and they've lost to, okay? Falcons, I think it's easy to say Falcons probably played the tougher teams compared to RRQ. And yeah, they lost against some of them, you know, but I do think those are matches where their opponents clearly outplayed Falcons. For RRQ, they lost questionable matches that I feel like they shouldn't have lost to begin with. The Kagendra one, I think, was the first surprise. Like, nobody expected the loss to Kagendra. The loss to Bigatron, I could see that because Bigatron is a long-standing team, and I'm pretty sure that, I mean, we saw the interview just now with Royale, right? Like, whenever they play against the Thai teams know each other. So sometimes you have that tactical advantage. So maybe that's kind of what's happened here with RRQ and Bigatron. But the Kagendra loss was, dare I say, unacceptable. So yeah, I love the team. I love the boys. They're really fun. But against Falcons, I just don't really see the odds being very much in their favor unless something suddenly changes. But the thing is, like, what are the chances of a big change coming in at the right moment? Like, it's game day, and we still haven't seen RRQ pull off an amazing game day.
Well, admittedly, I think that right now, RRQ, the biggest problem was their lack of preparation of what everybody else should be doing, because Ma'al clearly knows what he's doing. It's just everybody else has got to get on that same page, because so many things are happening at the same time. And it became very evident in RRQ versus Bigatron Vitality, where you saw the very clear openings from both sides having a lot of preparation against each other. Same can be said about Onyx, same can be said about Torak, a little less preparation on those two, but they still had some good mechanics. I think against Falcons, right, is where the real challenge is going to be, because preparation is just so key against them. But at the same time, the raw talent that we see from Falcons' side, it feels like anybody could clutch at any given moment.
Yeah. Look, if RRQ can beat Falcons here, I kind of feel like my confidence in them would be revived, it'd be brought back. It's just at the moment I have a lot of reservations about RRQ. A lot of things need to be polished up, a lot of stuff needs to be changed and adjusted. But I mean, if there's a team that could potentially do that, it's RRQ. This is the world-class team. They are in a region that is extremely competitive, and we've seen RRQ be flexible, be very malleable when the situation calls for it. It's just, I hope that there's enough pressure on the team to call forth that primal need to win.
Speaking of primal needs to win, we see another Cassie ban coming up from Falcon's side, and keep in mind that Falcons are going to be the first one locking in, so RRQ not going to go with the Gambit, going to say, you know what, we submit, let's get rid of the Oscar, let's see if it's going to be a Chrono first pick coming in from Falcon's side, or are they going to immediately start leading into Zane, because they need somebody. If Cassie's out, Zane is the only one available that has an effect that kind of buffs the entirety of the team in a very helpful manner.
It would be so odd if they did not pick Zane here, though. Okay. Alternatively, what are some other options? I mean, Santino, If they really want to Santino, okay. So instead of the Zane, they prioritize having access to either a sniper or a flanker. So they're keeping their options open. I'm not going to disagree with this. I think, like, sure, you know, in a lot of cases, I think the utility of Zane makes a lot more sense than Santino. But at the same time, I think if you're Falcons, if you feel you need to have a character that is flexible enough that it can flex between multiple players, I might give up the Zane actually. So, yeah. So
I think this goes to show that Falcons, their priority list of like not just the characters that they're locking in, but also who these characters go to. Like Santino could have been given over to Maal, and I think that Falcons is trying to clamp down on what Maal is capable of. They're expecting him to go on something like the Iris. They might counter it with the last pick A124 at the very end, but we'll see in just a little bit, right? Because they were willing to give up Zane just to lock in the Santino, which I personally think wasn't necessary, especially when you're going up against Maal. But there we go, the Chrono, the clue comes in, pretty standard composition, and they can hold off on the very end to play traditional Ignis if necessary. It really depends on what RRQ is willing to give up.
it might be Ignis for RRQ because they get the next 2 picks, and I don't know, Ignis and Zane does work together, so
I think they go for Tatsuya,
Ignis, right? They could be Tatsuya as well.
Tatsuya, Ignis.
Vision for Coda, Homer. Hello? Hello? RRQ, are you home? Are you Homer?
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Maybe there is some kind of logic to the chaos here. I think the Homer makes sense because the Chrono on the opposite side, if he cannot get to the forefront first, it's going to be a bit of a problem, right? You can tax him until you force him to use the time turner. The A124 I could be speculating that they're just looking ahead of time, thinking that an A124 would really hurt their comp more than anything else. But even so, it still works out, right? Just eliminate that front line. If you catch somebody else on the off guard, that's perfectly fine for you too. And I totally understand that, like, now Ignis not looking so good of a pick anymore.
So Ignis is not looking great. Chrono is a bit of a scary pick too, right? Because you kind of need to get in the face of RRQ if you're running that Chrono, and you will be a primary target. And Chrono and Ignis, they still get locked in. Gotta really watch out on who the A124 prioritizes, which I think in most of the rounds is probably Ignis and Chrono. Unless Santino just suddenly comes in from the back lines and tries to pick off either the Homer or Coda, depending on who Maal is playing. Unless Maal's playing A124. What do you actually think for Maal's pick here? Like, do you think they're going to double him down on either Homer or Coda, or do you think they might turn him more into a utility sniper with the A124?
I think they're going to turn him into a utility sniper with the A124 because it incentivizes him to actually stick along with his team. So in case Santino tries to go for a back flank, you can get an instant response coming out from RRQ's side with either the Zane or even the Homer just like turning around and throwing the drone if necessary. You don't have to throw the drone at the people that you see, but more so just to double check your flank if your Coda is on cooldown. I think right now what's difficult is that Falcons, the way that they take space, it's very sequential, right? You have to have somebody in front. Then if there is some kind of resistance, you need to bring in the right tools, whether it be the Santino looking for that off angle or just having Ignis melt down the glue wall, the initial glue walls at the center of the map to open up space for Falcon to play for themselves.
So we have locked in out, and it's actually going to be Maal on the Homer, not on the A124. I actually think I'm okay with this because I also feel like you needed to also put Homer on something that would really be able to benefit the team as well. I think like just having him on the Homer, I think he would be able to do more rather than being on the A124. So
is he looking? I think he's looking to punish, right? He throws it out early.
Yeah.
Doesn't show as much sticks with his team. Doesn't show as much presence until absolutely necessary. Once his cooldown is back up, in case Santino tries to go for a play, at least he could try to punish it.
Yeah. I can see that really being a case because the issue with him being on the A124 is that if he notices limit too late, I don't think A124's active is going to be useful enough because we also need to respect that this is Limit playing the Santino. Limit is a deadly sniper, and he's one comment I would love to make about Limit is that he really knows how to use the mannequin to punish players in 1v1s as a Santino, especially in sniper 1v1s. So I think this is a respect shuffle maybe coming out from RRQ, like noticing that, okay, there's a Santino, they see the full roster and they say, okay, it's definitely not going to be Limit on the clue. It is 100% Santino Limit. And in the case of Ma'al, at least you give him a fighting chance if they do fall into that 1v1.
I have to agree with you with Limit's use of Santino, but let's pull it back a little bit, because when we saw Falcons facing up against AG Global, a similar situation did occur. And the easy counterplay is just to have one extra body to shoot down the mannequin when it comes to that time, right? Have one person take care of the mannequin, then you don't have to worry about Santino for a little bit of time. And those windows is what you're looking to try and punish your opponents. A window that they're looking to punish their opponents and take space. And I think that's the scary part, right? Because there are factors for both of these compositions to take advantage of each other's, but the windows compared to previous matches that we've seen today really now boils down to 1 to 2 seconds. I think the Homer definitely can increase that level of opportunity, but that's only if you see a significant mistake. Like, I don't know, if Limit tries to go for a back flank while the cooldown is active, yeah, you're not really getting out of that scenario.
Yeah, so I think it's gonna come down to who gets the first couple of rounds. I mean, pistol round, I think that one's a bit negligible because sometimes it really does feel like it's a bit of a 50-50 split, like if you pick the right side. But round 2 onwards, I'm expecting Falcons to be the ones to score. I think RRQ might sort of struggle out the gate for the first couple of rounds. But I feel like round 4 onwards, that's when we should start to see RRQ come online. Even if they lose the first 3 rounds.
Ooh,
even if
wow.
they lose the first 3 rounds, because they need a little bit of time.
Okay, alright, I respect it, but this is the very first round here as we make our way into the game. RRQ Kazu on the left side, Team Falcons on the right, and immediately we're starting off with a very neutral map here. One more gonna be starting off with a Ignis Flame, a little preemptive, but they are leaning heavily to that left side. They know that Ma'al has shown himself at Limit, takes him out. Great use, throws the body double, got the information on Ma'al's side. Dude, he's got the nade in hand, he's gonna try, but On Fire ends up going down as Abe takes him out with his shorty. He sees Dudes turn the corner, and Limit! Great pre-fire.
It's just the pistol round, okay? It's just the warm-up. It doesn't start yet. Now it's gonna start round 2 onwards, okay? So slight gold lead for Falcons. I mean, they're pretty happy with their economy so far. Limit already flexing what he can do on the Santino, which is quite scary, but you know, he's not quite where he wants to be as of yet. I'm just hoping RRQ can pick up on Limit's angles, like where he likes to go, how he likes to flank, so that they can either have Abe or Dutz sort of act as that second pair of eyes to watch out for Ma'al. Because you know, Homer's great, but he needs some help.
Yeah, speaking of second eyes here, it's interesting that their lineup of Aikal and Dudes both having grenades of their own, like traditional frag grenades of their own. I don't know if they've got the, Alvaro to back it up. Yeah, he loses his head, and that's awful because Ma'al heavily invested into this round with an AR of his own. Karoro, slowly buying time, realizes that many members of RRQ are rotating over. The mannequin has been called in case the setup for a crossfire, and Limit has taken it a little preemptively as Abe now goes for the chase. They've been baited out, and now one more with the turnaround. Aikal needs to cover that corner, and Limit needs to get involved once again as the members are already down. Aikal, the last one left. Really great plays through as they take down Limit. No clutch though. Falcons take round number 2. What a setup there.
Yeah, the prophecy is slowly tipping in favor of Falcons, but like I said, the early game, it's going to be in favor of Falcons a little bit just because of the nature of their overall draft. They do much better in those earlier rounds. They're not so weapon dependent, unlike RRQ, where functionally this lineup is going to behave a little bit better towards that mid to later game, or at least hopefully if you can even hit that late game, because if we only hit round 6 and we get nothing for RQ, this lineup is never going to come online. So Round 3, this is supposed to be another dud round for them, so if they lose this one, they can take it with grace, but after this round, they have to win round 4 onwards, otherwise they're just gonna lose to all this snowball that's happening from Falcons. Limit going for a big wrap round for the team. Love this man's playstyle. I don't know how he does it. He just finds all these crazy angles.
Yeah, and he hears the footsteps behind him. Good, just keep rotating. Play this ring around the rosy, especially since it's a 3v1 on the opposite end. And unfortunately, RQ, they make the decision too slow. Aikal ends up dying, and on fire. Sorry, one more ends up dying. And Abe, wait, gets taken out before Aikal. A little unfortunate because Limit has got his number. He's still keeping pressure to the opposite side as Falcons have taken the front line, sorry, the back liner from RQ Kazu. And Maal, he is by himself. But with the AC-80 in Dutz's hands, he actually has the correct weapon to try and clutch this out against them.
Man, I feel like RRQ just got messed up in this round because of the first 2 rounds, because Maal got bullied. He's asked Dutz to stay with them, but they go for a 2-2 split. That's just not paid off so far. They're going to try and go for a couple of jumping snipes, but that blue zone's going to start moving them in. Oh my gosh, didn't even get a chance to move. But yeah, back onto my point, you know, the fact that Maal got bullied already in the first 2 games, it's impacted the choice of movement for RRQ, and now it's limited what RRQ was going to be able to do as a team. It's round 4. This is the round where they need to start picking up those points, but if they don't pick up points soon, I kind of feel like this round is just going to end.
Yeah, it feels like it as well. Another EC80 purchased. They've also got the AWM in hand, so mega investment. No helmets other than Abe from across the board from RQ Kazu. On the opposite end, Keroro still making sure... Oh, yep, he definitely topped up his armor. Tier 3s. And the worst of all is just a tier 2 helmet from Keroro's side, but that's what you want to see. Get rid of the mannequin as soon as possible. As you see that the Falcons are taking over the second floor, RQ will be working their way upwards. And it's going to be a bit of a delay, especially since they have no real way to interact with Glue Walls. On fire, misses half of his shots onto Maal's side, but does drop the chrono down. Maal, he needs to land 1 shot. That's really what he needs right now. But On Fire is going to top himself back up to 200 as Abe and Aikal end up falling down to 1 more, and as well as Keroro on the opposite side.
This is so awkward too because Dutz is so far away from Maal as well, so if anything happens to Maal, it's game over, which, I mean, just looking at how this round is going, it's not necessarily a good game either. And Maal, he gets caught by 1 more on the other side of the map, leaving Dutz all on his own, and that's 4 games in a row for Falcons. So far dominating this matchup up against RRQ, and for the Indonesian squad, really struggling to find their footing because they've struggled to deal with Limit Santino, and in this round we saw the emphasis on them trying to get rid of that mannequin early, but I mean, you got rid of the mannequin, but at what cost? At the cost of your teammates.
Big costs. Very, very big costs. And now they're walking into this next map. Still, no helmets. They can only slightly invest 3 Glue Walls each to their names. Alright, so it's a full buy this time from the side of RRQ. Couple missing some helmets, but that's totally fine. Abe, luckily one of those who does have the helmet. But gets taken out by Limit again!
How?
It's not even close, but the A124 has been thrown, only connecting on, I think, 1 person? I'm not sure if On Fire actually got connected by it, but I don't see the debuff. As the time turner comes down, they completely stall and hold out. Aikal getting behind Keroro, drops the glue wall, closes him off. On Fire doesn't realize that he's stuck underwards, secures the cyber point, and now takes out Aikal. On Fire, the next to fall. Keroro has no backup, and 1 more has no line of sight. He quickly hops on over to be by his side and takes out Abe in the process. Dude's next to fall here, as Limit didn't get any shots in other than Maal, the frontliners.
How?
From Falcons.
How does this man know? He knows every single time where poor Maal is. It's always like he's telling the man, I'm sorry bro, you can't play the game. Nah, you are the reason why this team succeeds. We gotta get rid of you. It's so painful to watch.
It is. Just look at the overwhelming money lead coming in from the side of Team Falcons. Or RRQ Kazu have to invest everything, every single round to pull at least 1 back, but you ain't beating 16,000 in the bank account. And RRQ, once again, looking for the compound to play with straight away. 1 more, covering so much distance, is ready. As long as he doesn't show presence, that's just going to be a lingering problem, as the Homer is going to sniff out 1 more. He might have to reposition, closes off his back just in case. Good call here. Very nice protocols from the side of Falcons.
And if you look at the map as well, you can see that Limit is positioning himself again behind RRQ, just waiting to see if Ma'al's gonna stick his head out. Man, this guy is deadly. There's a reason why Santino is banned for certain teams, and I think after this round, Santino, instant ban. There's no way RRQ lets this character through for Limit, because he's just played it far too well this round. But you can tell how scared RRQ is as well. They're grouped up as a team, they're barely moving.
They're just holding down ground and turf. Wait, they hear on fire at least. And now the quick turnaround here from Ikal's side doesn't get him despite the Trogon. Plenty of armor for the side of on fire. Oh, and Ma'al, he goes down limit, finds him again. The time turner as well. Keroro now finding angles that Ikal is just unaware of from every side. Controlling the center is great, but Falcons just have more options to pick and poke at them. So far more successful. 4-3 as the blue starts to close in. RQ still have a chance. They've got shotguns ready to go, but now with the Ignis, they're just blowing through the blue walls. They turn the corner, and they've already found one. Second corner, time turner denied. One more with the headshot. Abe, who's next to fall to the chopping block as one more takes out Ikal. Finally, from turning on his knees to eventually seeing the maker. And now on, oh my goodness, Carol cleans it up. Falcons clean game one. No arguments there. Just outclassing RRQ Kazu.
Someone tossed Limit in jail because that was a criminal round by this guy. His every single time without fail. His first elimination is Ma'al. I think it was every single round. It was just brutal. For RRQ fans, if you watch this and you just, I think they would have felt the same thing I did, you know, that painful just internal cringe, that pang, it's like, oh, not again. Not again. So, Santino, I think, is either going to be banned or swiped, which actually, speaking of, let me double check for this next round, who is going to be getting the first pick? Sorry, bear with me for a second. So, we had Falcon's first pick for this round. We're going to Kalahari next, so maybe there's a chance for RRQ here, okay? Just the map alone, there's a chance.
Okay.
RRQ is going to get first ban, so they will have priority pick here. So if Santino makes it through, which I doubt it will, they can swipe that away themselves. Alternatively, they ban the Santino and they pick whatever thing that they would have maybe banned that round, which could be Cassie, could be that Zane, could be Oscar, but knowing Falcons, they won't let Oscar through, so...
Yeah,
lots of options for RRQ.
I think based on what we've seen so far, it feels like Falcons right now, especially if you're like targeting Cassie of all things to get rid of, it's just to kind of make sure that their front line isn't as strong, considering that, you know, Peanut can go crazy sometimes. But even then, I think their biggest problem right now is less of the Santino as a pick and more so that Ma'al specifically is getting picked off. Because I think that the Santino helps kind of be like a combo extender for Limit, because he finds Ma'al instantly, he can just use the body double to switch on over to his mannequin and still be relevant in these fights. But one more has been outstanding, right? Not only is he a great support, but more so the way that he applies pressure always makes you check angles again, right? You gotta, I just cleared that corner. Gotta look by it one more time, because one more just might be watching your back the entire fight.
Yeah, but knowing one more is always looking for one more, you know, after getting that first elimination to his name. But that scoreboard though, I know some of us not feeling too good about it. 0-6 RRQ versus Falcons game number 1. I guess the only good news is that this was only game number 1. So absolutely an opportunity for RRQ to bring this to a game number 3. I would say normally Kalahari is a chance for this team to come back, but I think we also need to make a mention that Falcons themselves are also Kalahari specialists, so the map itself might not be the reason RRQ could get a comeback. I really think it's just going to have to be a change in picks for active abilities, and also a change in how this team moves as a unit, because Gideon, for RRQ, do you believe this team is equally mechanically skilled, or is this team maybe leaning a little bit too much in Ma'al to do a lot of the heavy lifting?
I think they're leaning too heavily into Ma'al. I mean, in their past games, it's very heavily reliant on Ma'al. He comes up with not only the most amount of eliminations, but also comes up with the highest amount of assists if he isn't the leader in terms of eliminations, right? And he's doing huge chunks of damage compared to the rest of the team. I'm not sure what RRQ's problem is, whether or not they just can't seem to coordinate, or whether they have like the free and easy style of, hey, if you happen to see somebody, that's when you call them out, not expect an opponent from these directions.
Yeah, so I agree with your sentiment. I do feel like RRQ need to change something. They can't really just sit on Ma'al and hope that this band is able to do something to start these fights, because, yeah. I mean, he's a talented player, which is great, but at the same time, with how he's just being focused, like he's not being allowed to play the game, and you can see the rest of the team suffering. We could maybe also put a little bit of the blame on the draft too in that last game, because they were relying quite heavily in Ma'al to do most of the damage. I mean, Abe could do a little bit with the Coda. Ikal though, he was more so there to create openings for Abe and Ma'al. And Cassie banned for Falcons, Chrono banned for RRQ, Oscar is available, but they're giving away Santino.
I think it's a worthy trade. I think it's a worthy trade because I think that RRQ's ban on Chrono is so important. There's too many times where Falcons were able to pick themselves back up just because they had the time turner off of cooldown. So taking that away, it's still, I can agree with that, but I don't see a particular answer to limit taking out your team and then having extra mobility with the Santino.
Okay, what's the answer? And they've taken Coda themselves. Oof. That's a pretty big hit too. So Santino, Coda for Falcons. Okay, what would I do if I was RRQ? I mean, getting Clue, yeah, Clue's a big one because Clue will help you sniff out the Santino. For Ma'al, I mean, I don't mind him wanting to play the Homer again. They prioritized Tatsuya though, so they're gonna leave the Ma'al pick to last, which I kind of agree with actually, because if they reveal it now, then Falcons would be able to prioritize their next 2 picks to ensure that Limit finds a way to get Ma'al again. So Tatsuya, Oscar, great. Clue is going to be there. Probably played by Duits, I'm guessing. Unless Ma'al plays the Clue, which isn't bad too, I suppose.
I feel like this
options are open.
I feel like this lineup will... Actually, it depends. Let's see what Falcons do first, right? Because I was questioning whether or not Zane was going to be necessary for a composition that's going to go for 2 rushers, and I feel like the Clue pick wasn't necessary because Coda was already locked in on the other side. It wouldn't make sense for Falcons to lock in their own information gatherer, and I think that could have been abused. But even so, Falcons already digging into their pick reserve time. The Steffi, very smart, as well as the Zane, so good, so smart.
Okay, so this suddenly makes the game quite scary for RRQ because with the Steffi around, throwables are going to be a lot less effective. And if any question, getting throwables to begin with, because you're just going to assume like, what's the point? You know, we're playing up against a Steffi, and then you have the armor regeneration as well, and then you have the bullet damage reduction. Oh, that's nasty.
Very
and
nasty.
Dimitri!
Okay.
Dang.
I love this response because initially I was thinking, all right, if you're RRQ, what would be ideal for you, right? And sure, the Zane would have been like by far, second to none, the best option for a lineup that does one thing really, really well. But then the problem is if Falcon gets a pick off of you and you quickly drop down, and you're trying to drop down a blue wall, trying to drop down something to protect yourself, the Steffi just says, nope, we're not going to allow you to do anything for a short period of time. No throwables, that's perfect because now you can start using it in combination with Coda and as well as Zane, leaving not much left for RRQ to work around in terms of playing defensively if somebody goes down in the middle of the fight. So that's where Dimitri comes in. Now it's like, oh yeah, Steffi's gonna give you a way to defend yourselves, we have a way to defend ourselves.
Yeah, and maybe this also, just a theory, what if this encourages RRQ to play grouped up now because you have that Dimitri? Like ideally, Dimitri wants to play basically with his teammates, right? Like they partied up together in the same room, in a small area so that everyone actually benefits from the active. Maybe this is how they play against Falcons. They say, okay, Limit, you know, you can keep picking Ma'al, but like if we move as 4, if we move as a unit and we have a Dimitri, doesn't matter?
I think There will be some cases where it does, but I think for the most part, I think that they're going to stick as 4 until... Keep in mind, Dimitri is going to be the main anchor. Everybody else has to play around where he is to get the max benefits. And I think for Tatsuyan as well as Oscar, they don't have to work necessarily together. They're just looking to pick Falcons apart by finding angles on their own. So now that Limit is playing on that Santino, I think that right now, Falcons, they can almost guarantee that Limit is going to be the last person alive, while the rest of the team needs to kind of contain RRQ in a bubble.
Yeah. Oh boy. Okay. I like this approach from RRQ. I like the approach. It is a little unconventional, especially with this team's general style of play, but I think this is really the best course of action for the team. You know, you've got to give respect to Limit where it's due, but at the same time, you also have to respect the Steffi pick. I really think this Dimitri, this might be the one game where I'm actually a fan of having a Dimitri. But at the end of the day as well, we kind of have to question, is this enough? Can we bring it to a Game 3 with his Dimitri pick? And I know a lot of people want that Game 3 to happen, but it's going to come down to RRQ. Can they solve this Falcon Rubik's Cube?
Well, we're going to find out when we start heading into the game, because I want to see how many glue walls realistically both sides are going to apply. Because, again, glue walls are going to be pretty valuable knowing that there's no glue wall breakers on either side. So that's just something that they have to keep in mind. This might make RRQ feel like a little more comfortable, because now it's like, okay, we're on even ground. It's not just us who doesn't have a glue wall melter. You guys don't have a glue wall melter too. So this is a bit of push and pull,
A lot of push and pull. Fun times, you know. It would have been nice to have a Skylar pick, actually, because it was like, oh, I can't throw stuff. I've got the Skylar. No one's got the Skylar. So I think it'll be pretty interesting to see how both of these teams react to each other's drafts, because, like, there's a lot of interesting strategies being deployed, and the fact that this is actually such a complicated matchup. This is not just the cookie cutter lineups that we've been seeing so far, right? It's not just a case of, like, the Cassie +1. It's not just a roaming Santino. This is far more complex than a lot of other matchups that we have seen so far. So execution will be very important. Foresight and trying to guess where your opponents are going to be will be very important as well. And I feel like playing with the blue zone could be very important too. I expect some of these matchups to actually go quite late, and for the circle to actually start shifting.
That's a really good call. I think I wasn't really thinking about utilizing the blue at this point. I was purely thinking about squad fighting, and I think that right now, RRQ, you can see, they're all lined up, right? They got to make sure that whoever's playing Dimitri as of right now stays alive and doesn't press that button until absolutely necessary. Because right now, the only difference maker is if Limit finds him first.
Well, let's see if Limit has the game of his life again, because I feel like that last round, that was a dream round. It's one of those games where it's a once in a lifetime kind of thing. So let's hope Limit lowers his expectations for these upcoming games. But we are starting to see him make a bit of a shift, but Abe's there, so he's ready to catch him.
Yep, he quickly TP's back into safety. So again, he's just looking for space. He's not trying to bait out shots. He's just trying to see what his options are available and where the intention is being pulled currently. And a huge default coming in from the side of RRQ, right? They've got a nice little linear spread on both sides. They've determined the battle lines. Karoro, honestly, not exactly the best position to be in, but at least he's safe for now. And On Fire recognizes that if they don't take space against RRQ, this is going to be a bigger problem than necessary. As Karoro and one more need to work together, Karoro at least throws his nade out. He's trying to flush out, get some space on his side. They might make
On Fire, it's a two-prong attack.
Oh, and they make it happen.
Two-prong attack.
Great crossfire.
Oh, that was beautiful.
And now it's not over just yet. Abe, the next trade off against On Fire. One more goes down to Doots. And unfortunately, trying to pick these bodies back up has costed Falcons a lot of time. And RRQ slowly taking over the map as they take round 1 away from Team Falcons.
That was crazy, because it looked like it was going to be Falcons to take the round, but we're now starting to see the magic of Dimitri. And sure, you know, Ma'al was the first player to go down, but now all of a sudden with the second chance, I think this might be the solution here for RRQ, you know? For them to basically abandon Ma'al, because if they keep trying to pick him up, I think that's what Falcons want them to do. So if you have to abandon Ma'al, work with the rest of the team, and try to take over from there. Make Falcons over-invest just to kill Ma'al. And I think that's the perfect bait there, because Ma'al is pretty juicy looking.
Alright. Let's see if the setup is going to be exactly the same, right? Because On Fire currently controlling the center. Not in the direct center, of course, because it looks like their main initiators are on the north side of the map. Abe is a little worried about something fishy going on here, noticing that there's not a lot of movements on his map as we wanted to, but Dudes finds the first initial flank onto Keroro, takes him down, but unable to close out that knock. And unfortunately, the windows being blocked as well, with nobody to break down these glue walls in time. That unfortunate pick on Keroro now turning into a victory clause.
Okay. Let's be patient here. Okay, Gideon, because these games are looking to really slow down. Limit's found Abe, so he's managed to drop him on the ground, which is pretty big. And another one, Ma'al! Caught by one more this time. And, well, Falcons, after a bit of a disastrous first pistol round, they are going to be able to take over game number 2 at least. So, the Rubik's Cube hasn't been fully solved, but step 1 is there. And getting a little bit of a better feel as to the adaptations coming from Falcons. Because like we're also starting to see Falcons adapt to RRQ in the midst of just one game. Like that's how quick Falcons are when it comes to trying to figure out how their opponents play and to adapt to it. Big respects to Falcons.
Huge respects, because it was really smart, right? By they started with their default, they adjusted it a little bit on the fly, and then they recognized that RRQ Kazu didn't actually clear out the mid-section of the map, opening a possibility of flanking your opponents if they seem to try and trespass into your area. Now Kuro on the low, he's got one on fire and one more on the opposite end. Nate's gonna get loaded up here as they're trying to bink it around the corner and forcing that movement into Keroro's side. He's got his boys ready to go as they turn it around, and now getting the cyber airdrop in the meantime. Great use of time.
Oh, look how slowly RQ are trying to play. But now Falcons, they realize if they just let RQ play as slow as they want, they're just going to give the game away. But Falcons may have just fallen into a trap. Abe taking down one more, and now it's down to Kororo. Last man standing against a full roster. And he should be going down any second here. Is it going to be Ma'al? Is it going to be Abe? Who's going to get that final knock? It's going to be Ikal instead. And RRQ take round number 3 and buck themselves up to 2-1 against Team Falcons. Gideon, I think we have a match.
We do have a real match here. RRQ now taking the lead against Team Falcons side. But to be fair, the Falcons did commit a little bit to this round. A bit of a force buy on their side. Now we go into that third round. Let's see where the economy is at, right? Because as we can see, in terms of cyber airdrops, Team Falcons currently holding 1 point in it. Full investment from the side of RRQ Kazu. Obviously, it's not tier 1 weapons, but it's going to be good enough for the round because Team Falcons this time, they're going to be coming in with tier 2 armors, except for Limit, who is missing his helmet.
I'm going to also point out, very interesting for RRQ to run very few helmets. Very, very few. So I don't know if it's because they don't like to wear helmets or if they're just investing in offense instead as well. But if this works out for them, this is going to be a really great eco round for RRQ. Ikal trying to go for a wrap. Ma'al still hiding, just trying to make sure he's not going to be spotted. Ikal, though, has been caught by Limit. Beautiful spot there by the sniper. And Ma'al caught by On Fire.
Yeah, again, they're just trading positions. They're constantly trying to turn on each other, looking for flanks because more opportunities present themselves, especially here by these two Mayan pyramids. Keroran as well as Limit, On Fire as well, all controlling a huge amount of space, already cornering Aikal as well as Abe and Dutz on that top side. They're gonna slowly wait. Did he notice him? I'm not sure if he did. You see, the pet starts making a little bit of noise here, but more so that smoke is gonna cover the cover for Dutz and Abe to retreat just a bit before they turn the corner, because they know they have to walk out. The Blues pushing them out. Kororo already finds one into Dutz. Now looking in towards Abe's side, he's going to take the space. Unfortunately, Glue Wall going to make the difference here. And now, with 2 members ready to go, they blow through. Rebel Rush not going to get much as Limit finds the last headshot onto Abe.
And it's going to tie up the game as well. 2-2, so nobody is currently building up a lead as of yet. So Falcons and RRQ keeping this game super tight, especially with RRQ's tournament life on the line. They're going to have to keep things very close to their chest if they want to force that game number 3. But for Falcons, I think the moment Falcons find an opportunity to just run away with the game, I think that might just be it for RRQ if they don't find a solution as soon as possible. Santa Catarina, this one's a pretty tough one here. A lot of teams struggle with the elevation, so we'll have to find out who manages to outmaneuver the other. And if Falcons can continue to get these flanks on RRQ, because these flanks have been very deadly against the Indonesian squad.
It looks like it's a 2-2 split. Every member is looking to get onto one point or the other. Third floor and ground floor currently already being taken over by the side of Team Falcons. And that's great because now they want to pinch any of the RRQ members in between. Doots, the first to fall almost instantaneously as Karo tries to get over this glue wall almost and secures it. Takes out Doots but sees another target. Opens another angle for On Fire to get involved as they clear out the ship one floor at a time.
Slowly clear it, because we've seen what happened. If you get a little bit too overexcited, you can get punished, especially in such a small area. No, Ikal! he loses his ankles. And he's going to get picked up soon. But On Fire going to be punished, but it doesn't matter. The Falcons, they pick up RRQ and say, this ship is ours. Say hello to your new captain. The Falcons going to be able to pick up another point to push their scoreline 3-2.
Yeah, this is one of the few maps where, again, one side of the map gives you access immediately to the highest point of the ship, which still has stairs to allow you to get into the second and first floors. From RRQ's side, you do not. You have to play from around the ship, if not look to contest on the outer parts of it. Now, we move on to round number 6, and this is a pretty important round for RRQ because they invested pretty heavily in the last one. This time round, especially if you're looking for high ground elevation, there's not a lot of cover to actually work with, and one more is already in position, and Aikal forced to move out of the way, thinking that he might be in, not having a fun time, especially with the nade coming out. Aikal jumps over, forced to move, and On Fire, unfortunately, only connecting on his feet. Aikal eventually falls down to Karoro, though the Deagle doing work.
And that's going to take him out, pushing the set to 3 versus 4. So RRQ, hopefully they have something in their back pocket, because with the numbers disadvantage, the odds of them winning are getting smaller and smaller. We see On Fire trying to go for a little 1v1 here with Doots. Abe is there, but these glue walls are causing so many problems. And here comes one more from the back. Abe wasn't ready, but it doesn't matter. Doots is there to cover his back. But in the meantime, Ma'al, he's been caught.
Finally. Turning this into a 2v3 unless they can pick up Ma'al in time. Nope, they could not. Limit takes him out. 3v2 scenario here, highly favored on the side of the Falcons, unless we see a pick coming up from RRQ Kazu's side. Right now, they're boxed in the center of the map. No place to play on the outside of the blue. Even Limit is just making sure, throwing his mannequin to the side, just in case somebody tries to go for an off angle, like where Abe is trying to make happen. On Fire, looking to respond and keep him in place, finds the shots, connects beautifully, and now Doots is left. Great shots coming in from the side of Falcons, but they're so systematic, it's crazy.
Oh, now suddenly that point gap is 2 points away from RRQ, and that, I mean, this match, it was pretty close, but now I fear that maybe Falcons are going to start running away with the game, because we've seen what happened in that previous matchup. You let the Falcons build up a lead and they sort of run away with all the equipment, the economy, they just take over the game, and we've seen what happens to RRQ. This team, although very talented, I feel like can sometimes be let down by their mentality. I think some of us that have watched them for a very long time, in cases where they have very long lose streaks, you can kind of see it impact their gameplay. They do get a little demotivated, so I'm hoping that they're sort of keeping things in check. If they have a coach there, just keep them motivated. It's not over yet. We still have a couple opportunities to go. They've just got to find out where this chink is in Falcons' armor.
I think that right now, for Falcons, right? They've just got such good protocols amongst like the 2v2. Oh, amongst the 2v2s! And now, with the glue wall already broken, one more quickly popping Zane. And Limit finds a headshot into Ma'al again as On Fire finds the trade of his own. What a great response. Keroro falls down, but he's got two buddies behind him. Aikal can only do so much with his jump shots as one more beams him down. Really great stuff coming up from Falcon side. Dude's the only one left. He's got an AWM. Every pick is going to matter at this point. But, man, what a great response from the Falcon side. None of them panicked out of control. They knew exactly what they were doing.
Oh, On Fire, he's looking to sort of poke Dudes here. And I mean, with 3 players, I think it just makes sense, you know. There's only so much Dudes can do if he's facing up against 3 people, but he's just gone. One more says, nope, that's another one. Match point for Team Falcons and RRQ. They're standing at death's doorstep. If they lose this next game, they are out of the running in participating in the Clash Squad tournament, and it's going to be Team Falcons to continue their run and to try to claim a repeat championship title. I mean, RRQ, if you've got anything left, you got to pull out all the stops if you want to try and pull that game 3. And you have to win 4 games back-to-back, starting from now.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult, especially with the cyber airdrops. All 3 of them in Team Falcon's favors. They're coming up with huge economy. Everybody level 3 armor. Everybody can have an AWM if you wanted to. But RQ, some of them missing helmets, some of them missing a bit of util, but that's totally fine as long as they make these shots connect. So far, they have been finding 1 or 2 picks onto Team Falcon's side. And here, oh, this is... Okay, they've given up all the space entirely just to play on the outskirts. They're hoping that Falcons make a mistake here.
I don't think this is a team that makes mistakes, so they're just too precise. And again! Caught! He thought he was going to be sneaky enough to hide around the back corner by himself, but he is gone, and Ikar's the next one to go down thanks to Limit. Abe trying to protect his teammate with the smoke screen. But he's going to be caught, and, you know, Limit, this man loves blood. He's going to look for it, and this blood is going to be named Abe. He gets it. Now it's Dudes versus the world.
Takes out.
Oh, Dudes.
Last remaining member here. Dudes just unable to do much about it, right? He knows he's caught in the corner, and more importantly so, one more has been keeping him pinned down the entire time. Util dump, beam him through, On Fire takes Dudes out, and that is match victory here. Falcons, what they needed the most, just land a couple of shots, just find a pick. They have better protocols. And for Bigatron, as for RRQ, they just couldn't get Ma'al in a good position.
I don't know if it was a case of Ma'al trying to get into a good position. I think we also just need to give props to where it is due for Falcons. Their ability to sniff out Ma'al and to sniff him out in a way where he was constantly caught in angles where he wasn't expecting them. So Falcons, I think they just figured RRQ out, and there just weren't enough games, not enough rounds, and I guess in a way, there wasn't really a way for RRQ to really pivot their playstyle, because they locked in their lineup during draft, and it was dead set team fight. I think it goes without saying, like, you pick a Dimitri, that is a team fight lineup where you group up as a team, you fight together so that you can fully capitalize on the Dimitri. But Falcons, they just picked up on it far too quick. This is not a team where you can just get free wins because of cute little gimmicks.
I think the worst part is the fact that because they have Clue on their side in comparison to Coda, even if they wanted to have their flankers actually hide in a particular spot, the fact that they are crouching already is going to get you revealed when Coda pops his ability anyway. So that's why, again, it's just these small little details that Falcons take into consideration going into these games that really give them the edge on top of their just, I don't know, picturesque, 100% never make a mistake sort of play style.
Yeah. Would it have made a difference if Santino was banned? I don't think so. I think one more also did a really good job hunting down Ma'al, because like game number 2, we saw it wasn't just Limit, right? Limit, he was there every now and again, but RRQ were ready for Limit, so they just decided, okay, Limit, you're not on sniper duty, we'll send one more, because they're not going to be expecting one more. And look what happened. You know, they figured it out, they got the win. and Falcons are going to continue playing. So Falcons fans, rejoice in the chat. They're going to be playing in their games next week. But for my RRQ fans, I am so sorry to say that they are out of Clash Squad.
Yeah, once again, congratulations. Finally, Falcons get to move on to the next round, and it's because of the work of On Fire as our match MVP. 9 eliminations, 4,022 damage. This kid, he's blowing through the numbers here, because he always somehow is in a position to crossfire with his entry fragger, which is kind of crazy because sometimes things gets a little disorientating when you're running around on multiple different floors.
And can I remind you as well, we only played 8 rounds, and On Fire pulled out 4,000 damage. Limit pulled out almost 4,000 damage. Kororo approaching 4,000 damage. It just goes to show how aggressive Falcons played on Kalahari today. They didn't play passively. They didn't wait for RQ to come to them. They were the ones constantly bringing the fight to them. And every single attempt at a fight was successful because the angle of approach from Falcons was beautiful. I think I wanted to point out, I think it was the pistol round. Yes, Falcons lost the pistol round, but did you guys see that 2-pronged attack on Ma'al in the tent? Do you know how much coordination you need to have for a team to pull that off? You're not going to get that in your pub games, okay? So stop dreaming. That's not going to happen. But in coordinated play like this is just another day in the office, and this is practiced. This is something that teams have to practice together, because sometimes you need to have that level of coordination to get high-level eliminations. So the Falcons to get the win today, 2-0, well deserved. No luck involved. If anything, it kind of makes me excited to see how they're going to do when we do chop down the teams again to the very best.
Yep, again, it's about how often can you force a mistake out of your opponent. And so far, I mean, Falcons showing that they are just an echelon above. With that being said, though, I would like to have a word with the Falcons. Here's the interview. Let's jump down right into it and see what they have to say.
Alright, hello Survivor, welcome to our interview section. And now we are here with Team Falcon, with On Fire and one more. Alright, okay, let's go to the first question. How do you feel right now to beat RQ Kazu? รู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะที่เอาชนะ RQ มาได้แบบขาดลอยเลย
ก็คิดว่าจะชนะอยู่แล้วครับ เพราะที่ผมลงมานี่ผมก็อยากมาเจอเขาเฉยๆ
About this match, Team Falcon, especially On Fire, already think that we gonna win this match for sure. And about that, they down into this group because they want to play against with RQ Karsu, and this is their victory. Okay, let's go to the next question. So, have to admit that this match is the real dominant match from Team Falcon, which is the first map is 6-0 and no elim at all for RQ, and the second map is 6-2. This is what you plan, and this match is what you expect. เกมนี้นะคะเป็นเกมที่ค่อนข้างขาดมากๆ 6-0 กับ 6-2 แล้วก็เกมแรกไม่ได้อีลิมเลยสำหรับ RRQ อยากรู้ว่าอันนี้คือเป็นสิ่งที่เราคาดคิดไว้อยู่แล้วไหมหรือว่าเราคาดหวังอะไรบ้างไหมจากมันนี้
ก็ตอนแรกก็ไม่ได้คิดครับเพราะว่าผมก็เก่งด้วยครับเพราะว่าผมไม่ได้แข่งนานคิดว่าเขาแบบอาจจะผมเคยทำได้แล้วไงสมัยอยู่ CG อ่ะยิงเขาแบบสกอร์นี้เลยพี่ผมก็คิดว่าแบบน่าจะไม่เหมือนเดิมแล้วมั้งพอมาเล่นจริงก็ยังเหมือนเดิมอยู่ ตอนทีมไหนนะคะ CG กับ RQ นั่นแหละพี่
So for one more is have to say that it's been a long time for him to in the tournament, because this is how do I say, to be back to Team Falcon with a long time for since that the former team that one more has been there since AG versus RQ. That time it's like this score, and now it's still the same. That he think that maybe RQ Kazu must be better, have to be better, but still the same. All right, this is such a confidence, and it's true. So the last question: do you have anything to say to your fans มีอะไรอยากจะบอกแฟนๆไหมคะ
ก็ฝากเชียร์ทีมฟอลคอนนะครับวันที่ 4 ที่ 5 ก็มากันเยอะๆนะครับ
Okay, so fans, please keep supporting Team Falcon and see you on 4 and 5 next month because it's gonna be the offline events. So see you at Samyan Midtown in BKK, Thailand. Thank you for watching our interview section and this is the end for today. So see you tomorrow and back to Overcaster. Bye bye.
Right, well, I'm glad that we have our champions playing in the tournament still because it would have been really interesting to not have Falcons play at all. So the champions are back in the house, but is the house still theirs? That's the next question we need to answer now because I mean, they look good today. I still think there are going to be some doubts even within the Falcons community because they took so long to advance into the double elimination stage.
I feel like fans need to not think about it so hard. It's just the way our Clash Squad mode is being held out in the Swiss stage, particularly. Even if you don't make it to the very end or only get there at the very end, that's totally fine. You're given that bit of extra allowance in your 2 losses, and it's not like they lost devastatingly. Well, okay, maybe to AG Global, but they came up with some new strats, to be fair, and I think anybody would have lost them at that point. But 1-2 against Twisted Minds to eventually beat RRQ Kazu at the very end. And considering that they're already utilizing one more, with the way that he was holding that mic, it feels like they're in safe hands.
Well, let's see who's safe here, Gideon. So we're actually going to be able to see who is going to be playing up against who in their first matches. And some of these matches, one of them in particular, that second one there with the blue team and the green team, yeah, that's mean. That is really mean.
Oof. Yikes. Okay, all right. That's just what happens when you take so long to get in to the double elimination. We got WAG up against EVOS, BRU versus Falcons, BTR versus Twisted Minds, AGAL versus VP. Now keep in mind, with the double elimination system, for those of you who do not know, they have 2 lives. They can lose their first initial BO3, drop down to the lower brackets, but any other loss from that point onwards will result in them actually bowing out. So you just want to stay in that upper bracket for as long as possible, all the way into the grand finals.
Yeah, so basically what Gideon's trying to say is, don't lose your games, win everything, and you'll be guaranteed the grand final. And also a championship title if you literally win everything. If you lose the grand final, okay, sure. You make grand finals, I don't think anyone's going to complain. But yeah, it's been quite a journey just going through the Swiss stage, but double eliminations is going to be extremely fun. That's going to kick off next week, but that's going to be it for Gideon and me. We'll see you guys over the weekend for Battle Royale. Bye, guys.